and as President of the United States, but we are also on the edge of increased automation because of artificial intelligence. When and if, probably when, truck drivers no longer have a job and being replaced by robots, we're going to have a serious problem in this country. People are not going to be able to pay their bills. There's talk about a guaranteed basic income. There's talk about federal subsidies for existing jobs. But there's talk about federal jobs. Whatever it is, I think we need to start trying it in test cities so we can see what works and what doesn't. And where would we get this money? We would get this money just the same place we got money when we re-legalized alcohol. We'd get the money from the citizen who wants to buy drugs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public?
I'd like to add on to what you were saying, actually. There is an alternative currency that we can build using really like all modern pre-existing technology if we reframe it. And it can be called a credit currency, and it can help us release the seed from the federal government and not have to keep on lobbying to them because they're just taking away more funding for everything we need. And a public vote to switch over to a credit currency is totally a possibility we need to take seriously.
Great, thank you. Now we're going to move on to new business, and first up is errors and omissions to the grand list. And we have our town assessor here to fill us in.
Town assessor. And I'm here. This is the time of year to present to the select board the errors and omissions from the assessor's office. The state mandates that we have this opportunity from the time of the grand list being lodged with the town clerk. This year, the grand list was lodged July 2nd, 2018, and between that date and today, there were 3 real estate changes that occurred. One was a BCA hearing, one was an error in a subdivision, and the third was the state method of valuation was not calculated, or was not applied to a property that receives housing subsidy. There were 6 farm stabilization exemptions that had not been calculated appropriately, and we have 44 corrections for business personal property that are errors either because the business closed and they did not inform us in time, or there were late filings. And this is presented to the select board because the state requires that the select board sign off on this, and it becomes part of the grand list that is lodged with the town clerk.
And you had 914,599. That's the number you came up with. That's subtracted out of the grand list that you had on July 2nd.
Correct. And there should be a negative
Yep.
in your documents that I did not add in there.
That's okay.
It's negative 900.
I know, first I got excited, but then I realized
I'm
it's negative.
sorry.
And does anyone on the board have any questions or comments?
I did have a question.
Go ahead.
Are you sure?
I went first last time.
And this is maybe just a rookie question. What's the thinking or the reasoning behind some of the revaluations or the differences in jump? Was it because there were changes made by the owners to the buildings, or is it just because there was an actual error and there was a mistake that needed to be corrected? I just wanted to understand what some of the differences were.
Yep. So if we're talking about the real estate, the BCA was hearing with the Board of Civil Authorities, so that's a decision that was made after the grand list was lodged. The subdivision, that was an error in the lister's office, or the assessor's office, excuse me. And the subsidized housing, we assess the property appropriately, but there is a state method of assessing that has to take place instead of the assessor's assessment.
Because it's subsidized housing.
Because it's subsidized housing. And so this is state statute, and we have to go by what they say. That had been overlooked by me, and I caught it in time to rectify that for this grand list. And the farm stabilization, that's a calculation that's done, and I had missed a piece of that when doing the calculation, so those were caught in time to, again, be rectified for this grand list.
Does that help?
Yeah, no, that's more than helpful. Thank you.
Okay,
That clarifies.
good.
I also had a question about the housing subsidy item. Is that, do we get like money from the state for the other 600,000 on that property, or we just get half of what we would normally get if it were a commercial, a typical residence or a commercial property or something?
For a payment
For the
I don't believe
what
that
we would
there's-
bill for property tax.
No, I don't believe that there's a state payment.
We don't get compensated by the state.
So
For that.
the subsidized housing, we just, well, not lose, but we just don't collect as much as we would.
Right, it's
for other-
valued differently, and the
And that's
taxes
what-
on it are lower.
And that's what the state does. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I know.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay.
Does anyone else on the board have any questions or comments? Does anyone in the public have any questions or comments about the errors and omissions to the grand list? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion?
Oops.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve changes in the 2018 grand list as set forth on the errors and omissions 2018 grand list report dated December 18th, 2018, from Town Assessor Jennifer Burnell.
We have a motion to approve the changes in the 2018 grand list. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you.
Kate, I have one more thing, if I may.
Yes.
Just to go off script, I want to remind business owners that business licenses are due December 31st. And we've had a steady flow of business license coming into the office. If anyone has any questions, they can call the assessor's office or go online to brattleboro.org. And there will be a fee increase January 1st.
Good. That's a good reminder.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good night. Next up is John O'Connor with the financial reports.
Thank you, Kate, and good evening, everyone. So included in your packet tonight, you have a copy of the audited financial statements and the single audit. And let me just briefly go over both of those items. So the financial statements and independent auditor's report, the auditor has issued an unmodified opinion, which is a good thing. And basically what it says is that we've presented all of the information in those 60 pages were presented fairly in all material respects. So that's a good statement. An unmodified opinion is a good thing. Just in general, I want to talk a little bit about the general fund, where we ended up. So we closed the year with a use of fund balance of $649,653, which is $450,322 better than what we had expected. We closed the year with a fund balance of $3,508,192, of which $2,077,299 was unassigned. And the $2,077,299 was $301,708 above our target of 10% of this year's expenditures. So we're proposing to use $295,000 of that $301,000 in the 2020 budget. So has everybody gone through the audit report? Do you have any questions?
Do you want to give us is there anything particular of note that we should know about? Yeah.
There is so much information there, Kate, I wouldn't know where to begin, to tell you the truth. I think the general fund is really where your focus is, and that's what I've just gone over.
Wait 1 sec. We got to
Is that information available online?
Absolutely.
Yes. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so it sounds like there was an overall increase of money for the town from that?
That's what we're talking about right now.
Well, because it sounds like there was such a great increase, I'm hoping that that is reason to put towards that there shouldn't be a 1% tax increase for the town sales.
Okay.
Yes, Kate?
Yeah. So I lost my train of thought. Were you going to ask a question?
No, you had something.
I did, but now I can't remember what it was.
Okay, I'll ask my question then. It talks about the one, there was a however. I've never seen a however in one of the audits before that we've gotten. That the town's sub-recipient monitoring does not meet the standards required under uniform guidance compliance. And it mentions that monitoring practices were developed, a risk assessment tool, worksheets, and various things you did to fix that or compensate for that. Can you give me an example of a recipient that we monitor so I could?
Yep, I can give you Kids Place. Kids Place is a recipient of a grant that comes through the town, and we know very little about Kids Place's internal controls.
Right.
We do a lot of work with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, and we know what their internal controls are like. But Holton Home, Bradley House, Kids Place, those places are a little less known to us. And so we've increased our monitoring practices on those type of institutions.
And those are for when grants come through, not like the money in the budget for social services.
That's correct. These are grants that are coming through.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
So let me talk a little bit about the single audit and what it is. The single audit is a list of all federal grants and expenditures against those grants, whether it's a direct grant from the federal government or whether it's a grant that comes through the state and then to the town. And so there were no material weaknesses identified in the audit. All of the figures were audited and came back fine. There were no adjustments at all made to either the financial statements or the single audit. And the only thing that was identified was our monitoring practices for some of these organizations that we really had no prior experience with and were unfamiliar with their internal controls.
Now, go ahead. We might be saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We've been monitoring, we've been doing the same thing for a while, and nobody has questioned this before, correct? Is this just a new thing on their part?
Yeah, it is. I think it's a new thing, and we're starting to see, I mean, like I said, we have done a lot of work with Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust. And most of our grants are either direct grants to the town or grants that come through the town to them. But now we're seeing other grants that are coming through and going to different organizations. And we have always monitored Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust with CDBG and as a joint effort, and that's gone very well. We know a lot about that organization. The others, I think, were new, and we're just seeing more activity in those organizations.
Okay.
An additional clarification I'd like to offer, and it goes right to the heart of what you were saying, Kate. So the agency that actually grants the money and then has enforcement power over these grants at the state, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, they monitor us very closely, and they have found us to be in compliance with their requirements for the monitoring of subrecipients of these grants. In this case, what we have is auditors saying, even though what you're doing may meet the state standards, that a more robust level of oversight of these smaller organizations would be better in everybody's best interest. We agreed with that would be a better practice, steps. And that's why we've created the procedure to be responsive to that comment.
Great. All right. Does anyone else have any comments about both the auditor's report and single audit?
I have an observation, which is not, I don't think there's any answer to it, but in the last couple of years, the auditor has pointed out that the more than half of the property taxes collected go to the public schools. I think last year, it was 57%. I'd have to look it up, but it's significant. This year, it's 46%, and I'm curious as to how that, 2019, I'm curious as to how that happened. I didn't know that we went up or the towns went down, so I'm just curious about that.
And I know this for my own.
On page 9 in the first section, the independent report, right? The economic factors, next year's budget and rate.
Oh, thank you.
Oh yeah, there it is, right there.
Yeah, it's there every year, and I always sort of say, oh. I guess the observation would be if we ever have a chance to talk to the legislators, we might want to encourage them to take an action in the near future to change the way we fund education. If we have a chance to talk to them.
All right. So any other questions or comments from the select board? Anyone in the public would like to have any input on the report that John O'Connor just gave? Now, John, was there anything else you were going to talk about? Were you going to talk about the November?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so let me go over the November financial statements with you. So we're 41.7% of the way through the year as of the end of November. And general fund expenditures were at 45.7%, so we were a little above the 41.7 where we would have expected to be. But as you know, we do the prorations for the various one-time payments that we make during the year for lease and notes and human services and insurance, things of that nature. And once we make those prorations, the expenditures come down to 40.7%, so under the target. So we're in good shape. Utilities fund was at 43.3%. Parking was at 35.5%. And again, we had an encumbrance of $105,000 for sludge removal and $366,613 for bond interest in the utilities fund. And once we prorate those items, it brings the expenditures down to 38.8%. So again, under the 41.7% target. And then finally, we have our solid waste disposal fund. Revenues were at 37.9%. Expenditures were at 36.3%. And again, those figures don't include the November bag revenue, curbside collection, and tipping costs for November. The loan report shows that we had $4,390,300 in outstanding loans. 2 of the loans had payments that were overdue, and 2 loans are in default, but they are fully reserved. Program income shows that we have $518,686 in available funds for additional grants and loans as of the end of November. And then finally, the grant report gives you several pieces of information on 37 active grants and 8 grants that are in the application process. So if anybody has any questions on any of those reports, I'll certainly try to answer your questions.
Does anyone on the board have any questions for John?
I have a couple. I hate being the only one. I just wanted to look for confirmation that this increase in investment income on the town manager's line is one of the reaping of the benefits of our decision for a better way to invest town funds.
Until we spend them.
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
Good, good. Let's see, I had a question about the miscellaneous revenue of the police. I know that that's a line where sometimes that can be for extra services, the police.
This is actually, in this case, it's reimbursement. We had a police officer leave when they had not fulfilled their obligation. There's an agreement that the entering police officers signed with us because there's a substantial cost in bringing a police officer onto the department.
Okay.
So they sign an agreement saying that if they leave within the first 4 years, that they will reimburse a prorated portion of that, and so this is one of those reimbursements.
Am I remembering correctly that last month we had the same thing in the reverse?
No, you had the same thing in front of you. You asked the question. We didn't know the answer a month ago, so John did the research and we sent an email to advise of that. But that's
no. But I thought maybe last time it was in the negative with the same sort of. Okay.
Sorry, it was this one.
My mistake. Jumping to page. Sorry. Page 9. The building repairs on the municipal center being up quite a bit. I was just curious what that was. It's like a third of the way down.
It's 12,000.
Yeah.
12,000, and that's, we're only, what, 41% into the year.
Yeah, that is up. I don't.
That's the construction of the walls around what will be the HR director's office, in part of what used to be that large room in the planning department.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the majority of that expense. It's probably not all of that expense, but it's the majority of it.
And have we finished all the things the state required us to do a year
We've
or two
not.
ago?
We finished the 2 most urgent ones. So we did virtually right away. We got the agreement from the state that we could do it in 3 phases. So the first phase was to change out the fire alarm system because the fire alarm system is what saves human life. So that would alert people to the fact there's a fire and get people out of the building. The second phase was to change out the sprinkler system so that it met modern standards because that's what protects the contents of the building other than human life. The third is a more expensive and more complicated set of or pieces of work that would need to be done related to the fact that we don't have doors at the top and bottom of the stairways, that there's some penetrations in the floors, going from one floor to another where wires used to go through, but now there aren't, so there's a hole in the floor, and that can allow fire to escape. So these are things that do need to be addressed, but since we have the new sprinkler system in and we have the new fire alarm system, we had postponed doing all the rest of that work while we were looking at the potential for a full renovation of this building. And something actually just within the last week, Patrick and I have talked about the fact that given that we weren't able to move forward on the faster pace that we had hoped for a renovation of the building, we ought to touch base back with the state and make sure that they are content to continue to have us wait on that third phase of work. If we need to proceed with it, then we will.
And we'll see some more expenditures in that line then?
Actually, that would be expended from capital. That's money that's already been authorized by the board and by town meeting and is waiting in capital. What we're hoping to do is to be able to not expend that money on temporary changes and then have to appropriate new capital money for a renovation, but instead be able to continue to hold on to that money to contribute towards a renovation.
Great, thank you.
But we'll check in with the state to make sure that's acceptable to them.
Great. Does anyone else on the board have any questions or comments?
I had one last one.
Yeah.
Same page, easy to follow. Auxiliary staff for the
Yeah.
police department. Just want to make sure that wasn't a mistake. 'Cause that's
It's not a mistake. That is the contractual funding that was paid to the sheriff's office employee who, during the time when we had an investigation ongoing related to the shooting back in May that had 3 members of the department who were on leave for a period of time, we supplemented with a sheriff's department officer who was under contract to us and paid from that line item.
right.
That person actually, through mutual agreement of the officer and the sheriff's department and the police department, is now a Brattleboro police officer. He's filled one of our vacancies, and it was a really great thing to get an experienced officer who was, had worked together with our team and wanted to become a member of it.
So what happens? I mean, that's kind of puts that line out of whack. And where?
Yes.
Where typically does that get made up?
So this was an unusual circumstance. What we normally see, and we will see at the end of this year because there have been still several vacancies in the police officer positions, we'll see a staff salaries under expenditure and an overtime over expenditure. The net of the two will be a savings to the town. But in this particular year, while we were still paying salaries to the 3 officers who were on leave, we needed to supplement to have just more capacity on the street. And so that's an additional expense to the town this year.
Okay. I do see that right 2 lines above it, police outside overtime is quite low, so.
Outside overtime is the contracted overtime. You see almost none of it this year because that's when people at like a construction site or a event bring on police officers essentially to function as security officers.
Sure.
We do almost none of that anymore because of the fact that we've got we were operating at pretty far below 27 officers for a while. We're now up to 25 officers, so we have more capacity to do that sort of assignment if the officers wish to do it.
Okay. I was just noting that was budgeted much higher than we needed, so that kind of acts as a buffer in this case.
There is a buffer there, and then the overtime item that is the offset to the salary savings is immediately above that, and you can see we've already expended 63% of that budget. 41% of the way through the year because that's where we carry the load when we're understaffed.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense. Does anyone in the public have any questions or comments? Yes.
So I heard that the town is $4 million in debt with loans.
No,
I misheard.
no, those are loans that the town has made.
Oh, given to other people?
Yes.
Okay. But, and so when you said that there were late payments, are those from local residents, not from the town owing payments?
They're from a local business.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else have any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Thank you, John.
Right, Kate?
Appreciate your.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Yeah, you too. We see you next year. Next up is our discussion on the FY20 budget, and we're going to just see where we are and what we want to do. And we have a nice memo.
Shall I summarize it?
Yes, would you like to summarize it?
Sure. So the board has met 6 times to review the various aspects of the proposed budget. You've now been through the entire proposed budget, looked at a couple of pieces of it a couple of times, but been one time all the way through, and have decided to make certain changes in the course of that first review. I'll summarize those very quickly, that you have approved the rental housing inspection program that we proposed. That'll involve additional overtime for the inspectors in the fire department, offset by fees that will be charged to owners of rental housing units, landlords. And so that there'll be a revenue and an expenditure that'll offset in the budget as it has been modified by the board when you send it on to the representative town meeting. We, the staff, have increased the transfer from the utilities fund to the general fund from $275,000 to $290,000. That's just the result of applying the same formula this year as in prior years, but because of additional expenses, it resulted in an additional transfer. And so that was something that we had not noted earlier in the process. John noted that as we were actually preparing this summary of where we are. Called that to my attention. We thought that we ought to go ahead and make the change and bring it to your attention because it does provide $15,000 of additional non-tax revenue into the general fund budget. Takes a little bit of pressure off, one-tenth of a penny off of the tax rate. Expenditures other than the rental housing inspection overtime that have been modified during the select board's review is adding $5,000 for BCTV funding, subtracting $10,000 for the climate protection funding. You didn't strike that outright. What you did was took the funding for it out and made that a question that you will propose to the representative town meeting. On the warning, and then the DBA had requested an increase in funding from $78,000 to $80,000, and so that has also been modified to reflect the fact that you tentatively approved their program. The net change is a reduction of $26,250 in the overall expenditures and revenues of the general fund, and so the expected, if you were to adopt the budget in this form, and subject to the separate decision that representative town meeting would make regarding the climate protection funding, regarding the 1% local option and other matters, the budget that you would send forward for consideration at representative town meeting would include a 2.7% increase in property taxes or a 3.46 cents increase in property taxes. At this point, I've also itemized on the second page of this memorandum the 5 things that you've decided to put on the warning for consideration at representative town meeting. So those are the 1% local option sales tax, the visiting nurse and hospice request for funding of $12,200, kids place request for funding of $4,000, the climate protection $10,000. And although this would not have a general fund impact, it would come from program income, there is an RTM warning item that you've approved or you've indicated that you want on the warning to fund CEVEDS at $25,000, which is approximately $2 per resident of Brattleboro. I've noted also here we'll have more detailed information for you at the January 8th select board meeting, but we talked earlier this year about the fact that there is some finish up business that needs to be done related to the police fire facilities and the police fire bond. So we'll have that additional information regarding the 3 pending items, which are the potential carport for the police, the additional roof work that needs to be done at the police department, and the piece of equipment that's related to the alarm system in the fire department, actually to serve the fire department, but it would be housed in the dispatch center. We'll have all that detailed information for you to consider putting on a warning item regarding the closeout of the bonds for the project. And then there's the proposed schedule of meetings. At this point, subject to decisions you may make tonight regarding any unfinished business, you don't have any explicitly identified matters of unfinished business related to this particular budget. So often at this particular moment, we identify specific topics for specific nights in January. The question before you for tonight is, do you have any such topics that you'd like to schedule for January consideration? We will have budget consideration on January 8th because we will have that closeout of the police fire matter. But if there's anything else that you either need some more information from staff or you want to have some more discussion among yourselves on, we should identify those tonight and schedule them for January.
When is the day that we're voting on the, are we proposing the January
For the warning?
22nd meeting? Yeah, or the budget?
No. So the reason this goes through January 22nd is you need to finish your budget work by then at the latest, so that approximately a week later, you haven't actually scheduled a meeting at this time for the warning, but it'll be around the 29th or 30th of January.
Okay. Because the reason I ask, I just wanted us to all have an idea what we're doing. And also, I mean, I think one of the things, obviously, we're going to need the budget with all this stuff in it so we can see it in its totality.
Exactly.
Because that'll inform us. And I also think we need the numbers on what's this going to mean to homeowners. You know, how much per 100 the stuff goes up.
And if you don't identify any additional specific topics that you need additional information on, the bond discussion that you'll have on the 8th is unrelated to the general fund budget. So if you are in a place where you're ready to see that updated, complete budget, we could bring that to you for consideration on the 8th as well, if you'd like.
Well, what I'm thinking is if we could see it, because when you see it, we may think of something.
Sure.
Do you see what I mean?
Sure.
It's nice to look at it and then decide, do we have all the information we need?
I understand.
You see what I mean?
So what you have right now is the two separate pieces of the complete proposed budget and then the list of modifications. We'd be happy to incorporate these modifications, bring you a complete updated budget, and the table that you were describing about what the impact is for per 100,000 of value for homeowners, and have you be able to consider that on the 8th. That would be good.
What does everybody else think? Anyone else have any thoughts?
I would love to see that. That's great. My question is, how complicated will it be? Because we have these items that are going to be up to town meeting to approve or disapprove, and one of them especially is a major impact. So can that be reflected on that level as well, is my question. So that's...
You mean potential, like this is if this passes and this is if this...
Yeah, but I don't know how far into the weeds we want to get because there's a bunch of items. But the major item, obviously, that people are going to be interested in is if the 1% local option sales tax, that radically alters the impact to our homeowners, to our property taxpayers. So I'm just wondering if that can be included or noted at the end or whatever as in the document.
Yeah, I would think, what I'm thinking is on the table that we get, here's what it is, the way it is. If the 1% sales tax passes, that's $600,000 off, that's 4% reduction in the budget. So here's what the taxes would be under that scenario.
You could show that both ways.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. On a different page, though, so it's not too confusing.
Yeah. No.
Or somehow so it's not confusing.
And didn't last year when we had the snowplow and the skate park, it wasn't factored in the big budget.
Correct.
But it was a sheet that explained to people if we support
This will happen.
This will happen. If you vote in this thing, that'll happen.
So that is basically, if you look on page 2 of the memo for this meeting, where there's the parenthetical after each one that says how it would either increase or decrease taxes. That's the list you're referring to that we did last year. The one thing we did with it last year, because it was several larger dollar amount items, is we also described not just the dollar amount impact, but the sense of property taxes impact.
Yeah, exactly.
because in the case, for instance, of the sidewalk plow, it was actually more than an additional penny. It was 1.2 cents. So I think actually from the combination of comments you've made tonight, the clearest way to understand this for this go-round would be not to put $4,000 or $12,000 into penny terms because it's so small, but to do exactly what you said a minute ago, where there would be that summary sheet of the impact of taxpayers if you proceed in the manner that you made actual changes to the budget. And then if town meeting were to approve the 1% local option sales tax, what that page would look like under those circumstances.
Great.
You'd have it both ways.
Does that make sense?
I think so.
And then we can figure out, it's good to see it.
Okay.
In its
To get a
totality.
sense what the town is going to see.
Yeah.
I am going to want to, and clearly not for this fiscal year budget, but I am going to be interested in revisiting on what is a way to operationalize or get feedback from town residents about item removal, because it keeps coming up. And
About what?
item removal, like bulky items
Oh.
removal, and what's a way, like, is there research that I should do and then come back and think about or present that maybe for the following fiscal year to think about adjusting pay as you throw so that you have that and I know it won't be triple T given the research that was done, but so that we can think about adding that service that is provided. But I'm still interested in exploring that for people because it is a burden if you do not have a way to get rid of the stuff. It's a burden for people. But I obviously know that that's after all of this.
That can be added to that can be the first thing, Shanta, on next year's list.
Yeah, I know.
Keep making
We
lists.
have a list of things we want to get public comment on,
Yeah.
public outreach.
And that might have to be after March.
Could be after. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So that might mean, never mind.
And actually, the sustainability
That's another one.
position is already on
On the
that
list.
kind of a list
Yeah,
for some
okay.
additional review in the months ahead that might be considered in the next year's budget cycle.
Great.
Yeah. So do we feel comfortable right now on the plan for the January 8th meeting? Like to have sort of
I think so.
a clean version of this?
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone in the public have any questions? Yes.
So I heard Peter say some acronyms, but I would like clarification about what the DBA and RTM are that
Sure.
there's going to be more money put towards.
Yeah, so RTM is all throughout this because that's representative town meeting, and so it's talking about the different things that have been decided by the select board, but will have to ultimately be decided by the representative town meeting for final decisions. And then DBA is the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, which is the organization that is the basically the downtown merchants and property owners, the organization that does different services and activities in the downtown area.
And with the property tax increase, is there a consideration to just tax property owners that are significantly above poverty level? Because there is a risk of taxing people at poverty level who are homeowners not being able to afford it and then becoming
The
homeless.
state actually has a program called income sensitivity where there is, I don't know the exact limits of it, but it's pretty substantial consideration for, depending on the household income, up to a certain level you can actually be exempt from paying property taxes.
What's that level?
I believe it's around $50,000 of annual
Okay.
income. I'm not certain.
Yeah.
And then up to a higher level, which I believe is around $100,000.
So,
But again, I'm not
I
certain.
think it's 125 now. It's up.
125
It's higher now, yeah.
And so in between the 50 and the 125, there are partial tax relief that's provided, all in accordance with the rules and formulas of the state of Vermont. We don't control that, but it does address exactly the concern you just expressed.
But that's only for the education tax. It's not for the municipal tax. We are not income sensitized.
Right.
Why not?
It's because the state decided to do it that way.
Right.
And
So
we
why is the
we
town
don't
not
control
deciding
that.
to have an adjusting tax.
We can only do what the state allows us to do, and they don't allow us to do it.
You're saying
really
that the
that simple.
state allows state taxes to be adjustable, but doesn't allow towns to have adjustable
Right.
taxes?
The state actually directs that, not just allows it, but directs that apply to the education taxes and doesn't apply that same thing. It's the state that runs the program. So it's not anything that we either decide or even administer. It's run by the state.
You're saying that the state runs the property tax increase that the town is voting on?
No, the state runs the income sensitivity program that protects lower income residents from the impacts of property tax increases.
Okay, so it's protecting the townspeople from any increase in town taxes on property.
No,
Moderates.
not any.
It moderates it.
Right.
It doesn't.
Makes it less.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Right.
It's confusing.
Yes, it is.
Very. Anyone else have any comments? Yes.
Franz Reichsman from the Finance Committee. When can others get a hold of these new adjusted documents that you're preparing for January 8th?
Hopefully you'll have them when we have them.
Yeah, you'll definitely have them when the select board gets them.
Yeah.
The first week of January. We may be able to make those adjustments this week and post the budget to the website by Friday. I'm not sure we'll get that done.
But it will be, the
It'll
changes
definitely
will be
be out there the
posted.
first week of January, by Friday the 4th at the latest.
And including the adjustment for the potential 1% sales tax.
So that's going to be that'll be out on the 4th. That's going to not be part of the budget because
Right.
that change actually hasn't been made in the budget.
Right.
But it'll be in the documents that accompany the budget when it comes back for board consideration on the 8th. There'll be some summary. There'll be a memo on top of it. There'll be some exhibits with it, and among those exhibits will be what the taxation would look like if the 1% local option is adopted.
And it'll be on the town
And
website.
it'll be on the town's website by Friday afternoon, the 4th.
Thank you.
Does that make
Yes, sir.
sense? Good. Anyone else have any comments about our proposal? Yeah.
Can I do you usually have this line whenever the DBA comes up, and
Oh,
thanks
yeah.
to you to bringing it up.
I usually say it. You're right.
That it doesn't actually affect the taxpayer's bottom line because it's a pass-through. It's something that we collect on behalf of the downtown merchants. So they are literally funding with their own extra little tax
Yep.
on top of the taxes they pay this amount. So it's
Correct.
Yeah, it's a special assessment on the property owners.
yeah, and they've
So
asked
it's
us.
just for their zone.
We have to approve it, but,
Yeah.
and so we charge them and we collect it, but then it goes back to them.
Yeah.
It's just the way the downtown district is set up. So it doesn't affect, the bottom line is it doesn't affect property tax owners for us to have increased from $78,000 in FY19 to $80,000 in FY20, the DBA increase that you see.
Yeah. And again, that's a state program too.
Right. And even the 78,000 baseline is not paid by the broader tax base of the town. It's paid just by the folks within the downtown district.
And I do have just a follow-up question from that, because online I was actually explaining that very same thing that I tried to explain clearly, and I'm sure I messed it up just now. But what I was saying was that that's how it works, the pass-through. But then when I was looking at the budget, I couldn't quite figure out why.
Because it's embedded in the property tax line of the budget. But when we come and we ask you to approve a property tax rate in the first week in July, that calculation is shown there so that you can see the portion of the property taxes that are coming from the district and the portion of the property taxes that are coming from the broad base.
Okay. I think I was about to say, though, that it's okay, that it shows up as expense on the revenue side, on the operating budget.
Yes.
But not as revenue
it doesn't show as a separate line of revenue. That's the thing I was just trying to say. So it is embedded within the property tax number that's in the budget. The calculation that we've run of the impact to the broad array of property taxpayers separates out that $80,000.
So if people went in and did the math, it would be there. But is there a way to actually have it there?
We could create a separate line item
because
to show it.
This person was pointing out it's very odd that I see it as an expenditure,
Sure.
but I don't see it as a line
That's fair.
for revenue.
Yep.
So, and I thought that was fair criticism. So
We could do that.
it's just because then it makes it a little more obvious that it's coming in and it's going out again.
Yeah.
Right.
Any other questions or comments regarding the budget?
I just have a comment on the scheduling. I don't know.
Oh,
if
yeah.
that's-
Go for it. I just lost that page. Because we were talking about this earlier, and we were confused. Tim and I were confused.
okay. Well,
But now,
what happened with my schedule, and this is self-centered because I have a conflict now, because I thought that, so we have our first meeting, we do first and third Tuesdays every month. So the first is obviously New Year's Day.
Right.
So I thought that we were shifting to a regular meeting on the 8th, and then naturally we'd have our next regular meeting on the 22nd to be a 2-week span.
Okay.
But what we're actually doing is having a special meeting on the 8th, and then deciding to possibly cancel the first altogether, and then just have our second meeting on the 15th. I'm just wondering if people are open to the idea of just whatever, moving so that we space out our meetings better for whatever might happen in between. Does it make any sense to do the 8th special meeting, and instead of doing the 15th, to do the 22nd?
Do you not have a meeting on the 15th? Because that is our regularly scheduled meeting, and anything that's not the first or the third is a special meeting.
Correct.
But if
you feel like it's too disruptive to the public when they're counting on first and third to do that, but I was just advocating for, since it's already disruptive because of the lack of the first, that maybe people wanted to move the meeting.
I would be open to that only because I have a low residency program and I've got to let everybody know my schedule. I'm going to be up north for 10 days.
On the
block of
15th.
time.
On the 15th?
I'm going to be,
You're
I'll
gonna be-
do this offline, but I'll let you guys all know.
okay.
I'll be back on January, obviously January 15th, but I'm open to your suggestion.
so what was the suggestion now? Keeping the 8th, but not doing the 15th? Is that it?
Oh, I don't want to move the
8th and 22nd instead of 8th and 15th, with the 22nd as a maybe.
And I feel if it's just for me, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But I was throwing it out there that if there were any other members, we don't know about Brandy, but if there was one other person that said, "Oh, I also can't do the 15th."
That's good spacing, though. I would be on board with that.
Well, we still may have to meet on the 20.
Yeah, we can't just have one meeting in January.
No, he's proposing the 8th and the 22nd.
Right, okay. I just thought I heard don't do the 22nd. I was confused.
No, but I thought I heard that we may have to add even the 29th.
Yeah.
We will definitely have to have a meeting in that, somewhere between the 29th and the 1st, maybe 2nd, because of the back timing under the state statutes for when the warning has to be approved. So somewhere in that 3 or 4 days.
Usually a very quick.
It is a very
January
quick meeting,
20
yeah.
you mean
So
January 29th.
between the 29th and the 1st, right, January 29th and February
Okay.
1st, one of those evenings we need to get together.
So just throwing that out there. Maybe we don't have to decide tonight. I don't. Maybe we do.
It would be better, if you're going to cancel the January 15th meeting, it would be better for you to express your intention of doing that, although without Brandy present, you might want to say that's your intent, subject to confirming with her that it works. I don't know. It's up to the board.
Right. Right, why don't we just check with her and then we can get back with each other? Because we know we're definitely doing it on the 8th.
Yeah, it won't be until January 8th that you'd be able to announce what's happening with the 15th
Right.
and the 22nd. So
Right.
it would be good, I think, if you could make a tentative decision on that. And then, it's not something you vote on, and so
Right.
I think procedurally it would be fine for you to express your intent.
Yeah.
We can confirm with Brandy, and then if she agrees,
Right,
then
we
we
can
could alert the
announce it.
public to
That's
the
right.
change of schedule.
So it would be, we would cancel the 1st and the 15th and schedule the 8th and the 22nd.
That's the proposal.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we just say we'll do that, and if we have to meet the 22nd or the 15th, we'll
Right.
Put it
Because if
back.
something comes up that we have to do the 15th.
Yep. Okay.
I just save all the Tuesdays, show up. Hopefully everybody's here.
Okay.
That's what we've been doing for the last 2 months, is saving all of
It gets to be a habit.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Next up is contract amendment for the Whetstone Brook hydrology analysis.
So this is a request to extend an agreement that we already have with Du Bois and King to do work of this nature related to the master plan that's being created for Tri-Park. But where there's some hydrologic and hydraulic modeling that needs to be done to fill in a gap in our data related to the Whetstone Brook out in that part of town. It would be done under the contract that's for the Tri-Park master plan because it will directly benefit that project and because that's where we have Du Bois and King already under contract. But the results of this work would also benefit areas downstream, particularly that commercial area where we've had quite a lot of interest in people wanting to redevelop properties that are between Mountain Home Trailer Park and getting down towards the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships housing. There's about a mile or so there. There's been some challenges to those properties getting redeveloped because of the floodproofing that would be required.
Get flooded.
With the new, yes, severely, some of them. With the new data, the much more precise calculations that they can do using the new form of measurement, they actually can get, the memo from Sue explains, it can get within the 1 foot contour. So basically, they can calculate the expected flood impacts to an accuracy of within 1 foot rather than within 20 feet. And that much more precise information, we believe, would have a positive impact on the potential for redevelopment of those properties. So for those two reasons, we think this is very beneficial. For a relatively small amount of money, we recommend that the board authorize us to enter into this contract extension with Du Bois and King.
Does anyone have any questions?
And this comes from planning services.
It does, from the contracted services account line within planning services.
Any questions, comments?
Seems wise
Anyone?
to me.
No one? Okay. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to authorize Town Manager Elwell to modify a contract with Du Bois and King in an amount not to exceed $15,000 for additional hydrologic and hydraulic modeling in conjunction with Tri-Park Housing Cooperative Master Plan.
We have a motion to authorize the town manager to modify a contract with Du Bois and King for additional hydraulic and hydrologic modeling in conjunction with Tri-Park. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Next up is the closeout for the Community Development Block Grant for Bradley House. This started back in 2016 when Bradley House received a CDBG grant, and they are ready to close it out, so we have to hold a public hearing. And I know there are people from Bradley House are here. If you want to come up and be heard. And if you want to sit down, if you'd like to come up and get comfy. What I want to do is
We have 3 chairs.
Yeah, what I want to do is open the public hearing and invite the people from Bradley House, if you want to give us an update.
Okay.
Let us know what's happened.
My name is Lee Madden. I've been a board member and treasurer of Garden Path Elder Living and Holton Home for some years, but last month I stepped down from the board to serve as business manager. With me tonight is Deborah Abel, who is the site director for Bradley House. Our executive director, Bonnie McKellar, is out of town and not returning until tomorrow. Garden Path Elder Living is the parent nonprofit that owns and manages Bradley House and Holton Home. Both houses are level 3 residential care homes. This means that our residents are independent but may require some assistance with activities of daily living. We have RNs in each home, registered nurses. Between the two homes, we have rooms for 71 residents. I believe you have a letter that I sent 2 weeks ago explaining how the funds received from the town and with the town's assistance have been applied in our $5 million project, which is just now completing. To briefly review, though, our two-phase project was to add a new wing with new resident rooms and to thoroughly renovate the grand Bradley Mansion house. This meant to make all the rooms properly accessible by current standards and to meet very high energy efficiency standards while keeping all of the historic exterior architecture and keeping significant portions of the classic interior architecture. We are tremendously grateful for the strong support and assistance from the town. Without the town's input, our project would have been substantially lessened and perhaps could not have been done at all. We invite you all and the public to visit both facilities and to see what a great resource we have in town for elder care, as well as to see what handsome buildings and lively environments we have. And we are happy to answer any questions if we can.
Does anyone on the board have any questions or comments about the project? The grant has already been accepted. The grant money has already been spent. So
I walk by fairly frequently, and I think it looks great, and I want to come visit. So
You should.
check it out.
can we book our rooms already?
I will just add, though, that what John O'Connor said earlier, he mentioned in passing oversight of grants like this, and as it happens, because a part of the grant, a different grant that we got, we need to do annual audits of both houses, and so we will be doing that starting this year, and that's open, of course, to you all and anybody for that matter.
Thank you.
Does anyone in the public have any comments during this public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close a public hearing. And thank you for everything you folks do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Now we have, we're being asked to approve a grant application for a dry hydrant.
This is to be constructed at a private property out on Bonnievale Road where a pond is going to be constructed this coming summer. And the residents there have worked together with the fire department to plan to have a dry hydrant installed at the pond location so that it'll be a place where the fire department can draw water from for fires up in that part of town, increasing the fire protection for the whole area beyond what we have currently up on Bonnievale Road. So we recommend that the grant is for $5,000 and it will be to pay for the actual hydrant piece of equipment itself. And so we recommend your approval.
This is a grant to the Vermont Rural Fire Protection Task Force
It is indeed. Yep. They would be the ones sending us the money.
All right. Does anyone on the board have any questions?
What's a dry hydrant?
Dry hydrant is one that's not under pressure from
Okay.
the water system in town. So the hydrants that you see that are connected to our public water supply are under the same pressure as like your faucet at your house, but out when they're in one of these in a pond, it's dry.
Not a
So
great,
it's needed.
not a great name.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, I know. No, it makes sense though. It makes sense that they should have something in that part of town.
Yeah. All right. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Seeing David's gone, I'll make a motion to approve the Rural Fire Protection Program grant application in the amount of $5,000 from the Vermont Rural Fire Protection Task Force.
We have a motion to approve the Rural Fire Protection Program grant application. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 3-0. Another grant application is for the Interlibrary Loan Courier Grant.
This is indeed that from the Vermont Department of Libraries. It's a grant in the amount of $292.50, which the town has received notice of award. I'm not going to be able to continue to fill the time until you have a third person to vote on it, because that's about what there is to say on this. So this is for courier services that are involved in moving the books around through the Interlibrary Loan Program. And so we would be receiving $292.50 to help offset those costs.
So what questions do we have?
I just want to give you an aside. Did you hear me laugh when I said rural? I always had trouble with that word.
Rural? Yeah.
Rural. Is that right?
Rural.
Rural. When you say it a few times, it becomes really hard to say.
Yeah.
And I thought when I heard you say it that you also were getting infected by
Yeah,
my...
probably now I'm going to, forever.
For the benefit of the public, we should mention that
we're
we're
waiting-
just awaiting
oh.
a third member, and a third member is entering the room
Yes.
as we speak.
So would someone
we'll now
like-
be able to take this action.
Would someone like to make a motion to accept and appropriate the Interlibrary Loan Courier System Grant in the amount of $292.50 from the Vermont Department of Libraries?
I will do that.
You want to just say so moved?
No, I want to read
Here
it.
you are. I read it all so I could just...
Oh, I walked all the way back here. I move that we accept and appropriate the Interlibrary Loan Courier System Grant in the amount of $292.50 from the Vermont Department of Libraries.
All right, I won't read it again. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 3-0. Next up, we have another grant to accept and appropriate, and that is the Downtown Design Plan.
Correct. This would be through the Municipal Planning Grant Program administered by the Vermont Department of Housing and Community Development. We've received notice of an award of $22,000 in response to our application for those funds. As you said, to assist in the development of a downtown design plan.
Just a quick question. I can't recall the details of the design plan. What is it that's going to be designed?
So it was first envisioned as it was to be called a downtown master plan. There's it will include some design aspects where it'll actually encourage certain designs and discourage other kinds of designs, and so it's a design plan. Sue may still be in the building if you need a more detailed explanation than that, but there's a reason why in the initial planning portion, this is all in follow-up to the town plan item that you recall a year ago we did the parking study in order to collect data and sort of be the first step towards doing what we called at that time the downtown master plan. This is that next step, but it is now being called the downtown design plan because of the slight change in the intention of what the planning commission has authorized for that body of work.
And it has no connection with the people that came a few years ago and went around and looked at the whole town and did a whole presentation, and we're going to come back and...
No, don't even get me started on that. No.
That's over.
This has something totally... You don't even want to...
Okay, well...
Separate.
It's
Hopefully
totally separate.
this will be different.
Better, yes. This is totally different.
Look, I have a quick question too, because maybe I'm being dense. Design plan, you're not talking about anything that would involve artists.
No.
Okay, you're talking about architectural design?
Patrick may be able to speak to this in a way that I'm not able to. What I would say is...
Just curious.
Look at his face.
Don't put me in this one.
The planning commission's shift to this form of a downtown master plan is intended to have aesthetic impact, not just functional impact. But it would be a stretch to call it being about artists as opposed to incorporating aesthetic consideration into the downtown master.
Let me rephrase my question then. I guess, is there any potential as they move along, or will there be space, especially if we're talking about aesthetics, to include and engage artists in the area? Or is it not that? Maybe I don't understand what the plan
So
is. Maybe I need to revisit what it is.
Yeah, it's a planning effort about like the functions and appearance of downtown.
Oh, then that possibly could potentially work across sectors and include
It will actually
artists.
I don't know of any specific intent to reach out to artists as a separate entity.
Mm-hmm.
What I know is that this process includes a substantial amount of public engagement.
Okay.
There will be
That's
public
all
meetings
perfect.
and discussion of what ought to be in it, and then some public meetings to review what actually is in it.
Well, no, that's good. I just wanted
We
to
can
make
use
sure
those
that
public
there'd be some
meetings.
input
Yeah.
and maybe like
Sure.
if there's design and aesthetic involved,
Sure.
that then there would be a potential for community building and,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I
Great.
wonder if it might be sometime after budget time and early in an agenda, so she doesn't have to sit here all night. Ask you to come and sort of flesh it out a little bit
Sure.
for us, just to sort of refresh our.
An update on the
Yeah, well, just because we've started talking about housing and.
February. You'd like that on one of the February agendas?
Or maybe after town meeting.
After town meeting.
Yeah, just
Okay.
we need to pack it in.
Sure.
Yeah, just to get a sense that.
If I'm not wrong about this, this is the perfect time for the public to get involved in an issue like wanting to see more bike lanes, more openness to the river,
It's a
for
really good
instance,
idea.
and
Yeah.
what are our priorities in town, like,
Waterfront housing.
you know, parking versus walkways.
That's what
Yes.
these are for.
You know, so that's a good time to get involved, and that's why we'll try to.
Hopefully, that's part of what, so we can
Yeah.
find out.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And
great.
that's what
So
I'm
we'll
sure
try
it's
to let
all- it's
everybody
not
know
like
when that's happening, because that's part of
Yeah.
And it's
the shaping of the town.
It's overseen by the Planning Commission, so they will also be regularly considering it at their public meetings, but there will also be a variety of special meetings around this process. And we'll put it on an April agenda for you to get a full update from Sue.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Would anyone like to make a motion so we can accept and appropriate the grant?
I'll do another one. To accept and appropriate a municipal planning grant in the amount of $22,000 from the Vermont Department of Housing and Community Development Program for a downtown design plan.
We have a motion to accept and appropriate municipal planning grant for a downtown design plan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Next up is to accept and appropriate a grant from the Governor's Highway Safety Program.
Yes, it's for $31,850. It's for supplemental traffic enforcement for occupant protection and impaired driving and law enforcement support equipment. There's a memorandum in the backup materials for this evening from Captain Kerrigan at the Police Department that explains that in order to increase the flexibility of how these different aspects of this grant are administered, this year, instead of it coming directly from the state to the different local law enforcement agencies, for Windham County, it's coming through the Windham County Sheriff's Department. So the town is actually a sub-grantee in this case. The Highway Safety Program is granting a larger body of funds to the Sheriff's Department, and then the Sheriff's Department is granting $31,850 of that to the Brattleboro Police Department.
So we've gotten this before.
We have
It just
gotten this
hasn't come to the Sheriff's
annually, but it has traditionally come directly from the state rather than through the sheriff.
Right.
And we actually liked this arrangement better.
Oh, good. Does anyone have any comments or questions? Anyone have any comments or questions? Seeing none, would someone like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept and appropriate a Governor's Highway Safety Grant in the amount of $31,850 from Windham County Sheriff's Department.
We have a motion to accept and appropriate a Governor's Highway Safety Grant. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Our last item is to cancel the regular meeting on January 1st, and I think we just already went through all of that. So would anyone like to make a motion to adjourn?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carries 4-0, and we will be back on January 8th. Correct. So Happy New Year to everybody.
Yay. And where can I put my binders?
Oh, David, I need to tell you something.
I'm leaving them both
You want
here.
to store them here again?
Well, yeah, well, I can't take this with me, and I don't want it to. I have no
That's
more
fine.
space at my
We'll
house.
put it right back.
order at 5:30 something. They're both about the same time, 5:32. Any adjustments to the agenda?
Yeah, I just have one correction. So the next meeting date is January 2nd, 2019,
Yes,
not today.
not today. We're
Right.
going to double up and be done with it. That would have been easier.
Are we allowed to do that?
I don't know. We can do whatever we want.
Well, we have a lot of work to do in January.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so with that adjustment, we'll go on to approval of minutes of December 5th.
Right, I'll move to approve the minutes of December 5th.
I second that with one spelling correction.
Which is,
Imminent.
yeah. So the minutes of December 5th have been moved and seconded to be approved with one spelling correction. If there's no further discussion, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Public comment on items not on the agenda. We don't have any public here today, so I think we can move on from that to select board items. First item for discussion is the SEBED's appropriation.
So I need to confirm, we had the discussion, Sevitz was here.
Yep.
So they're wondering if the appropriation will be a line item in the budget, or do they need to go out with a petition?
My opinion is no, they don't.
Okay.
But I'm certainly open to further discussion about that if you or anybody else has any comment on it. I mean, it's still, it's still obviously open for discussion, as I said
On the
last
floor,
time.
yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
If somebody specifically complained about it, we wouldn't be required to take it out, but we would certainly, if there was a majority opinion on that, I think we would certainly listen to it. But I think that 3 years of having the same petition and the same discussion seems sufficient, and I think it's a worthwhile investment, and I think we all agree on that. So,
I agree with you too.
yeah.
So I will put it in the budget and we'll see what happens at town meeting.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Phase 3 sidewalk status.
So the sidewalk, as I mentioned before, it is gearing up. I will be setting up a meeting with the sidewalk committee, which is Pip. Steve, you're on that committee as well. Alice Mays, Corey Mack with RSG Engineering, and the new project manager, Peter Pochop, with the state. So, and Alyssa, I might have you in there too, but we'll do a teleconference. We do have a tentative schedule. It's going to go out to bid early January.
Good.
For spring construction. And I'm working on resident engineers. I have a list of 8 firms that, we have to choose like 3 to 4.
Is Pathways one of them?
Pathways will be on our list.
Yeah.
And then I'll choose 3 more. But I was going to discuss it with the sidewalk committee as well.
My recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but that we were very happy with Pathways. With
They
their
did
work before.
both
So
phases, correct?
I believe so, yes.
I know they did the second
Second,
phase.
for sure.
They definitely
Yes.
did the
Not sure
second
about the
one.
first.
Yeah, actually, I think they did. I don't remember actually. But we should certainly send them.
They're
We should
number
make them
one.
aware of it.
They're number 1 on my list
Okay.
already. So, but they will get a request for qualifications. So, from
Sounds
us.
good.
So that's moving forward. And anyone's invited to come to that meeting.
And do you have a sense of what the revised bid numbers look like?
They're
or
higher than what we originally.
by, I don't need exact numbers.
I think
mean,
it's like 200,000.
It's that much?
Mhm.
Wow, okay.
It's huge.
So, we may have already talked about this, but do we have a sense of where that's going to come from? Some of it will be increased grant money, but not all of it?
We have 2 grants.
Yeah,
We just secured a second grant, and
that's bicycle and pedestrian.
Yes.
Bicycle and pedestrian is one.
Yes.
And the
They're
other
both,
one
they're both, well, there's a,
related to-
yeah. There is another small grant, like 25,000.
Uh-huh.
So that's in there, as well as Landmark College,
Yeah.
the third
Yeah.
installment.
Yeah.
And then our match, which was 20%, 10%.
Right. Okay.
So I'm comfortable that we're covered
That
financially.
we're not gonna have to go way over.
I
our
don't
match.
see that
Yeah.
we are gonna be borrowing any money.
Okay.
So I think, I'm confident we're covered.
And if we go out early to bid, we may
Right.
do all right on bidding, and
Yes.
that would be good.
So it's getting exciting.
Good, yeah. That would be a good change.
Kyle Scrocky too will be part of that committee, because
Yeah.
he's with Landmark.
Yes,
So he'll get an invitation as well.
sounds good.
Okay?
Do you have a date yet, or?
I want to try to get it scheduled for next week, either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. That's school vacation, Steve.
Steve vacation too.
Yeah.
If you want me there, I won't be here Wednesday.
That's right.
Yeah, no, actually, I'll be visiting my dad.
Okay.
Don't do it next week. I have Thursday and Friday I have to work too.
Yeah. We'll try to pull
Landmark,
some.
yeah, interesting to see Landmark, people might be out there too.
Right.
Yeah, the
So I was
week
thinking
after- the
4
week after
o'clock.
might be better, but.
Yeah.
Let me know which day, and then I'll see.
Yeah, I'll coordinate
Yeah.
something.
Yep.
Okay?
Right, Kyle's on vacation that week too, so, because the whole place is closed.
All right. So maybe after the first of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes more sense.
Might be more successful in getting
Yeah.
it there.
Okay. All right.
Anything else on that?
No.
Okay. Dummerston Putney gravel pit status. We met, Aaron and I
Wednesday.
met last Wednesday with Hugh, again, who's the select board member who's really been the main contact over there.
Yeah.
Lee and Brian was not present, right? Or
No.
did he show up? No, he didn't
No,
show
'cause-
up, that's
no,
right, yeah.
And Lewis White.
Because Brian, 2 days before that, Brian's partner had a baby girl.
Yeah.
And everything went well, and they were happy. Last I talked to them, they were happy and healthy and home and so on.
Yeah.
So he's been a little busy.
And she's cute too. We saw pictures today, finally. So.
But, and then also, yes, Lewis White, who is also a select board member, newly returned to the select board, but has previous, so he was sort of being brought up to speed a little bit. Not huge changes. The one sort of big question for us is there's some debate about whether the existing permitting allows the access through, there's basically 2 separate pits that have been merged together. The original one, which was the SB pit, and the Renault pit was added later. And the way it looks is that we're probably going to want and need access through the SB pit in order to get to the Renault pit. And it's not 100% clear whether the Act 250 permits were written to allow for that. So we were having legal revisit that. We also worked on sort of the concept of merging 2 different spreadsheets that had been being worked on by Karen and Ryan and Hugh and Lee, and then trying to bring them together and see what that looked like. So we're just working through things. But
And I have pulled the spreadsheet together even further. I sat down with Brian today, explained it to him.
Yeah.
So he saw what we're doing. It makes more sense too now. I'll sit down with you.
A little streamlined, yeah.
Yes, and I want to talk to Hugh about it. But it looks good and it's consistent.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we were working on, was that there were, because of the expenses involved, there was the potential for sort of dips and spikes in how we would need to manage the finances of it. And so we were trying to figure out whether there were reasonable ways to at least somewhat level that out. So, you know, there will be some cyclical aspects to it, but we don't want it to do
Right.
this.
And it's not going to do that. The only time it will do that is every 5 years where there was the reclamation.
Which, right,
Yeah.
which will be a larger expenditure, but what we talked about was essentially
But it's
having
just a
reserve
little
funds to
increase, yeah.
sort of.
They are level now, and I also anticipated 10 years out of the carpenter pit.
Yeah,
So I've adjusted the spreadsheet. We need to sit down and take a look at it.
sounds good.
Hugh sent me an email, and I don't have it here because I forgot to print it off, but February 13th,
Is a proposed,
public
was a
hearing.
proposed public meeting day, a
Yeah.
hearing day.
He's locked in Dummerston School
Okay,
to have an informational public hearing.
okay.
So as we get closer to that, we will send out information and
Publicize that.
yes, yep,
And basically, the thought behind picking that day was to be close enough to, well, to allow us to get all the homework done appropriately, be close enough to town meeting day so that it would be fresh in people's minds for a vote on it, but allow enough time possibly to have a joint public meeting and then each of the towns maybe to have a meeting of their own the following week or something along those lines. So, so we're going to sort of play that by ear and see how it goes. But, so that's sort of what we're lining up right now. And once we, I mean, it won't be too much longer before we, roughly a month before we need to actually have the wording for the article. So we're sort of stepping through that and having legal advise us on that, et cetera.
and the purchase and sale was 90% complete.
Right, and we don't, the purchase and sale has not been agreed on yet, so that's not yet a public document.
Right.
So that's what we'll, basically until we have that in hand.
Right.
And we have the finances sort of figured out thoroughly, we can't really come up with an article because we don't know
Right.
exactly what everything looks like, so.
Sense.
So that's where we're at.
There was an article in the Commons about it last week.
I didn't see that.
I didn't see it either. We
It
didn't
was a
get
cover.
Yeah,
cover
I heard
piece.
it was in the,
La La Land.
I didn't see it.
Okay, audit update?
John Mudgett was here yesterday for a few hours, and he gathered some more information. He does have a draft audit at this point. He's going to plug in the new information and numbers, and we should see a draft version by the next meeting on January 2nd. So I will present that to you.
Do we have a deadline for needing to?
Yeah, because we have to.
It has to be printed in the town report, right?
Not in the town
Well,
report.
the approval of it,
Yeah, we do a little insert
Summary, yeah.
that it's ready
Right,
for the public. They can pick it up, it'll be
Right,
on the
right,
website. And I believe it's, the deadline was in January. Petitions. It's in here somewhere.
anyway. It's in January.
Anyways, it's in January,
Yeah, okay.
so.
And you're not anticipating that being an issue?
No,
Okay.
no.
Good. All right. Town managers report?
Oh, I do have one of those. I was trying to keep it. So we did have the annual community luncheon today, and we had quite a few people from the community, which was great. We're gonna do it again next year. And, but it was nice to see people come out and enjoy an hour or so.
Had good food and
It was good food.
nice
and-
crowd. Yeah, worked out well.
Yep.
And I think Alyssa and Kim were largely responsible for that. so
Well, I
thank
really
you.
want to thank my administrative assistant, Alyssa Harlow, because without you, she like.
Wouldn't have happened.
She organized, she coordinated, she set up, she broke down, and she's
I
been
rolled
wonderful.
last night.
Yeah, she cooked my meatballs for me.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm like, so she did a wonderful job, and I just want to say thank you very much. She was a great influence on making this work.
Good.
So, and
And there's still cookies.
yes. Yes. So I want to mention too, the office is closed on December 25th, which is Tuesday next week. Town clerk will be on vacation all week. So from December 24th to January 2nd, he is on vacation. The assistant town clerk is not in on Mondays.
Okay.
So the 24th and December 31st, the town clerk's office will not be open.
And the 25th it will not be.
Right, and the
Sort
first.
of needless. to
Right,
spring,
right.
Yes.
But I'm just saying that Monday, there will
The
not be
two
a town,
Mondays, there won't be
no town
town
clerk.
clerk functions.
Um,
And otherwise, she'll have fairly regular hours, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, is that right?
What'll happen, she will cover Jonathan's hours.
Okay.
So she'll be open till 7 PM on Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, she'll.
And is this posted or not? We might want to post it. They just might want to post it in the next day
Yeah,
or two
yeah.
so that people have a little bit of a heads up.
Yeah, I'll mention that. And then my administrative assistant will be out on Monday and Wednesday, so she'll be out 3 days.
Good.
So at this point, on the 24th, I'm gonna close the office that Monday.
For the whole day?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah,
Sounds reasonable.
so, I mean, I don't believe there's gonna be much business.
No, I wouldn't think
And
so.
then December 31st,
Same thing.
no, I'm gonna think that one through.
At least be here for.
Yes, yeah. So,
Somebody needs to do something before that.
we have a meeting that week, guys, come on. But, so the December 24th, the office will be closed. And I talked to Brian too, and as long as his guys have their work done,
They'll take the 24th off as well.
yeah,
Okay.
or at least work a half day.
Sounds good.
All right. I just wanted to inform the board
Okay.
and the public. So the next 2 weeks will be a priority for me. Be working on the draft budget, trying to get that, 95% complete for review on the 2nd. So I hope to get it to you sooner than later. Maybe give it to you on a Friday. You can review it over the weekend, something like that. But we still have time for that because by the end of January, we should approve and adopt.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
We are getting closer.
Yeah. What's our deadline for town report publishing?
Town report has to be to the printer. It's usually a 2-week turnaround. So for the town clerk to have the town report done, they should have it in as second week of February, no later.
Or, yeah, I mean, we should certainly,
Yeah.
if we can be done with our part of it by the end of January, basically, I
Right.
think that would be,
Because town reports have to be out to the community by February 23rd.
10 days, right?
Yeah.
and it takes some doing. So
Right.
I think we should plan on finishing anything we need to finish on the 30th if it's not,
Mhm.
if it's not.
And if we have to have an extra meeting in there,
16.
we.
Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have 3 then.
We have,
Three
exactly.
that month
We have the
anyway,
2nd, the
so
16th,
it
the 30th,
works
so it
it out.
should be
Yeah.
fine.
Yep.
But,
So I'm gonna
Yeah,
tighten it
so-
up and that way, we'll have to discuss, line items and then we'll see what happens.
sounds good.
It's your usual stuff, your insurances and, salaries
Yeah.
that are increased, but, new truck, something like that. But
Mhm.
most of the stuff will be level funded like it is every year. And we will have to discuss the appropriations, how we're gonna,
Break those out.
yeah, especially the top tier.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
I did get a verbal, 2 candidates for Citizen of the Year. I asked to have them in writing.
I think I've heard that as well. So.
But I'll give it a little more time.
Yeah.
Because
Sounds good.
again, we don't really need to do anything with that until January.
Actual tech meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Also, I mean, Citizen of the Year is one thing. But dedication is the other thing.
Yeah, and I'll
We should-
remind you of that as well.
And we've talked about that a little bit,
Mhm.
that sometimes that clarifies itself at the last moment, so.
Right.
So we'll keep talking about that.
Okay. And
All
that
you
is-
got?
That's all I have.
Sounds good. Warrants?
Yeah, I'll move to approve and execute the warrants upon review.
Second that?
It's been moved and seconded to approve and execute the warrants upon review as presented. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated December 14th, 2018, in the amount of $9,027.09. That includes the library. Payroll warrant dated December 21st, 2018, in the amount of $6,524.61.
The public hearing, both towns are invited to that one, I take it. That's the
Yes.
the overall one.
Yeah, joint.
Mhm.
Joint meeting.
Just out of interest, why do we have people on here who have 0 and 0?
Want me to explain?
Sure.
So I was going over the payroll information that was input on people's individual payroll records and found that there was some incorrectly entered tax deductions taken from fringe benefits and a few from somebody's actual deductions for their health insurance. So in order to fix that, I had Lori come in from NIMRIC and we did a negative amount towards a check for them, which would result in a refund of the taxes that they had paid. Hence, a second check. So there should be 3 there. There should be the regular week, the one with the amount of the taxes that they're getting back, and then a 0 one. Not really sure why there's a 0 one.
Yeah, it's just
She explained it to
just to
me.
reconcile it
Yeah,
somehow.
yeah.
Okay,
Something.
yeah.
How'd you catch that?
Well,
Eagle eyes.
no, she's done a really good job about cleaning up the benefits in payroll. So you have the fringes and then you have what the employee pays.
Right.
And because it's a new calendar year and we're already paying for January's bill, so she went in and
Sort
made
of had to
sure
clean up the last year.
That everybody's working right, yeah.
Yep, and she found a lot, well, not a lot, but there were several things. And one employee had been paying for a spouse since 2010, and on the dental, and they weren't even married any longer. So it never got changed in the system. And it's important to do it on an annual basis.
Right.
And remember I spoke to you about the dental going to a calendar year?
Yeah.
We figured it out, it was gonna be $172 more. Not $1,000, it was $172 a year
To
to
have
make
it.
that change from July 1st to January. So now
and
everything's
so it's been
calendar
streamlined.
year.
So I don't have to remember to do it
Right,
this time of year for these 2 things, but then I gotta do it again in
The rest of
June
the time,
for,
right.
yeah. So,
And she put a whole packet together for people to check off what they want, if they're making changes, and it's clean, it's efficient. She streamlined it a lot.
Sounds good.
Good. She did a lot of work cleaning it up.
Good.
So,
Thank you.
Accounts payable, December 7th through December 21st, $101,022.79. In here, there's 2 bills, one for Blue Cross Blue Shield and the other one is BLCT passive. And between the 2 of them, it's almost $40,000. And then there's Cargill, we're starting to pay for our salt. So that was a high invoice too, but everything else is just general. So,
Cost of living.
Good
Yeah.
to get that salt from out. We might need it.
and the minimum wage is going up, by the way, January 1st to $10.78.
What does that affect? Library? What does,
It does, I don't, well, pool for one,
yeah,
you know.
probably not anybody at the library, I wouldn't think.
No, and I don't think any of the on-call firefighters either. Although there was one we had to bump up. So,
Okay. What's it going to? 10?
$10.78. But you're right, the cost of living, Josh. So, yeah.
You didn't get it cheaper, that's for sure.
No.
Is that the last payment to rescue?
No, rescue's on a fiscal year.
Yeah.
As is the sheriff's department.
That's right.
Putney Community Cares is that's just their annual disbursement for the
Right.
social services. Yeah.
Did you say that you changed water services?
Changed what?
Did I just hear you say that?
For this water in
For the,
Oh.
No, Pepsi's doing away with their water.
oh,
Yeah, so we will be looking for
I'll check with the school. I don't remember who they use.
another
Vermont.
vendor.
Is that
That's-
Vermont Spring, or
I
whatever
think that's
that
what they
is.
use.
Mm.
Yeah.
when is that supposed to be happening?
I don't know yet. I'll have to talk to my son-in-law about that, but
See the water guy.
They haven't let us know
yeah, he
themselves,
manages
so I would say
sewer and the
not
water.
right away.
Betsy.
I mean, you'd think that they would tell us.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now we only heard it word of mouth.
Right.
We haven't actually heard from them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Other business, we just have a letter of resignation for Tom Nelson from the Energy Committee. And just like to thank Tom for his work on the Energy Committee. I know it was a short period of time for him, but sounds like he wasn't, his letter says it wasn't what he had expected, and but that he would be willing to be helpful in the future if he could be. So, thank you for your time. And otherwise, do we need an executive session? I don't believe so. Do we?
No, we do not.
Okay. So as Karen already stated, but to reiterate, our next meeting will be January 2nd, 2019. And otherwise, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Bye.
Aye.
Aye.
That may be the fastest meeting.
All right, let's get started. Welcome, everybody. Please rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, sir. Additions to the agenda, I have 2 tonight. Governor Hunt House discussion with the Village Center Group, which we will add to old business, and an executive session that we will also add to old business.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to add the Governor Hunt House and an executive session to old business. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, great. We will make the executive session last, that way nobody has to sit through it. How about that?
That's good.
All right. I have no remarks, and we have guests from BCTV. Come on up, guys.
Jim, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
So all of you got this letter in your packet from BCTV that kind of outlines what they're here for us to listen to and for them to talk about.
Thanks. I'm Jim Brazino. I'm a board member, board treasurer for BCTV, and of course, you all probably know Core, our executive director and the person that really makes it all happen. And thanks for putting us on the agenda and for the excellent letter you submitted to the FCC on our behalf. Really, the purpose of our visit is to give you some more information about recent law changes and changes in the way people are actually watching TV these days and how they're affecting BCTV's funding, mostly, unfortunately, for the negative. And the, as you may or may not know, we're funded primarily through an FCC Act of 1984 that takes a percentage of cable revenues, and basically some of that percentage goes to public access channels like BCTV all across the country. And that really is how public access television has been funded since 1984, I guess. And BCTV was actually the first public access station in Vermont, so we have a very rich history. And I'm going to let Core sort of explain the details.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. And I apologize for my appearance. I had an ice skating accident on Sunday and broke my nose, and there you go.
And she's still here.
But Band-Aids are on, and I told Janice, please don't zoom in.
That's commitment.
Anyway, I think you all know that we do have a long history with Vernon, which Vernon was added to BCTV's territory in 1998 under Warner Cable. And you'll remember that your town staff used to actually make this video go live right from that camera by turning it on in the room, and that would go live on our channels, and that went for years. In 2011, we started to provide staff coverage of your select board meetings and your town meeting. And we have had a lot of participation from Vernon residents on BCTV through the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizen Advisory Panel, Handicap Public Service Board hearings, the school board, Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union, the Act 46 committees, BUHS School Board, and the Planning Commission hearings about various proposals. So we have seen a lot of Vernon on BCTV, and that is not only through our government access, but also through public access, which means local residents can come to our station, they can learn how to use a camera, they can check it out, create programming, and cover events that they think Vernon residents would like to see. Hyper-local programming, that's kind of called. Those can be about the Vernon Community Visit Day, about the Black Gum Swamp, candidate forums. We had a show, Safe Store Matters, about the plant. So basically BCTV is your local channel. Jim referred to something else about how viewers are changing how they watch. I do want to say that Vernon residents do watch quite a bit online. Every one of your programs gets between 25 and 125 views on your meetings, and on your representative town meeting, 200 views. So if you picture that many more people right in your room, that's a lot more citizen engagement that you're getting because of having your videos available on cable and online.
So there's really, so as I mentioned, the way public access has been funded over the last, since 1984, is through this, basically a small percentage of cable television fees. There's two things sort of happening at the same time. Leading up to, so over the last year, I'd say, it's been happening across the country more quickly, but started here recently. There's just been cord cutting. So cord cutting is one thing that's happening. Cord cutting is when people start watching TV using Amazon Prime and Hulu and basically internet services rather than cable. So cord cutting is just stopping using cable. So we've started to see some decline in our revenues due to just due to cord cutting. And then about, 3 months ago, the FCC has proposed a rules change that would basically, without getting into too much detail, allow the cable companies to stop paying for it. And that would literally, if that sort of went through as scheduled as some of the FCC members would like to have it happen, pretty much in one day next summer, all cable access is going to be gone, or public access. So it's, that's a sort of worst case scenario. We don't know how it's all going to play out. Things that we do know, people are cord cutting, so revenues are going down. And depending on a lot of government things that have nothing to do with us in Washington, D.C., we may see a drastic decrease, we may see a small decrease, or we may go away altogether. I don't know. But that's sort of next summer. But even in the short term, cord cutting has really decreased our budget by about 10% this year, just in revenues that we were getting in the past. So we've already seen a 10% decrease. We'll probably continue to see decreases going forward.
So the reason that we're here is to explain that, which we did explain in the letter, but just to, make it so that you could ask questions, but also to say that because of this, we've been proud actually to not have been here asking for funding year after year. These have been your local cable subscriber fees have gone to supporting BCTV, and in that way Vernon residents have supported BCTV, and in exchange you have gotten this coverage. But at this point, because of what Jim just outlined, and this FCC rulemaking is likely to go through regardless of how many comments that we submitted, just because of the politics, that we are going to our towns and now asking for support for the service that we provide. And for Vernon, at a rate of 85 cents per person, that comes up to $1,300 for the upcoming fiscal year. Again, as Jim says, we are seeing a gap. Is that what I said 18. In the 18 in the letter? Okay. All right. I think it might be 13. Let me get back to you on that.
85. It's 85 cents per individual. Is it household or person?
I calculated by person.
Okay.
But you're right. Let me just check the letter. And 1,800, you're right. Sorry about that. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, and I understand that your policy is that charitable contributions go through a petitioning process. And that then it goes to town meeting and people can vote on it there. I understand that. It is likely that what we are providing is what we're trying to say. It's more like a service, more like a contracted fee-for-service model that we're going to be going to. And so that's a little different than a charitable organization asking for support. And most towns that we've been to are rolling this into an administrative budget under communications. And so obviously your decision, but the reason we're here tonight is just to make sure that your residents and that you know that this service could go away, and that your support is, and it's going to be dependent on your support, whether it does or not. And we have the opportunity for you to ask any questions you have.
Anything?
Nope.
Ladies?
So if we voted this, will this keep you going if the naysayers win for next summer?
We think that we can keep going for another year if this is approved by all the towns. At that point, we would know what the decision is at the federal level and how that's going to shake out on the local level. I didn't want to come here and say, we're just going to assume this and, take a stab at giving you what is the full cost of the service. So this is still a subsidized cost. And I feel like that's the right thing to do at this point, and the fair thing to do at this point. But realistically, we're not going to be able to pull together a petition as a charitable organization in this time frame. But I have to let you and the residents know that may result in our services not being available.
Also, I think that, there's a lot of different scenarios that could play out because we could, right now BCTV provides a lot of different services. So residents, anybody within the towns that we work with, residents can go and take classes and learn how to use cameras and make shows and do all these things. So one potential scenario, should the FCC money go away, as Cor said, 200 views just of the Vernon town meetings, right? So that's, as she said, like having extra. So one potential scenario is towns continue to pay for the service of BCTV doing these recordings, but the rest of the services go away. So really we're practically a skeleton organization whose only role in the world is recording meetings, which is one thing that might happen if the towns want meetings recorded, and I think it's a very valuable service. That's one scenario. So we really don't know. But I think as these funds stay available to record town meetings, at a minimum, we'll be able to continue to deliver town meetings. I mean, we can't ask you to put money into a budget that we then don't deliver on, right? What we're here saying is we provide a service to the community, at least for that piece. And then we're going to have to figure out how we do the rest, right? And it's a challenging time.
Jean, questions?
No.
So the only thing that I'll say to it is I think you do fall under our policy of needing to petition and go out to town meeting. And the only reason I say that is, Jim and I had a conversation earlier this week, and I understand where you're coming from, that you are a service provider, but so is everybody else that comes to us. So is the Visiting Nurses Association. They provide a service to those folks in town that need their service. So are every other nonprofit that comes to us. They provide some sort of service to a certain number of residents in the town of Vernon. That's my feeling, is that it kind of falls underneath the same policy, our policy to not do anything without a petition.
And when are the petitions due?
You know that better than me.
January 17th.
Thank you.
There you go. That's my feeling. You've heard what they have to say. What's your feeling on that policy? Are we going against our policy if approving something like this? Obviously, it's a small dollar figure. It's not huge money, but my concern is breaking a policy that we set forth because of an extenuating circumstance. But what happens when the next person comes in with an extenuating circumstance, and the next person, until we're back to where we were? So.
May I ask a question about that?
You can at the end of the meeting during public participation on agenda items.
It's of Core and Jim, and they won't be here. It's just it's information that might help us, the people who might be signing the petitions. That's why I want to ask. It's just a number. I want an answer to a number. How many? You're asking for $1,800. How much, if we were to just pay you by view, like 24 select board meetings and a town meeting, 25 meetings, how much per event is that?
We would be asking $3,500.
That, okay, but you didn't ask per event?
No, I just mean for the select board meetings and the town meeting.
Okay, so
Our total cost actually is $3,500.
Okay, so it is a bargain.
It is subsidized, that's correct.
Thank you.
May I speak?
apparently everybody's going to,
Right,
regardless
thank
of what
you.
I want to do.
No, well, this is a town meeting, and I would hope that people be allowed to speak.
And
to
there's a
something
time for public
as-
participation at the end on agenda items only, but go ahead.
Okay, well, I'd like to correct something that you said. This is not a service like the visiting nurses that is being provided to people in town. This is a service that is being provided directly to the town. There's a person standing here filming this, okay? And so this is really a decision to say, does the town want to continue to have this service or not? And if they want to have this service provided directly to the town, do they want to pay for it? This is not the only nonprofit organization that the town would be paying, okay? The town contracts with at least 3 other nonprofit organizations that do not have to petition.
And those are?
And those are, number 1, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, for which we get services directly to the town, and we pay them, and they are a nonprofit organization.
And it's a fee.
It's a fee, okay,
Mhm.
but we pay a
They're
nonprofit.
they're not asking for a donation, it's a fee.
This is not an ask for a donation either. This is a request for a fee.
Okay.
And by the way, full disclosure, I'm a former board member, but I'm speaking as a citizen of Vernon. Number 2, we pay Rescue Inc., which is a nonprofit organization, the sum of $51,422 for services provided not even directly to the town, but to members of the public in Vernon, just like the Visiting Nurses Association do. And number 3, we pay the Vernon Historians for certain services, which is a nonprofit organization. So I don't think you can resort to the policy here, because this is not a request for a charitable donation. This is a request for a fee for a service to be provided. If you decide you don't want that service, then you should put it on the agenda again and decide whether you want to continue this service or not. And I think there would be a pretty good debate about that. Thank you.
I disagree that both of those first 2 that you mentioned are fees. They're not a donation to a charitable organization, and the Vernon Historians are exempt from our policy, written into the policy as an exemption to it, as an organization within town. So I understand what you're saying, but I think the policy still stands in this instance. But that's my opinion, and I'm one of 5. Well, 4 tonight.
I mean, it would be a shame to lose it. I know that a lot of our residents do watch it.
You actually have high views for towns.
Yeah, and I'm not debating that it's a service that we should probably keep. I'm debating the policy. Are we breaking our own policy by not asking them to do a petition? Because who was in here a couple weeks ago? BDCC, and made a request, and we said, and they provide services to the town. They could say this is a fee for your services to the town, just as easily as BCTV
But
could
would
say.
we hold a
it's fee.
contract with them at the end of it? With the BDC, would there be a signed contract that this is what we're getting for?
Oh, I'm sure they can make one up fast enough.
But
if
I'm
they put a fee
questioning
to
if,
it.
if that constitutes a difference.
Yeah.
If we are contracting with them and this is the dollar amount, is that different from the BDC where they just want some money and then they're willing to help the residents when they are approached?
That would make a difference, I think, if we were contracted, yeah. Because then it would be outside of the realm of the policy, because the policy is a donation, it's not a contracted fee. But as it sits right now, to me, it's a donation, until I have a contract with a fee in front of me that says, for this fee, you get this service for 2019, or whatever the case may be, or whatever your fiscal year runs, if that's what you're.
The fiscal year coming up, FY20.
Okay, are you calendar or are you July?
We're July.
Okay, so for the fiscal year of, 1920, then I agree.
I mean, would it be easier to do away with the petition side of it and having to go through all that if you did do that? And you outlined, this is what you're getting for your $1,800, this is, and then we have something to fall back on?
Yes, we'd be willing to do that.
Yeah.
And
Probably be cleaner, wouldn't it?
Again, this is sort of an interim year while we're waiting to see what happens with our cable revenue funding. You know, the price that we're quoting right now is, again, not the cost of what we're doing, but it's sort of, we're trying to bridge a year when we've got a squeeze on our cable revenues, but we're not quite at the cliff. So yes, we could do a 1-year contract.
That would make me feel better that we are not going outside of our policy, because, you know, we get these letters all the time from agencies wanting a donation, and, you know, every one of them could call it a fee if they wanted to call it a fee because they provide some sort of service to our residents. But if we have a contract in place with you guys that says this is what, you know, you're receiving, just like we have, to Martin's point, with like rescue and everybody else, we have a contract that says these are your, you know, this is the result of the money that you're giving us, then I would be much more, personally, I would feel better that we are staying within our policy. So if you guys are willing to do that, I don't have a problem with that.
We would restrict it to the governmental access, just to the meetings.
That's fine. So, is that okay with everybody? Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, I thought that our policy really just was dealing with human services.
I do too.
Which I don't really consider that under that category.
It doesn't specify human services, though. It's nonprofit agencies.
It just says, nonprofits, not human services.
So.
Yeah, so, but anyways, the contract would work for me.
Yep. I just want to keep us inside the policy, and, you know, that's my whole goal, and that's the reason I was emailing you and you know, trying to work through in my head, because obviously I think it's a valuable service that you guys provide, and I want to keep it. And I know our views are
They're actually really
significant for a small town as we are.
Yes, they really are.
Because our meetings are super exciting. And
yes, they are.
So
well, it's the good-looking people at the table that bring in the views.
Thanks, Jim.
He looked right at me.
You're new. You don't count yet. If the views go up over the next year,
all right,
then we'll
fair.
say it's you.
That's fair.
But for now, it's me. But all right, if everybody's in agreement with that, we can move forward. Yes, yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So bring us a contract, and from the sounds of it, you will have it signed shortly thereafter, and have you in our budget. So in our budget meeting, which is directly after this meeting, we should probably put a temporary line item in there, knowing that this contract is coming. Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, guys.
I'll reach
appreciate
out
it.
to you this week.
Okay, great.
All right, open public comments, non-agenda items. Seeing none. Department and committee reports, we don't have any. Approval of regular meeting minutes of December 4th.
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the minutes of December 4th as printed.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the meeting minutes from December 4th as printed. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Budget meeting minutes of December 5th, please.
I move that we accept the budget meeting minutes of December 5th as written.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the budget meeting minutes of December 5th as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Bills and warrants.
Okay, I move that we approve payment of the following warrant. 12T, accounts payable, $101,347.50. 49S payroll, $8,371.50. $2,202.17, and 50S payroll, $8,349.76.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed. Tyler Cemetery deed buyback. You guys have a sheet in your packet that you got when you sat down for Rockwood. So what is the total amount of the buyback? Is it 200?
$200.
Okay.
And if you could include that in your motion to approve our treasurer to issue a check that for Tim's request.
So we authorize the buyback for the sum of $200
To the Rockwoods.
to the Rockwoods, Kirk and Brenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the buyback of cemetery deed for Kirk and Brenda Rockwood. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay. Connecticut River Joint Commission Local Rivers Subcommittee. There's got to be an acronym in there somewhere. So we are looking to appoint Andy White to that subcommittee. I think he's already on the Connecticut River Joint Commission, but this is a subcommittee of that commission that we would like him to be involved with. So I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay, who won?
Gene, you can have it. I'm in the holiday spirit.
Wow.
You can
I'll
sit-
second it.
Boy, look at us working together just like people. So moved and seconded to appoint Andy White to the Connecticut River Joint Commission Local River Subcommittee. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay.
You need to sign for that one.
How much titles? Oh, all of it?
Just three of you.
Go ahead, Gene. Just because you get an mouth, you don't get to sign it.
I'm not held responsible for anything.
That's true. So, appointment of Shannon Conley to the rec board.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Shannon Conley to the recreation board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Great. Approval of flood hazard area permit, instructions, and application. So as we may recall, we appointed Tim to be the keeper of flood hazard areas. And he accepted. So we have this wonderful little permit that folks need to come fill out to make sure that they are not building in a flood hazard area.
And do we need to re-adopt the regulations?
No.
Okay.
No, I just put them in as reference because that's what these were drawn off of.
Because that was done, was that 2001? 2010? I knew there was one in there.
I move we approve the flood hazard area permit instructions and application.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve the flood hazard area permit instructions and application. All of us in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, siren discussion. So we started talking about our warning sirens at a meeting however long ago. So I reached out to Dave, our emergency management director, and he also reached out to Todd Capon, our fire chief, to have this discussion. The emergency management committee, probably 6-8 years ago, well, not that long ago, probably 4 years ago, decided to maintain the sirens, and the select board at the time decided to take on that expense. as of right now, we haven't had any expense for those sirens, but we do have a contract with Southwest Mutual for $2,400 a year, and we budget that $2,400 a year. We've never actually spent that $2,400 a year because they haven't done anything. They haven't come replace batteries. They haven't done anything that their contract says. Maybe because it's not needed. I don't know the answer to that. So when we talked at our last budget meeting, we said, why do we keep putting this $2,400 in here for sirens, and do we need them? So long story short is Dave and Todd are in agreement that they're not needed any longer. With Vermont Alert and all the other ways that you can get the hazard, warning coming out to you that the sirens are just not necessary anymore. So that we have 3 sirens in the town of Vernon. We have one that sits on the Vermont Yankee property. We have one that sits at the firehouse, which is a dual-purpose siren. It's a hazard siren and also a fire siren. So we have control of that siren for the fire side. And there's also a siren at the recreation department. So if we decide to stop funding this contract, we have no financial recourse or anything for the contract. The contract just goes away. We don't have to pay them anything. There's no contract fee to cancel the contract. We just say we don't want the service anymore. Also discussed by Dave and Todd that they feel that the sirens should be removed at some point if they're not being used. With the exception of the firehouse, because we have control of it for a fire siren, we kind of thinking about keeping that one up, right, Todd? You can come up here and talk to us if you want. You were part of this whole discussion. Since you're sitting here, I just saw you out of the corner of my eye. So it was thought that keeping that siren at the fire department was probably your best course of action, just because we do have some control over it.
Right, because the controls were at the firehouse years ago before we got the OC, and it all went up there.
Yeah.
We haven't used the actual fire siren for fire calls in, God, maybe 10, 15 plus years. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not something that we rely on.
Yeah.
So, depending on where's the upkeep for that one siren going to come from if we keep it?
Yeah. But it was your guys' kind of determination to keep
Right.
that one? Okay, so that leaves us with the removal of the other 2 sirens. So everybody that's listening to this meeting from North Star, please close your ears. The one that sits at Vermont Yankee I'm not gonna worry about. I'm gonna ask them to make it go away. So it doesn't cost the town anything. The one at the recreation department will need to budget. I don't want to do it in this budget year, but we'll need to budget the removal of that siren. And I talked to Dave about pushing it out to the following budget year, and he thought that was okay based on the condition. Right now, he went and took a picture of it. The thing's not rusted and is going to fall down. So I think we're looking at 2 budget seasons out before we need to plan for the removal of that particular siren.
What's it actually going to cost to remove them?
I can't imagine it's going to be a whole heck of a lot. I have to imagine it's going to be very similar to the removal of the light post that we did at the recreation department, because the height's about the same, the structure's about the same. I want to say that was maybe $2,000 or $3,000 for the removal, and they removed all the light posts. So I'm guessing maybe $1,000, but that's why I want to, go down the line a little bit. We got to go through our bid process and that kind of thing. And I think it's just too tight to get it into this budget, and the next budget year is probably where it should go. So that's that. What are everyone's thoughts on stopping maintaining the sirens and removing them?
Sounds good.
I also would agree with that, but, so who actually owns the sirens that we end up responsible for removing them?
The town does.
The town does own them?
when Vermont Yankee closed, they offered the sirens to all the towns that they were in. And when we said they're ours, or we
Yeah.
want them, they became our property to maintain
Okay.
and our problem, essentially.
Okay.
So, like I said, the one at the VY site, I'm gonna make go away in the decommissioning, hopefully, without any expense to the town. I'm sure it's not gonna be an issue.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep the one at the firehouse, so we will have to, you know, have an understanding of what, you know, you guys may even have maintenance records for that one anyway.
I don't think so.
But if it's never been maintained, you guys don't need a battery for the fire siren side, correct?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Don't know, okay. So I'm
What's your
guessing,
reasoning for wanting to keep it?
I was just thinking as far as like, you know, rural disaster, but yeah, like we were talking, social media, Vermont Alert, you know.
yeah. Dave seemed to be championing the keeping it when I was talking to him, and I don't know if it's just his state of Vermont emergency management, just have something, if we have it, keep it, and it's not,
I mean,
you know,
I don't
I don't
foresee
know.
us ever going back to using the siren for fire calls.
Yeah.
You know. And then we discussed that, you know, it hasn't gone off and.
I just
How
don't
long?
see any point in maintaining something that's just sitting there
Yeah.
waiting to rust apart.
So we can talk about budgeting its removal too, because I
I
don't.
mean, either way to me, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
You know, I mean, if it's just, you know, gonna be cost effective, you know.
In long term, it's gonna be cost effective to get rid of it.
Right.
But if there's some reason to keep it, and that's why I look to Dave and you to bring us some intelligence in that, and that was the only one that he said maybe we should keep. But if you don't foresee utilizing it, then.
I mean, I think Vermont Alert's, you know, the biggest alerting for Vernon.
Yeah.
You know, social media seems like that gets out a lot quicker.
Yes.
And if the siren does go off, you're going, oh, what the heck's that noise?
Yeah.
You know, so I mean.
It's been so long since they were tested, probably people would freak out if we tested them.
Right. Yeah.
So. But.
I mean, either way, I mean, it doesn't really, the siren doesn't affect the running of the fire department per se.
Okay, so, you know, maybe we budget the removal of both, but if everybody's happy with nixing this contract and, you know, looking at the removal two budget seasons from now, then let's do that. And we probably should make a motion to that effect, because we made a motion to keep them and sign the contract originally. So we should probably make a motion to step out of that contract and stop maintaining the sirens.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded to discontinue the contract with Southwest Mutual for our sirens. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Great. So that's done. So we'll just have to keep in mind, which I'm sure Dave will remind us as well, for the next budget season of removal costs. We can put that out to bid. Setting the date of the January regular meeting. Our January regular meeting starts, would be January 1st. So if we don't want to have a meeting on a holiday, then we need to change the date.
I'm fine with the date.
You're fine with doing it on the 1st?
I don't care.
I don't care either, so.
You care?
Really?
You care? Okay.
Okay, no, that's fine.
We could have meetings on Thanksgiving, I don't care. So.
I would care about that.
Wow. Yeah, hopefully I won't forget.
So we want to leave it the 1st?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Well,
Do we get
no,
double
the
time?
issue also comes in being able to review the warrants before the meeting.
Oh, right.
Because you got all these holidays going on.
I'm guessing BCTV probably won't be.
Yeah.
Just,
You know, the warrants are available Thursday afternoon, and then
Yep.
you can't, basically, they're not available until
The meeting.
the meeting.
Well, the holiday's the 1st, which is what's that day? Is it
Monday,
Tuesday?
Tuesday.
So what makes it any different?
My office
Well,
is closed on Monday.
Because she's closed, yeah.
Oh, you're closed on New Year's Eve, right? Yes, Tim and I both are.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
So maybe we should go to Wednesday then. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter to me either. 2nd?
Sure.
Sounds great. January 2nd it is.
Okay.
What did you just do?
The meeting is January 2nd.
January 2nd.
Okay. On old business, South School historian lease.
Getting to be real old.
So, we've been back and forth. Come on up, whoever is here to represent Heather. Come on up. We've been back and forth with this a handful of times. We had a version that was done that got sent to the historians. Historians' lawyer looked at it, kicked it back with a few changes. We have not had another version since then with the changes. We have a marked up version. We have the version that was approved by our lawyer, a marked up version, and that's where we stand. Right? We got so many contracts with this thing that I
We
don't
changed it. Historians sent us something. We sent them our attorneys. I don't have an editable copy of anything that historians sent, so we're getting mailed hard copies of everything. So we received a hard copy. I sent them our attorneys' suggestions. They sent us another copy, which you all have in your packets, and our attorney has made additional comments on that copy now.
Okay,
So
so we only have one good copy that coming from our lawyer.
Yes, we have one good copy coming from our attorney. I did make copies of that for you today.
Okay, so.
Went back to, that was from September, I believe, this last one.
But it was looked at once. That copy was looked at once by the historian's lawyer. We made changes, and now there's additional changes, right? I seem to been going through like 3 sets of changes.
No, we're on like number 6
Yeah,
now.
but the one copy that we have right now from our lawyer that our lawyer did had the first set of changes that came from the historians in it, and
It did not come from the historians. It was after speaking to the historian's attorney.
Yes.
I believe that he made some of these changes, but the historians had not been part of that conversation. That was when we first said, why don't you two attorneys get together and figure something out and then go to the historians.
which didn't happen.
Which did not happen, so.
Okay. So here's.
We're still in the same.
So here's my suggestion to the select board. The copy that we have that we're referring to right now, that has been vetted between both attorneys before additional changes got involved, is it. We don't spend any more money, we don't spend any more time, we don't spend any more effort. It's a take it or leave it with the lease that is out there right now, that we have. And if you don't take it, you don't open this summer. We remove the grounds maintenance budget because you don't need new plants and you don't need new mulch if you're not gonna be open. And that's my feeling at this point.
I just want to say something. I don't know that their attorney agreed with this lease. That I do not know. I know that they discussed it, but I don't know if their attorney okayed it or not. I don't know where the changes came from, if they came from the historians or the historian's attorney. But this is the last one from our attorney that was approved. With changes from the historians, with some requested changes. It was like the third one.
We started this in what, June?
Yes.
However, we don't have copies of that lease.
This, you got copies of these back
Back
in
in
September.
September.
This is the one that you got in September.
Oh, that's the town's one.
Yes, this is the last one that our attorney okayed. That's what this one is.
We don't have an
So
okayed
you
one
don't
from our attorney outside of that one from September is the newest okayed from the town attorney.
Right, these are the ones that the
But,
historians
so
okayed.
what the historians have done, you're just throwing that out now.
With the second one the historian sent, I did include in your packets the comments from the attorney, so it does need to be done again.
Yes.
Or it doesn't have to, that's up to you.
Our understanding was that the two attorneys talked and the town attorney told our attorney to draw one up. He didn't want to do it. She asked if he wanted to, and so she wrote it up. And it came to you, I believe, or maybe it went to him. I don't.
It did not. That's where, that was the agreement. It was supposed to get drawn up, go to him so that they could
The
do it,
historian's
and he
attorney
sent it
has
back.
never contacted our attorney.
No, after that initial.
With the revised lease.
They have not.
Okay, well, we got back some suggestions and we agreed to, I thought it was the attorney.
From the town attorney, what we sent with suggestions, and there was 2 areas, the whereas, which we asked to leave in, and then
Which had the history.
the history. And we were asking him why, the majority wanted to know why there was a section removed. It would be number 17, and current 17.
And do you guys have this, according to, and our attorney has some significant issues with that, so I brought it back to the select board. So after you revised it and sent it back, it went back to the attorney again. And
Okay.
he has provided the select board with more comments on your new revisions, specifically addressing paragraph 17 and the whereases.
Okay.
So those were the changes that you had made above and beyond his comments, so he had more comments, issues with your newly revised one. So we have 2 that the historians, two versions the historians have presented, and which are different than the last one our attorney has approved. So in your hand, our attorney has approved none of them. Does that make sense? There has been a lot of them back and forth.
Yeah.
I understand
We have a
that.
good one from September.
And the one is from September is the last one that our attorney has vetted and said, this is good. But it doesn't have some of the things that it has a few of the things, early on in the summer that the historians had asked for, but there's been more in the meantime through these last 2 versions.
It's kind of frustrating, if you go to rent something, normally you don't rewrite the lease as a rentor. So if I'm renting from Josh, I should be telling Josh what the lease agrees to.
Basically, the things that we had a problem with and the attorney agreed that they were not necessary was about if we go bankrupt or, I don't know if that's the September one. It was just it was a boilerplate lease agreement, and there were several, I think numbers 7, 8 or whatever, that just were totally, they didn't reflect anything in our relationship that was accurate. So, but basically that was the only thing that was left out.
You guys have been at our meetings almost as much as we have since June. It has been dragged out, and I just don't understand. You guys have a building that is being leased to you for $1. All of your money comes from the town with the exception of the fundraisers you do. So I don't understand why this is still going on and we still don't have a signed lease.
In the beginning, people did not understand the language. If you don't understand the language,
But
needs
it's
to be
normal
educated.
legalities in any legal document. I don't understand half of the stuff that is in my lease that I have for a rental. So to what you're saying, I mean, it is what it is. At some point, we either have to sign it or it's just not there.
But they were also told that they could develop what they
And we
worked
have
for
But
them
this has been for
because
6 months now.
It has not been
because
4
they
times.
didn't, half of that stuff is more corporate than what we're dealing with in that original lease.
So September's incorporated their concerns, right, at that point?
That they had given us at that point,
At
yeah.
that point. So then what brought up the new concerns?
I don't know what September, I don't know what that is that you're talking about, so I'm not sure what.
It was the last, remember the last one that you gave us? Or this one is November 16th?
Okay.
It was the one before that, right before that, so this was your response to that last one.
So, okay, so that's the one where he felt that it shouldn't have anything about the history of the relationship over the last 50 years with the town.
His concern.
He wanted that out.
As far as I can tell, his concern with, the whereases, can make a case, the way that they're written, that there has been a binding lease in the past, and there hasn't, so that was his concern with that, not the fact that it's outlaying history.
But there was a binding
That was
agreement.
his.
Sort of, because the town had asked the historians to do this. At town meeting. Yeah, so it was kind of a relationship.
I think it's important to highlight that this lease is just to remove liability from the town. That's the only reason that it has to be done. It's because our insurance company has required that we do that. And our attorney has been tasked with the challenge of making sure that the liability doesn't fall on the taxpayers if something happens over there. That's all this lease is for. As far as arguments about the history and what, if you want that included in the lease, I don't know how to put that in there, and that might be something that your attorney can talk to the town attorney about.
We're done paying for
Could that be an
attorneys.
addendum?
This is 6 months that this has gone back and forth.
We're done paying for attorneys in this, in my opinion. And if we have the majority of the board that's in agreeance with that, then the September lease is a take it or leave it lease. And that's where I'm at. And I think that's where Chris is at, based on what he's saying.
Can I see the September list?
Absolutely. It did change the dates to December, but this was that's all I changed in it.
This is multiple copies. I think that I'm relatively new with the historians, so I actually found this helpful because I didn't understand the relationship between the town and the historians. I didn't realize there was a town meeting where they were, the town voted to have this group oversee the history of the town and the building and to operate out of it. And so then the historians created the museum. I didn't know the history. So I think some people are feeling that if as we all are aging, that this is an important part of the history of what is supposed to be happening with the historians. And that 50 years there's been no lease. There just was an understanding with the town. So now we need this protection so the town isn't liable for anything. But in it seemed, or several people, and I agreed, felt that that having some sense of why we're doing this and what our relationship with the town has been was important before we said all the things that we agreed to take care of for the town.
Could that not be a separate document?
That was something that was thrown
Right up
out
a
as an
historical
addendum.
thing, that this is,
Yeah.
that this is the lease, this is the lease.
Yeah.
But this is a separate document explaining it, so that it has nothing to do with the lease, but this is a document that explains the historians.
I think that would be fine, as long as it was attached to it, wouldn't you think?
I don't want it attached to the lease.
I would have it stand alone, because maybe down the road, you wanna break this lease, or something happens. You want the history permanent. I think the history should be written up at how it came, as a permanent thing, put it in the town records, put it in the town report, but don't attach it to a lease, because you're muddying up the history by attaching it to a lease. It's like, the history is more important than the lease to me. The lease we need, so I wouldn't.
And the
personally-
history has nothing to do with the lease.
Right, the lease is like
There's
Two
no,
different things.
there's no tie to a lease and an explanation of history. There's,
Well, this is changing the relationship we've had with the town. Now you're saying
Right, but it
that
still has nothing to do with the actual
you're
lease
liable for
itself.
everything that happens there. That never was even talked about. I mean, that was, if a slate fell off on a biker's head while he's sitting on the steps,
He just went along with his business.
yeah, and if these days, if he was gonna sue, he would, you know, I mean, that was,
and that's why you have liability insurance
Yeah.
now as well.
yeah,
To
so
take
it's,
care of
we're in
that.
different times, but,
Right.
See, I
but
don't
this is a different
understand, like, in
relationship.
that kind of situation, why it's not whoever owns the building, the landlord's responsibility if the condition of the building lent itself to.
It would, it would be, in that particular instance, it would
I don't read
be.
it that way here. It just seems to be that everything goes on to the tenant.
And the
supposedly
tenant's
it's-
wholly funded by the town, so that doesn't matter either.
If it's a defect in the building and the property, that would fall on the town. But if there is, if the historians have somebody cleaning and they're up on a ladder and they fall, right now, well, now that they have liability insurance, it's a little easier, but without the lease, that could fall back on the town.
and we have no
You-
problem with that. I mean,
Right.
that's,
Right.
we've agreed to that, but there are cases where if a biker was there, a truck flipped over in the yard and hits someone, or, you know, that's totally not our, anything to do with us, and ordinarily that would be the property owner's responsibility, and that is what the last sentence in 17 said. I mean, that's the reality of what would happen. They wouldn't come after the historians if someone was going to sue in that case, but, you know, I don't know that they wouldn't go around the lease anyway, so, you know, I don't know. if-
Anybody can go around a lease.
Yeah,
It's,
so-
this is to satisfy our insurance company. You guys, you know, received all the emails that you asked for, because you didn't believe us, that it came from our insurance company. And so you received those emails. So you could see that we weren't just making things up. And we've gone, like I said, we've gone back and forth so many times at this point. It's hard to even keep straight what versions came from you, what versions came from our lawyer, and that's why I'm just,
Well, and I just wanna say, we haven't been trying to be difficult. You know, we were told this was not mandatory, that this was voluntary or whatever in the beginning, and so
It's
there's
not
there's
mandatory.
been.
You guys don't have to use the building.
That's exactly right. The lease is not mandatory. You don't have to sign the lease. You will not have access to the building
Well-
if you don't sign the lease.
Well, then it's
So-
mandatory.
Yeah.
To have the building, it's
They
mandatory.
can move everything to the chapel,
What-
but, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Clearly, it isn't important to you, but it is to many people, especially
No,
older
and that's
people.
not the
I don't think
case
that's
either.
fair to
That's-
say at
That's
all,
absolutely not fair to
because
say at all.
I think that it is important. The history of Vernon is important, but we are going on 6 months now, and when we're raising concerns about what if we go bankrupt, it's the taxpayers that are funding it. So how could you go bankrupt?
Exactly. So why put something in an agreement that is totally irrelevant to our situation?
I
It
can
just-
answer that question. The reason the bankruptcy clause was in there, so that because this lease is going for multiple years, in the worst case scenario, if you went bankrupt because you have a 5-year lease, whoever sued you, if you ran out of money on your liability insurance, now owns the rest of your lease. So we would have no control over who moved in there. That's why the bankruptcy thing was in there. They could take over the rest of your lease. After they've cleaned you out and you're out of money, but you still have a 5-year lease, so you got 4 years left, you could have, they now could have a case to get the rest of your lease. Does that make sense?
I think
That's why
that
that
we
was in
agree
there.
with the September, I mean, I don't see it, but if it was before this.
Did you get a copy
Yeah,
of that?
No.
This is the very first one, this is the boilerplate one.
Here's
this
the
isn't the-
September one, which has a December date on it today, so this is the last.
There were some questions, and then there was,
just passed
then
it
we
to
went
They-
and
they
we
have-
went to the attorney.
Because there was one in May.
I would ask the board to,
No, it's not the first. But that's why, do you have any other questions about other clauses? Because I tried to bring all of your questions to the attorney,
Fine.
as you brought them up.
Yeah.
what about the lease that we have drawn up? Your attorney has, the town attorney has gave the recommendations, and we were accepting, had liked to have the whereas stay in, and that last clause stay in. Those were the two differences.
Well, do you mind if I disclose this? It is confidential, this email.
Yeah, well, the beginning and ends of it is our attorney doesn't agree to the changes. They don't, our attorney does not agree to those changes that you want.
Your last ones.
Yes.
The last ones.
The
Yes,
very
we
last
are
set,
talking
which
about
is
the
the ones
last
that you're talking about right now.
Okay.
Yep.
The whereas and the change in 17, our attorney does not agree to that.
Okay. If we bring this back to our board, back to our group, the trustee board, with that he doesn't agree with the changes that, and those two items needed to be as he suggested, could we use this lease?
I
Rather
can't-
than,
I haven't gone through this word for word, so I would have to compare that to what the attorney sent. Just so you know, I have not gone to compare what else has changed.
So it sounds like she's saying that he agreed to everything except for this history, and if we could do an addendum, I think, and leave that off.
He doesn't agree with the revisions to paragraph 17.
Oh, that's the last clause, that the town would be liable if something happened when we weren't involved and it was as a property owner.
because everything else that he
We changed everything else.
suggested, comments and revisions were done. And the one dated 11/29, except for the whereas.
Can we get the last one that the town attorney approved? And
You have it in your
and
hand.
that's the one, okay. I'm
That
just
says
trying to
December,
make sense
that's the
about
last
it.
one,
All
which
right.
was approved by our town attorney in
So
September.
that should be the end of it.
That was in September, and then after the first one the historian sent in response to that, our attorney just gave an email,
Right.
which I forwarded to them.
And
And we made the changes.
And they made those changes plus additional ones that they didn't agree with in his email. So that's the version that we have now. They didn't just make his changes.
Right.
They made other ones too, and that's what he's now disagreeing with, is that paragraph and the whereases.
Those are the two things that didn't change, that we were asking to.
From his email with the whereas, he had listed very succinctly the changes.
And we did the changes.
And then did you make additional changes?
No.
Like I said, so you followed this email exactly?
Yeah,
Right.
And you did nothing else?
except we wanted
He
the whereas and that last
So
paragraph,
except for those things.
those two.
It says accept.
And every time a lease has gone back to you guys, it's come back with more questions and more things that you
changes.
want changed, and
It's those accepts that our attorney is not agreeing with. That's all I'm saying.
Those are the two accepts. So if we took those two out, he would be in agreement with.
which would be the lease that you have right there, that one.
No, it may not be, because this,
Okay.
No.
they changed theirs.
Oh, all right.
Did you give them a copy of the one that we
They have, yes, they have
just did with
copies.
all the changes that the attorney wanted?
That's it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, is that the one that just went around?
Yep.
I
think your history should be a standalone document. I think,
I'm fine with that, I mean, we can go back, I think if that's important to you, then.
I think it has more power if it's standalone. Personally, just my opinion. But this has been a long process, and it's,
All right, I make a motion that the select board accept the September lease agreement for the historians and make no further changes.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the September lease and make no further changes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I'm on the fence.
Well, you gotta vote.
I'm a little aye, because I'm tired of this.
Okay. Those opposed?
Nay.
It's passed.
Could we have a copy of the September?
Did he use this too? We can, right? If you would like to sign it, I could send them back with the original signed copy.
That's fine.
And if it comes back, sign it. We did this, okay, this is what we did in June. Just, I guess we're not missed. Go to the town function.
This is the one you need me to sign?
Yes.
Cindy, you wanna be my witness?
Sure.
He's signing another one. So two.
So give this to them, this one?
Yes.
Oh, we're still on that. Said we're still on
Okay. Governor Hunt House discussion. Come on up, Martin.
okay. I'm sorry for my impertinent interruption earlier, but I think we reached the right conclusion.
That's okay.
So the Governor Hunt House, the question came to the select board, I believe, maybe 6 or 8 weeks ago, as to whether, from Entergy, as to whether the town would be interested in taking ownership of the Governor Hunt House. And the discussion then was that the town itself would not be, probably, but that maybe a nonprofit organization like the Friends of Vernon Center could be the ones to take it over. So the Friends, at that meeting, we volunteered to form a group to study the feasibility of doing that, because it's not so easy to just say yes or no to that without really looking into it. And that grouping includes various members of the Friends and Patty O'Donnell, who's been helping us with that. And so there's been several tours of the building with that
I think I'm
group.
on that committee too, right?
You're on that committee, yes, but I guess we haven't gotten you in the loop.
No, you haven't, but I've been in contact with Joe Lynch, so hopefully you
Okay,
got more
good.
information than I got.
Well, we've had several tours of the, and it's an ad hoc group, it's not a formal committee. You know, we've gotten familiar with the building in a couple different tours. One of those tours included folks from ACCD, Caitlin Corkins, who is the grants coordinator at ACCD, Jenna Lepachinsky, who is from the Preservation Trust of Vermont, which also has grant-making types of resources, and Sarah Coffey, our new state rep, was on one of those tours. And so from that, the process has gone to say, you know, we need to do a number of things. We really need to get an idea of what the sort of first day costs would be if we took that over. It pretty clearly needs a new roof. It needs a paint job, it probably needs a few other repairs. There's a little sill work near the front door that needs to be done. There's some trees that have to come down. The HVAC system that services the back of the building, may or may not be a first day expense, but it's original to that part of the building and may need to be replaced at some point. And the front part, the historical part of the building, has only resistance electric heat, being Vermont Yankee and too cheap to meter. And so it probably prudently should have a different kind of heating system also at some point. So those are the kinds of things that we have, sort of eyeballed there. We are speaking with Isaac Wagner, who's a sort of construction development person over in Guilford. He had a lot to do with the Guilford General Store over there to do a sort of a basic survey, structural and maintenance type survey to say, okay, this is, if you took it over, this is the sort of upfront capital cost that you should expect. We're thinking that is not huge. Over in Guilford, they're doing a community center. They're budgeting $1.5 million first day costs. We're thinking this is maybe $200,000 or $300,000, something in the low 100,000s ballpark. So that's number one. Number two is we are sometime in January, towards the end of January, we'd like to have a sort of a community visit to the Governor Hunt House. Lots of people haven't seen that building since it's been closed essentially since 9/11, and even before that it wasn't open all that much, as I understand. And so we're going to have something like a apple pie social there to invite people in and look around, come up with ideas for, if this were to become a community center of some kind, what kinds of activities would happen there. We've had lots of ideas come to us about, you could do this, you could do that, you could do anything from theater to music to gatherings of all kinds, to educational events, to tours of the building, to leasing it out for parties or conferences or whatever. And so that would be a key to figuring out, okay, if we did it, what kinds of activities there would generate income, how much revenue could it generate, and what would the sort of annualized expenses be for operating it. And that's something that Isaac would also help us with. And does that break even, or does that require some annual fundraising, or what? So we kind of need to get the financial picture. We're also looking at, then once we have that and we know what the dollars and cents are, then what kind of fundraising can we do? What is the potential that we could raise from government grants, foundation grants, local fundraising events, businesses, especially sort of in-kind donations. Maybe somebody would help out with taking some trees down or doing the roof or painting or whatever. So there's lots of pieces to be figured out. I think the timeline on this would be that maybe 2 to 3 months to sort of come up with a go or no-go decision on this, at which point I think we'd be back here. But I think in the meantime, it'd be good to keep energy in the loop if you're talking to Joe, that, hey, this is happening. We're not just sort of thinking about it. We're actually doing a feasibility study.
I'll tell you what I know. And I think they're on month 3 of being on the grid, so they'll actually have some little bit of history of what it costs.
We'll have that, yeah.
So like I said, I think they're on the 3rd month of that happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of pretty much the only thing that he's given me thus far, is that they're working on getting some maintenance history for us still, and that they could share with us, the last 3 months or, 6 months or whatever,
Yeah. Any of that would be
of time
very,
that was on the
very
grid.
helpful. We're also
Yeah.
talking to Chad Mulverhill, who
Yep.
has been involved in sort of the maintenance aspects of that building.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm happy to continue to help as a quasi-member of the board and stay in touch with Joe at Entergy and get the information that you need as quickly as he can get it to us. Obviously, they have way bigger fish to fry at the moment, but he has been working on it for us and talking with his guys on the inside. There is an adjacent property that's just right across from the school, just a grass area.
Yeah, and we'd like that to be, certainly to be included, because for
that is available.
tent events and so forth, that would be very.
So that particular lot is available and would probably be part of this agreement if somebody decides to move forward.
Yeah,
So
that'd be great for other events or even for parking.
yeah. Yeah,
because
right now the
parking is
school,
time limited.
right now the school utilizes it for overflow parking for events and stuff like that. We all park across the street. So, and so that particular portion is available as well.
So on a related topic also, the village center plan, we've received the draft that the planning commission has and the Friends. We discussed it in our last meeting. We've sort of held it over to the January meeting to put our full thoughts together in response, and then they will take that and do the final plan. And of course, the Governor Hunt House is part of that plan. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, it's really a pretty good report, but there's certainly maybe some tweaks, and so if you can have a look and get any feedback to us, that'd be great. It's on the website.
Yep. I printed it off.
Yeah.
All 100 pages of it
Used up
between
all
the
ink in your cartridge.
appendix and yeah.
Yeah, so hopefully by somewhere in February, we'll have that as well. So I think that's
Great.
all I have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question. The repairs, do they have to be towards the historical building part of it? So your roof, do you have to have a slate roof, or will you be looking at a different type of roof?
No, there's just an asphalt roof on there right now.
Okay.
Just because something that has a historic designation from the national or state doesn't mean you can't alter it or do something with it, especially inside. But you can tear it down if you want, something with a historic designation. The only, where the restriction comes in on something like that is that if you were to get a state or federal grant for repairs to a historic structure, then it probably comes along with stipulations that you have to follow certain historic guidelines.
Yep.
Okay.
But even then, I don't think it means you need to put a slate roof back on something that's had an asphalt roof for the last 50 years.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. So we're going into executive session.
Personnel?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session on appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, 1 VSA 313383, with the board and with Michelle.
Second. I won that one.
Chris isn't giving that one up.
He's not here anymore.
So moved and seconded to go into executive session on evaluation of personnel. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We are in executive session. Session at 7:49 p.m., out at 8:15 p.m. No action was taken. Public participation agenda items only. Seeing none. Correspondence town admin report, please.
Okay, you have the correspondence. If hopefully everybody got a chance to read through the draft audit that I sent. I didn't print one out for everybody because it's huge. It is just a draft right now. If you have any questions or concerns, if you can get them to me, I'll get them to our auditors before the final report is completed. Yes? Okay. And wanted to let you know, last week, the Wyndham Regional Commission had their public hearing on the town plan that we asked them to approve or accept. And it went pretty well. They had some comments that were pretty small about specific issues. Jean was there too. But overall it looks good. Fingers crossed that they will go ahead and approve that next month, early next month. And that's all I have.
Okay. Upcoming meetings, number 1 is not correct. We are not having a meeting tomorrow because we're crammed in our budget session right after this one. And then the next regular meeting will be January 2nd per our decision today. We are adjourned from our regular meeting.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our Town of Newfane Select Board meeting. This is December 17th, Monday at 6 p.m. And tonight we have a smaller select board cast, so to speak. Mike Fitzpatrick and Chris Williams are unable to be here tonight. We have Shelley Huber. We have Gary Delius through speakerphone, and I'm Marion Dallin. We have Shannon Meckel, the administrative assistant, Jay Wilson, road foreman. We have people as special guests tonight who I will introduce later on. And so we're ready. Okay. The first thing for business is, item on business, is there any addition or amendments to the agenda? Hi, how are you? No. Okay, no additions or amendments. Going forward, can you please, or Gary, can you
Make a
approve make a motion for December 3rd regular meeting?
So moved.
Okay, Shelley?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. I'm sorry, was there any discussion, Gary or Shelley?
No.
No.
Just want to make sure we were talking about the additions or corrections to the meeting minutes of the December regular meeting.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, all right.
that's what I said. Okay, the next one is the minutes for December 3rd budget meeting.
Move to accept without any corrections or additions.
Okay,
I'll second it.
any discussion? No? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, no opposed. The budget meeting minutes pass. Next item on the agenda is the road business. Road foreman, Jay Wilson, will give the report, and the road commissioner, Chris Williams, is absent tonight.
We have a draft of the road safety audit for Dover Road, and they will be sending the final version of it after Christmas. Melanson Roofing is coming to fix the slate on the Waynesville Hall. And the majority of their cost is going to be just setting up the equipment to get up there. They said the repairs will be very quick, it's just the time it's going to take to get the lift up there and so forth. We're still doing cleanup from the storm at the end of November, and we will be for a while, I'm sure. The new Western Star still has not been delivered. We've had 5 or 6 delivery dates. It is now scheduled for this week, so we'll see if it really shows up. It will be sent up to have the plow wing and body mounted. So we've had to spend some money on the Sterling to keep that going until we can get the new truck. I have prices on the new all vinyl windows for the garage. They were $546.96 each. I still haven't gotten an installation price yet. And the second radar sign is set up and ready to put out.
Great. Thank you. May I ask a question, please? How
Sure.
many windows do you have in the garage?
9.
9, okay. Thank you. And my other question is, where will that radar sign be put initially? Do you know
I
yet?
think one is going to Brookside and the other one will probably be in South Newfane because we've had it in Williamsville for the last few weeks, so I thought
Right.
I'd move it to the other sections.
Okay, thank you very much, Jay.
I have a question. Were you able to get any information yet off of those signs, the reporting?
I was gonna send it all to Shannon and let her try.
Okay. And also have you had a chance to look through the road safety audit report? Do you have any highlights about it?
It looks good. It's a lot of, adding some painted, they recommended coming into Williamsville, I think from the Dover side, doing the slash marks in the road with the speed limit, changing a lot of the speed limit signs, putting a sign, I think 100 feet prior to it, that it's reduced speed ahead.
Yeah.
If you put them too far ahead, that people forget them.
Yeah.
Bigger signs. I'm trying to think what some of the, and then there was several to do with the trucks making it to the covered bridge. putting, I think it was 2 or 3 signs, you know, low bridge ahead, you know, and try to get them a place where they can turn around, so that maybe a sign near where they might be able to turn around before they get any further.
Yeah.
But just stuff like that. There's a lot of data there. And it's funny, a lot of the accident data didn't really have anything to do with the fact that it was in a village. It was people falling asleep or DUIs, or you know, it wasn't. So they had some good stuff in there. They did a lot of work.
That'll be good reading material.
Yeah. All the people are giving their comments that are part of that team.
Yeah.
And so there'll be some little changes here and there, but then they'll give us the final draft of it, final copy.
That's pretty responsive from them. So you asked, and like within a few weeks, they did a report?
Yeah, pretty close. It was, well, maybe a month.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get a copy of that report to peruse, just the
I think
public or the planning commission, maybe?
I think once they do the final copy, I'm not sure they want the draft.
Okay, the final copy.
Probably not, because then it'll get mixed up with the
Right.
final. But
So yeah, as soon as we have a
once
final
we get
copy.
the final, I
Okay.
plan on sending it to all the traffic people anyway, once we have it.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
That's good news. Really good.
Okay.
Thanks, Jay.
Yeah. Any further questions? Can somebody?
Motion to accept road commissioner's report.
Okay,
I'll second it.
great. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, no opposition, and the road foreman's report is accepted. Thank you very much. Administrative assistant report is next. Shannon, please.
I sent out the letter last week in support of BCTV. It's attached to my report, just so you could see what went out. I also had something about the draft traffic safety audit, but I think we've covered that. I've ordered the flags for town meeting, both a American flag and a Vermont flag.
Oh, great.
So those will be here in plenty of time.
Good.
And I'm just continuing to work on the town report, finalizing the budget. I suspect that we'll just need one more budget meeting. It should be after January 1st though, so that all the appropriation requests have time to come in. And I'm still waiting on the final audit, so it doesn't really make sense to have another one in December.
Yeah, it's too close to the holiday.
Yep, so maybe after the meeting on the 7th would be.
And we have one tonight after our regular meeting is adjourned tonight. We're going into budget meeting.
Yeah.
So exciting.
So, yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, well, thank you, Shannon.
You're welcome.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question as far as the flags go. I noticed on some other towns, they actually say the Pledge of Allegiance. Is that anything
For
that?
the what? I'm sorry.
In other towns, you know, when they do a select board meeting, they actually say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh.
And since we're getting the flags, it would be nice maybe to consider that.
Well, they do have flags present every year. It's just
Well, I'm
that we
saying-
haven't owned our own.
No,
for
I'm
town
saying
hall.
at the select
Select
board
board meetings
meetings.
she's talking about. It's something
Oh.
I could look into. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, not sure.
And you're just putting it on the agenda. I'm not sure what has to be done to have that happen.
The select board
would have to make a policy.
I could look into it though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. All those in favor of accepting administrative assistance report, please make a motion so we can vote on it.
Make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the administrative assistance report.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay. That's accepted. Thank you very much, Shannon. Unscheduled members of the public.
I don't know, am I on the
Okay.
schedule?
You're on the schedule.
I'm on the schedule.
You're scheduled. Okay, so we are up to scheduled members of the public. We were going to have Cord Trowbridge from BCTV here this evening. Unfortunately, she's not able to be here. And we have Marty Cohn, who will represent BCTV. And thank you, Marty, for being here.
Well, thank you for having me. Cor was afraid she'd be distracting. She unfortunately fell on some ice and broke her nose. So, but it had nothing to do with what I'm talking about tonight. My name is Marty Cohn. I'm a resident of Newfane and a board member of BCTV. And first off, I want to thank you for putting us on the agenda and for the excellent letter that the town submitted to the FCC in support of BCTV's position. The purpose of my visit to this meeting tonight is to give you more information about recent threats to BCTV's funding and to let you know of potential scenarios going forward. As you may know, stations like BCTV across the country are funded through a percentage of the local cable subscriber fees. This fee structure, which has been in place since the Cable Act of 1984, is proposed to be changed by the FCC and could be eliminated as soon as next summer. BCTV was created in 1975 in Brattleboro. As a matter of fact, Brattleboro was the first cable public access station to administer these funds and give local residents across the access to the channel by covering governmental meetings and allowing residents to create and share their own programming. Our history with Newfane has gone on since 2011. We were designated as your local community media or public access TV station through a contract with Southern Vermont Cable. At this point, we begin covering your select board and town meetings on a regular basis and airing them on cable and online. Newfane residents have been active on BCTV through Leland and Gray has their school board, now the West River Education District, the Newfane School Board Act 46 committee meetings, performances at Leland and Gray, talent shows, plays, and community forums at the Williamsville Hall, and local residents have created programs about horse riding in Brookline, the Dummerston Apple Pie Festival, and the aftermath of Tropical Storm Irene in the West River Valley, to name a few. These programs and the covering of the select board meeting are included in the 1,200 hours of new local content that BCTV produces each year, featuring your neighbors in southern Windham County, for which last year BCTV won the award for overall excellence from the Alliance of Community Media. We're very proud that our little town has done that. However, the reality is that cable subscribers are cutting the cord in favor of online viewing platforms, and that has already diminished our revenues. The FCC's action would be more devastating, but the downward trend is already there. Though we have avoided it, stations like ours across Vermont and actually across the country receive support from the municipalities that they serve to help pay for the service. And this is something that BCTV will have to do as well. I'm here tonight because we want you to know that BCTV is committed to serving your town for as long as we can. In order to ensure that we cover your meetings, we request the amount of $1,300 for the upcoming fiscal year, based on the rate of 85 cents per person. We realize that this is late in the budgeting process, but the last thing we want is for our services to be eliminated without making you aware of what's at stake and what can be done about it. Is there something else that we should do besides submitting the letter? I know that you have a copy of the letter to this effect. Basically what we're trying to do now is preserve what we have. And so we're going to all the select boards and in our 8 towns and letting them know about this service that everyone's been utilizing, but unfortunately because of these actions it looks like the end may be near in terms of the funding that we've received.
Can I ask a question as far as BCTV? It's a nonprofit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. 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 The way it was set up is that the money comes into the state through the, and then we've been designated as the purveyors of the service, so then it passes through to BCTV.
And you hold your own fundraising time during the year?
Well, we're not a nonprofit in a traditional sense. The money that we have been using since 1975 has come from these subscriber fees, and that's.
So you haven't done any fundraising on your own other than.
Up until now,
Yeah.
there has been no need to even think about it.
Yeah.
And the situation with the FCC is something that's been happening very quickly. So that's why we're looking now in terms of wanting to ensure that the service continues.
Is it anything similar to like NPR, programming, funding sources? Is it different or is it similar?
It could be similar in terms of looking toward looking for certain grants and from foundation supports. What would probably be more realistic, it would be more toward a subscriber fee model.
Yeah.
So that you basically pay for the services that you're able to access. What's a real question mark is when you look at the service that we're providing. There's three components to it. There's the government side, that's the G.
Yeah.
There's the P and the E, the public and the educational. The educational being the work that we're doing with Leland and Gray in this area, for example. And the P part is all the shows that are produced by members or residents.
Yeah, great.
learning how
It's
to
great.
do.
Another question is about. Oh gosh, it was on the tip of my tongue. Can't remember now. Sorry.
Gary, do you have something?
Yes, I'm very familiar with this and have been working with this for quite some time, both in other places. Previously, the money that you paid for your cable subscription had one of the line items, many line items in it that they charged for, and that was for PEG service. And they've been trying to get out of it for years because, well, it costs money. They have to support a studio, they have to support an organization, and frankly, they'd much rather be putting that toward their bottom line. I think that what they're doing now is because they have a friendly situation, they think that the cable companies are in a good position to push this through, which will lead in PEG services on the back of the local communities. I think that $1,300 is a price that is very reasonable for the amount of service that we get. I disagree that even though that it is nice to have it online, I believe that there are a lot of our citizens who watch it on TV on Wednesday nights or whenever, and they derive some joy from doing that, as well as they get involved in government. It teaches them some things, and they understand what's going on. We wouldn't have that if a lot of those people were not available to see the production on PEG capabilities. And I certainly think that the amount that they're asking for is reasonable and appropriate, and I would make a motion to approve that amount or to add it into our budget.
Can I just ask one more question?
Sure.
The question I was thinking of was that, is it only Southern Vermont Cable, or are other cable stations have the ability to have your BCTV services?
No, we serve 8 communities. In this community, it comes from Southern Vermont Cable.
Okay.
In Brattleboro, for example, it comes from Comcast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But this is something that the FCC covers everybody. That's you're dealing with.
Oh, yeah, that I understand. I just was wondering if there was other. I have Southern Vermont Cable.
Right.
But
that's who covers the Newfane area.
This area, yeah. Okay.
Is there anybody in the audience who has a question or comment about this?
Well,
Okay.
I would second Gary's motion.
Okay, so now we can have further discussion. Anybody? Well, it's a very stressful situation and upsetting situation that this, I can't even imagine that this could happen because so many people are grateful. They come up to me, and I'm sure they come up to you and other people,
Yeah.
and say how happy they are that they're able to sit in their own home and watch this. And it really provides such a service to the community.
Yeah.
We agree.
Yeah, it's a great service.
So, anybody else have a comment?
The other question I have is about the PEG service, Gary, what you were referring to.
Yes.
The fees like you see on your billing.
Yes.
Yeah. So is that what we're kind of talking about, is the PEG fees
Yeah, that's gonna be,
gone? Uh-huh. So other
Yeah,
people
they
will
wanna-
understand.
yeah, and
They want
again,
to do other things with that money.
yeah, that money will end up somewhere else, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
Our bills are not gonna be cheaper, right?
So that's a good thought.
Yeah.
Okay, we have the motion to vote to give BCTV the amount of $1,300 that they're requesting. We have a second, so we can vote on this now. All those in favor of passing the motion, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? No? So the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it, and I'll be watching this on BCTV.
There you go.
And it's archived, so you can watch it many times.
Right. You can watch it 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
Marty, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Do you want to stay and hang out?
Yeah, I want to see the rest.
Yes, okay. Okay. The next item on the agenda is school business, old business, school property. And we have Ken McFadden here this evening. We're very appreciative, Ken, that you've come to.
You want me here or over there?
I think Jan would like it over there. It's
I can do
easier.
that.
Okay. So if you could introduce yourself again.
Absolutely. I'm Ken McFadden. I'm the Newbrook Chair. I was also on the Act 46 Committee. And right now I am on the West River Board. And I am not representing the West River Board. Let's make that clear. First off, I mean, I don't know where you want to go with this. There was some discussion of, which I was very upset about, billing the school district for plowing. This is a copy of the Act 46 committee. It was online.
Oh, yeah, you have those.
Oh, we have this.
Okay.
Do you want to sit down right there?
No,
You should be on camera.
I'm good. I don't want, nope, because I'll be taking somebody's chair and, you know.
They're not coming.
That's usually where Mike sits,
Yes,
so
that's it.
everyone will know that Mike's here in spirit. Where to begin with this? I mean, Marty had said that the Act 46 meetings were all televised, which is true. And everybody's coming after the school board like this is the first we're hearing about this. It's not true. Everybody heard about it. Everybody knew about it. Communications were opened up to this board by the school district because I came to 3 or 4 meetings and filled you in on solar when solar was happening, filled you in on the Act 46 meetings, and that, in my personal opinion, Newfane was going to be paying more taxes. The dollar amounts that I saw showed me that we will be paying more in taxes, because it's just common sense that if we have a lower cost per pupil in the district and everybody else has a higher cost per pupil, and we average out the cost per pupil, our taxes are going to go up and theirs are going to go down, because everything's going to be level funded from each town. So, you know, all that was brought to the board's attention, to the public's attention.
Can I ask you a question what Act 46 is?
Act 46 is
Short term, you know,
short term. It was a governance consolidation for school districts
that was supposed to bring equity and cost savings to the district. Well, cost saving, well, they didn't say it was supposed to, or it would, but that there was a likelihood of it, of cost savings. And the only cost savings they could come up with was less budget, less audits, because there'd be fewer school districts to audit. There would be a cost saving on board expenses for the school board, because there'd be less board members. And there was one more. And the whole total came out to like $80,000 that would be saved.
Wow.
Okay, but that $80,000 isn't going to be saved, because they found out that they actually do have to do more than one, the other one was budgeting. So they actually have to do more than one budget. And by doing more than one budget, they actually have to do more audits. So, and back in, we'll talk, do you want to talk about the Act 46, the property, or the combination of the two?
I think both, if you could explain
Okay.
a little.
Yeah.
Okay, so Act 46 was brought up to a vote in March of 2017 at town meeting. The town voted to pass it. We had an informational meeting at the school, which was televised by BCTV. So if you weren't there, you could have watched it. And I suggest you go back and watch it, because you'll find my warnings there. And everybody voted to, you know, oh, this is going to be a good deal, and, you know, it's not going to be a good deal. Obviously, our solar field, which we purchased the Lions Club, which was a budgeted item for the school district in 2007. We had purchased the Lions Club. That was actually, I think, my second year on the board. So the school district does own the Lions Club property. Unfortunately, I knew nothing about separating properties before Act 46, and no one brought it to my attention. It's like everybody's playing Monday morning quarterback. Well, why wasn't this done? Why wasn't that done? Well, it wasn't done because we're only hearing about it after the consolidations, that these things could happen. And some schools merged later and did that. There's some schools still fighting Act 46. Personally, you know, I'm on the new board. I would have preferred things to stay the other way, but I am going to still look out for the Newfane citizens and, you know, their taxes and our children, which are they're all our children now, is all I can do. Unless, of course, you want to get somebody to run against me next year, and, you know, that's okay. But, so we did the vote on February 8th of 2017 was that the informational meeting, which was televised. There was also 3 other meetings, or 4 other meetings, Leland and Gray, 4 other meetings. There was one up at Wyndham, there was one in Jamaica. They were all over at different times that anybody could attend from any town. Did any of you attend any of those?
No.
No. No. Okay. And I'm sure the other 2 board members didn't either. So, you know.
Gary, did you go to any?
I was at the meeting, I believe in 2014, where we discussed the solar field as a trade-off on the heating system. So I'm familiar with that part.
Oh, okay, but not, yeah, not the consolidation, the unified.
I only know about the consolidation from what we were talking about at town meeting and all the press leading up to that.
Okay. All those meetings were televised.
Previously with the property rights and ownership. I have no information regarding that. So those inquiries came from Mike and from Chris.
Right.
Who were
of course
much more knowledgeable about it at the time and remember the process more clearly than I did.
I think think we were discussing whether or not there would be still an option available for the separation of the property.
It was already voted on.
Well, can I ask, in terms of voting on this, was that made public, or that there would be a vote about that property?
It's in Article 7 of the agreement.
Yeah, I pulled that up. So no later than June 30th, 2019, the forming districts that vote to join the unified district will convey to the unified district for a sum of $1, and subject to all encumbrances of record, all of their school-related real and personal property, including all land, buildings, and contents. So we have, it says you have up to June 30th, 2019.
It says you have that you have up to sign it over to the
That's
district.
a transfer of property to
Right.
the unified district.
Right. Now,
So
my understanding of this is these articles were voted on by the taxpayers of Newfane.
Okay,
Because they voted to pass Act 46.
okay, that's fine, but has a transfer of property
A
been
transfer of property, as far as, only the town would know that, I wouldn't know that.
We did not know that. That's why all of this issue came up.
No, I mean, as far as, has it
been
no
done?
paperwork has come to the school board yet.
done? Okay.
I believe that has to be signed by, I would imagine by the town clerk. Right,
know
a
anything
transfer
about
of property, whoever transfers property for the town.
Right, so somebody would have to sign a deed, and if nobody signed a deed, it hasn't happened.
Right.
So it hasn't been
So I guess the
officially signed.
It hasn't been officially signed though. And believe me, this hurts me more than it hurts you. I spent 9.5 years from start to getting that solar field running. And we had a beautiful contract. I personally think we made out great, $26,000 a year lease payment for 20 years.
I was at that meeting.
And, you know, we're getting like 15 or 20% off our electric bill. Also, the other schools in the district, plus I think Wardsboro, are also on that contract to
receive
credits. Right, so, yeah.
So will these, excuse me, will the solar system stay in place there, or are they going to be transferred
No,
elsewhere?
it has to stay there.
It has to stay there.
It has to be, how can we move it? We can't move the solar field.
Okay. So,
Can we move the school boundary lines? I guess we could find out if we can do that beforehand, but that's, last I heard of it was, I was told that it was brought up and there was some discrepancy about plowing and everything else, so I figured I'd come.
Well, the other question is, are the solar panels on that property that was purchased from the Lions Club? Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay. I just happen to be the president of the Lions Club currently, but it has nothing to do with it,
Right.
but I have some history on the sale.
Right.
But the.
It's not, I don't believe it's all on there. I
Okay.
believe some of it is also, so we'd have to move lines from where the original properties were, because some of it is not still on the old school property and some of it is on the Lions, most of it is on the Lions Club, I believe. Because we used to have where the school fair used to be years and years back. Right behind the school back there.
well, I'm sorry, but when you just were referring to that, we were talking about snow plowing and things like that, that came up as an important question in terms of for the town of Newfane, if we don't own the property anymore, how would that be still our responsibility to maintain the property?
Well, technically the town of Newfane never owned it. The school district owned it, which is owned, of course, by same people that own the town of Newfane.
Right,
Yeah,
right. The citizens.
The citizens' property. As far as that goes, this year, I would hope that you would keep plowing and not sit in the school district of Ville, just for the fact of the new district doesn't come into effect till July 1st. So you would be billing the school district and we would be paying for it anyway, so it doesn't make any sense to do that. And after, I mean, each of the schools right now all take care of their own plowing, however, and it's not, as far as, it's not a billed item.
Mm-hmm.
So if in the following years you were to bill the new district, more than likely, everybody that is doing it for the other four schools would, three schools, the other three schools, would probably send a bill also.
Well, it's gonna be leveled anyway, so it's.
But if it's leveled, Newfane is 35% of the whole bill.
Versus the other two.
In other words, if you were to section it, say if we pay, if for you, Newfane decided we're going to bill $5,000,
Mm-hmm.
and then Townsend decided they were going to bill $5,000, and then Leland and Gray decided they were going to do $10,000 because they have more parking lots, and Jamaica decided they were going to do another $5,000. There's $25,000, right? So that $25,000 we would pay 35% of, which is more than the $5,000 that the town will get. That's the disadvantage of being the largest school district.
The 35% comes from the school size, is that what you're
Right.
saying? Okay.
Right. The number of students we have in the new district is about 35%.
Oh, okay, so, right.
So that's how that would work out. So that's the plowing situation. That's, you guys decide whatever you want. I'm staying out of that one.
No, these are all questions though.
No,
It's
no,
helpful
right,
to-
no.
It's helpful to get answers.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's what would happen, is you would wind up paying more for that. And all the articles of agreement were, I'm just saying that all this stuff was out there. Everyone was making it out like it wasn't there.
No, I don't think anyone said that. It's just that a lot of us don't have kids in the school and we may not know.
Right, but we got BCTV,
Yeah.
all the meetings were warned. So there's, if you really wanted to go. I personally came here and invited the board a few times to come to meetings because it would be a big impact, especially on Newfane. And even if you look at our informational meeting, I think there was like 15 to 20 people there.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, that's, I get more there for my budget vote.
Mm-hmm.
So, and especially if you're gonna have a solar vote, then you get a lot of people showing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and that's another thing, for the record, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
For the record, the solar field did not cost the taxpayers of Newfane 1 penny.
Right, we know that.
Okay, because it was mentioned that we put money into the solar field and, because I was watching it on TV and I was like,
No, I think that was
we put money
mentioned,
into the heating system, which is the air-to-air heat
To
exchange.
convert it or.
Right, which we needed a new heating system anyway.
Anyways.
So, and we decided to go with that, and we threw the solar field in because it was like, well, there's a no-brainer if you're gonna get, 15 to 20% off your electric. Why not go with the electric and use the propane for the back,
Mm-hmm.
the backup?
Chris, you have something?
Yes, Chris.
Hi, Ken. Chris Drew. I just wanted to say, I want to thank you and all the board members for the many years, because it's been years working on these boards and trying to get and see their way through all this stuff coming down. It's been hard. I think it's confusing. It's been confusing for other board members. We're sort of seeing that now across the state, and it's equally hard for the public as well. So I think on behalf, I'd like to say, at least for myself, I think there's been a lot of time and a lot of hard work trying to figure out, and I hope you don't feel that people are coming at the land issue as a, gee, how come you didn't say anything before? Because to me, it seems from what I'm hearing that it's really kind of simple. The Newfane district owns the land, the solar panels are put on there. The real simple question is, should we have a discussion with the residents in Newfane that has to be done and completed before June 30th? Because those deeds will change.
Right.
As to any input that they have on this land in perpetuity. Because after June 30th, as of July 1st, all the other surrounding towns now will have say and will have standing in anything that's done with the entire parcel of land.
Correct.
With regard to the solar, I'm not a lawyer, but it would seem to me that if you've got a power line running through your property, there are right-of-ways and there are certain mechanisms that could be taken where perhaps the facility of the Newbrook School and its original, 5 or 7 acres, goes with the merger, and if the other portion of the land is spun off, it would be spun off with an agreement that was inherent in that deed that it goes back to the town of Newfane for perpetuity, but with a right and easement on that solar so that it doesn't mess anything up with that solar lease. And that's sort of the way I look at it in simplistic. So the real question is, are the people concerned about it enough, or is it a moot issue and we just merge the whole thing into the West River on July 1st? I'm hearing, and I think people are hearing, hey, there's a big question about it. So, do we ask the public, hey, what do you think? Or not? That's it. But in the meantime, I want to thank you for all of your time.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, I guess the only way to figure that out is, I guess that the school district is gonna have to get a lawyer.
The school district.
Yeah, because I don't seem to find, if I go to the new board, they're gonna be, well, what difference does it make? I personally would like to see the $26,000 a year stay in town, because that was the purpose of doing it, to ease the taxpayers' burden. There was so much, in my opinion, misinformation when we had the consultant come in and he said each school district that forms will get a $130,000 grant. That's not true. We got half of that grant because there was 2 districts in the supervisory union. Okay, so that had to be split up, and that wasn't clear. There was just a lot of, I asked for the numbers of what it would cost per pupil, given at that time, what each town was paying, how much each town would pay, and the consultant said, oh, I'll look into it, oh, I couldn't do this, oh, I couldn't, and it was always putting it off, and my personal feeling is the reason that it was put off, because it was going to be a negative for Newfane, and they didn't want to publicize it. So he didn't go into it because it was supposed to be, oh, this great thing that's going to happen. And, in the beginning, we got dealt lemons, is what the deal is. So what we got to do is make lemonade. That's all we can do, I will look into the school's lawyer and find out if the property can be transferred before that date, and if it can, it will. But my concern about that is when the voters of Newfane voted for this, Article 7 stated all the properties. So did they want that to go? The other thing was that, did they want all the property to be merged? Because it was in black and white and that's what they voted on. Yeah, so we had all that posted, all that, the budget, and it was a $92,000 investment for that property from the Lions Club. That's pretty much all I have. If you, I will look into council and find out if we can do that before the date.
Well, we did hear about the Putney School taking the town forest.
Right.
So it was kind of like, oh, geez, it's an idea. It's a great idea. And, you know, certainly with the previous decision-making on the solar field and on the purchase of the property being approved by the town of Newfane.
Well, no, I 100% agree. If it can stay here, it should stay here.
Yeah.
I am 100% in agreement with that, because that was the purpose of it, to
Right.
lessen, to, be more ecologically friendly, save money for the taxpayers, and actually, it's actually a good learning site for the kids.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
they're going to be working on that stuff. Actually, probably by the time they're old enough, it'll probably be something even newer.
Exactly. Exactly.
So.
Well, that's
what I have.
We really appreciate your coming, because it's it has been a mystery to us. I can tell you that I have watched school board meetings on BCTV. I haven't watched the whole thing at times. Maybe I've watched a half hour or so. So if I'm negligent that I haven't watched them all, I can acknowledge that. However, and when you say that this is part of Act 46, I can tell you, just for myself, I was not aware that that included giving the land away. And I guess a lot of us were not aware of it, but I will just say for myself that I didn't know that that was part of Act 46. I'm understanding of the schools merging and what the union wants to do, and whether I agree with that or not. I did not know that this included giving the land away. So I really appreciate, and Chris, I really appreciate what you said too, because obviously all of you, and you specifically, have worked very hard with us in the past. I've been here when you've been at meetings here and told us information. It's just that we're confused.
Well, as you know, being on a board, we all learn something new every meeting.
That's right. Absolutely.
And going back to some members of the board suggested that BCTV televised the Newbrook meetings. To televise the Newbrook meetings wouldn't give a lot of information out on Act 46, because I would just brief our board on the highlights of what happened at that meeting. They're going through the articles. The land change thing came up as we went through the articles, and the property is always going to be Newfane property, because if the district doesn't want to use it, they have to sell it back to us for the same dollar.
I just read it. Yeah.
Right. So it is Newfane property. It's not like if that district decides that they're going to just close all the schools down and build a new gigantic school, that property goes back to Newfane for $1.
Right.
I'll just make a comment about what you said, referring to people on the board, at least if not other people, saying that we would have liked to have Newbrook meetings on TV. Had nothing to do with Act 46, because I've been on the select board for 4 years. Chris was on it for a long time. And what I've heard through the years, and also felt, and it was an agreement, is that our understanding is that board meetings should be transparent and available to the citizens of Newfane. And that's why we wanted to know if the school board could also be televised, just the way the select board is. And even further than that, sometimes to have meetings where the two boards could actually be televised together. So it had to do with concern about open meeting laws and how could we see what the school boards, nothing to do with
I
Act
think
46.
the state kind of frowns on the select board and the school board getting together, just for the fact, especially around like anything that'll have to do with something in the budget being brought up. Because what do? Eliminate the lunch program to get a new plow?
Yeah.
Or eliminate a new plow to get, you know what I mean? So
Well,
that's the one reason why they're kind of separated.
Okay,
But
so
even if it's just a conversation of where everybody stands, Just a conversation?
Yeah, like what we're having tonight.
We would just have to warn 2 meetings and have them in the same place, obviously. Could be done. And elementary schools really don't publicize on BCTV, do they? There's not.
No.
And that's why it was like, why, you know, and to be honest with you, now that this new district is in place, some of my meetings can take like a half an hour because it's just approving the normal things that you have to approve.
Right.
And then there's other times, you know, we had a meeting, we started at 6:30 and ended at 10:15. You know, because it dealt with, there's some student matters, some staff matters, and you go into executive session, and not gonna leave BCTV sitting out in the hall for 2 hours, because it was like 2 hours at this last meeting. Like we were, you know, and then to come back in and find the ruling, it's kind of a, I'm going home.
It wouldn't hurt quarterly to have a meeting between the select board and the school district.
Can you stand up, please?
So we knew where everybody stood on basic issues. It doesn't have to be anything in depth. It's just a basic conversation so that we're all on the same page.
Now, if you're saying that the state doesn't approve of it, you know, that's a different
I
story.
don't know if there's any law about it, but I know they kind of frown upon it.
I don't understand that. I don't.
It had something to do with budgetary concerns. So that's why actually even during town meeting, you adjourn the one meeting to, or you know, recess the one meeting so you can go to the other meeting. And
Chris?
I did learn that in 2012. We were getting into the budgeting of all the flood stuff, and I thought, gee.
Okay, Chris, could you stand up?
We're bonding different things, and you know, so I thought, gee, should we? My first budget, right? Should we check with the school board to see like if they're going to put a new roof on, or? And they said, no, we can't. We don't intermingle. So that was very surprising to me.
Yeah.
Thinking, well, it's all the same taxpayers, isn't it?
Right.
But no, there's no. Apparently, it's 2 different boards, and they're wholly separate. I think.
Yeah.
I guess.
so, any other questions? I mean, and I don't know if you want to do it with the Newfane board, because the only things that we're really doing right now is just paying our payroll, and if there's any student matters, and as far as being transparent, all our minutes are published. They are on the website for the WCSU. They've been there for years since we've had a website. So that's where the transparency always lied, was in the minutes, which is why before BCTV came here, the board was still.
I can tell you, I think one of the reasons it's so great to have BCTV, and we hope that it lasts. There are many people who don't use computers and watch online, and me being one that used to never watch anything online until I now watch the select board meetings, I can remember what went on. No, but seriously, it is, you know, for people who are home and they're not computer savvy or they're not interested, they are watching it on TV, and that's why we're very concerned about that. Yes, Angela.
If the select board is on BCTV and it's public record and minutes are public record, then there shouldn't be a reason why both boards couldn't meet and have a meeting to discuss whatever is on the table so that everybody knows what's going on at the same time.
So those are things we've thought about and talked about and wondered about.
Well, is this a request for the West River Board, or for the Newbrook Board, or the Newfane Board?
Well, what kind of boards you got now?
What do you have?
Well,
what's the menu?
We have the Newfane Board, the Newbrook Board, which are only deal with that school. And then it's the West River Modified Union Education District, which is the entity that is going to be taking over.
I think we were talking about originally the Newbrook School. And Angela, you're nodding your head, so what would you like to say?
I would think that it would be right now the Newbrook board, and then when the other district takes over, then it would be moved into them.
Well, that would be up to their chair.
Right.
and the board, so.
Well, I think the important thing that we've at least come to an agreement about tonight is that you said that you're going to talk to the attorney.
I can talk to,
and that will be a tremendous help for us.
I will talk to the attorney, I'll get clarification if we can do that after the vote or not.
Okay.
Because that's the only legal standing I guess we'll have is if we can do it before, if we had to do it before the vote.
Yes.
Or after the vote.
Yeah.
And if we could do it afterwards, we'll see what we can do and do it.
Okay, is there anybody else who has a comment or question for Ken?
I just have one quick question.
Okay, could you stand up?
If you don't have access, Dennis Wiswell from Newfane, if you don't have access to Southern Vermont Cable, how do you see BCTV?
That was my thought, but.
And I think most of our community that lives out in the hinterlands.
Well, actually, if you have Fairpoint Communications and a cable hookup, you can still get BCTV.
It's not
Jan
fast
is
enough to
saying,
stream.
Yeah, you can.
I've tried.
I have, you just have to be patient.
I'm sorry, Jan just said the website. Is that correct, Jan?
If you go on to BrattleboroTV.org, you can watch all of their meetings and every select board in Wyndham County.
Just on the
BrattleboroTV.org on the internet.
Yeah, just on the
I
internet.
don't have Southern Vermont Cable where I live, so I'm stuck with
Go to the
Fairpoint
library.
Communications. And our local select board meetings, I can't stream them. The system's just not fast enough. And I don't think I'm alone. I think many people that live out of town have the same problem.
I agree.
I mean, it'll start, and then it'll stop, and it'll start, and after 15 minutes of it, you just can't stand to watch it. Just want to mention that because all the citizens in town are not going to be able to see what's on BCTV.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you for mentioning that, Dennis. Thank you for bringing that up.
But we can always go back to the minutes, which are posted. So, and that's the other thing. That's all I have. If you have anything else, let me know. I will check in with the school attorney and find out if we can get clarification on if it's before or after the vote, and if we can do it after the vote. I'm pretty sure that the Newfane and Brookline Joint Board will make that decision.
And Ken, as you know, anything you want to communicate, you can contact Shannon.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, good. Thank you. She's the best.
Yes, she is. And we don't have a budget meeting this year.
Okay.
Okay, there's no new Brook budget this year because it's going to be taken over by the new district board, which they meet on the third Monday at 7 o'clock at Leland and Gray.
And we meet on the first and third Mondays at 6 o'clock.
I know.
So you still have a board though, for the school?
We still have, yep.
Yes.
We meet second Thursday of every month because we used to conflict with you guys, so I changed it so that we would meet on different nights. Now, I don't know if I can get this new board to change to a different night, but I can try.
Thank you so much.
All righty.
Okay, have a good evening.
You too.
Be safe.
Yeah.
Okay. We are up to correspondence. And Shannon is going to get. Oh my goodness. Okay. I'll read one and you read one.
You don't actually have to read the whole.
Don't give me the magazine.
Would you read the magazine from front to back, please?
And I don't think you, just summarize that one. Yeah.
Summarize it?
Yeah.
Would you like to?
Yeah, I do.
I have to read it for 10 minutes first.
It's from Timothy Schaefer, Dr. Schaefer, Newfane Health Officer. And apparently there was a rental housing inspection for, should I name who it is? No. In Newfane. There was an inspection done on 12/6/2018. There was an investigation regarding structural integrity and bathroom ventilation, dryer ventilation, status of windows, lead paint mitigation. And there were complaints and findings and determinations made. And this was with, can I say who it was with? A plan was, I request that Wyndham Property Management respond within the next 30 days with a report of their own findings and plan for mitigation where appropriate. Okay. And that's it.
Thank you. Now we have very important headline here. VLCT, which is the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, the headline says, one of the big articles is recreational marijuana update, if anybody is interested. The other things they will discuss in this magazine is the VLCT's Dave Sichel retires, rights to reject non-binding advisory petitions, and also limiting slips, trips, and falls. This is a good time of year that everybody needs to be safe, and please take good care of yourself in those 3 movements: slips, trips, and falls.
Gary, are you still there?
Here.
Okay.
Okay. So this magazine is here in the town hall. If anybody wants to come and look at it, it's here for the public to view. Okay, that's the correspondence, and we are now up to pay orders. And so therefore, it's time to say goodnight to everybody at home. Please be careful with the snow and ice, avoiding trips, slips, and falls, and thank you for joining us this evening. Good night.
I'm going to call the BUHS number 6 meeting for December 17th, 2018 to order at now 7:02. So we are called to order. And the first thing on our agenda is the FY20 budget review. So this will be our second review of the budget. And we went over it pretty in-depthly over a lot of things 2 weeks ago, but I will turn it over to Bob to...
Okay, well, actually, there's not really anything new. We're right about at the spot we were 2 weeks ago when we reviewed it. We have been through, the Finance Committee has been through all the expense parts of the budget, both the BAMS, the high school, the Career Center, and the district-wide. We were hoping by this time, by the time we got to this meeting, we would have revenue or figures from the state primarily regarding the equalized pupil count, which is very important to make this all work its way down to what's the impact on the tax rate, which is the bottom line. So the equalized pupils numbers we do not have yet. I don't know that we are going to get them in the next couple of days, but it needs to be pretty soon for sure. When you get your equalized students, then you can figure your spending per pupil and what's the impact on the tax rates for the various towns. And at that point, there may need to be some slight adjustment in the budget, even though we've already kind of gone through the expense things. I just want to make it clear that the expense side of the budget is up a little bit, 2.9%. However, it is still primarily level funded and level service as we've asked for years. Discretionary expenses are up minimally, if at all, and primarily the reason for the increase is a large extent is negotiated salary increases that are part of the union contract, and also 10% health plan increase overall. And that adds a lot of dollars. The payroll is by far the biggest part of our business. So we're same place we were 2 weeks ago when I went all through this. I could go through specifics for the schools if anybody wishes, but we need to really get more information on the revenue side and how it's going to work for our tax rates for all the towns before we can proceed.
Can I add to that?
Yeah.
I was at a meeting in Montpelier today with a number of superintendents, and one superintendent said that due to issues with the data collection website, reporting system that they use at the state, they just submitted their data last week. So it will be, I would say, quite a few more days before we're going to get those equalized pupil numbers.
Likely to be after the first of the year?
We're hoping not, but it certainly won't be before the December break.
Yeah, because there's some dates after the beginning of the year where we have to keep, we have to start moving forward.
Correct.
Yeah.
Setting tuition rates, the whole. Yeah.
So the Finance Committee has not met since the last board meeting, but again, we're kind of at a standstill right now, budget-wise. Does anybody have any questions related to the budget that we know?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Well, when it's my turn.
Go ahead.
In view of the lack of revenue information, and you've just referred to this, there are other things that have to happen with the budget that are now more or less on hold. From the standpoint of the public, and people trying to come to understand where we are in the budget process, how do you see things unfolding from here? Particularly, at the last meeting, there had been mention of a public information meeting that could have happened tonight, but I guess it didn't.
Right.
So I'm just wondering how can members of the public at this point anticipate and then take advantage of opportunities to learn more and have their say?
Well, our hope would be, and Lyle, you can correct me if you think this is unrealistic, is that the first January meeting, which would be on the 7th of January, our regular board meeting, will be
the early start, 6 o'clock public hearing. And if we don't have numbers by then, I'm not quite sure what to tell you we would do, but we're hopeful that we may. That's still 2.5 weeks away or so. And isn't it statutory that those numbers are supposed to be available by the end of December at the latest?
Well, December 15th is when they're
Well, it's
supposed
supposed to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's gone by, but that's a good question. Well, that's what we're kind of hoping for right now. We'll be able to have that information. Once we get that information, we can react pretty quickly, change-wise. We had to do that last year because there was a big change in the equalized student number that we needed to rework some things for.
And I think, I mean, I will say too, I think that Frank and the Finance Committee has really anticipated everything that we could possibly anticipate. And then once we get those numbers from the state, it's a matter of plugging them in and running the math. And then we'll know really quickly as soon as those numbers come in. So that'll be good as soon as we have them. But we can't do anything until we have those numbers. But we've figured everything else out that we can figure out. So. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Let me also say, though, that it would be really great if the public information meeting were well publicized. The only way I knew it wasn't happening tonight was by showing up at 6 o'clock and seeing that all the lights were turned out. So I think there is room for improvement on public notification.
I believe it was warned in the paper as 7 o'clock.
I couldn't find it anywhere online, including at the WSESU website.
Oh, I read it in the paper, I think, the other day, but I didn't look online. But we'll be mindful of that.
Definitely. Thank you. Sean?
Well, I was just wondering if I jump ahead to new business. It says the FY20 budget action needed. Is that different now than what we're going to do? Yeah, that would be different now.
I think that was anticipated that we were really hopeful after the snafu from last year that we would have numbers. And I know that after our last meeting, I spoke to Frank, and he was hopeful that even if he had numbers this morning, he probably could have given us pretty firm numbers by the time we met tonight.
Yeah.
So.
And the other thing is, I'd like to make a comment if I could, because it always seems to me that everybody knows that the numbers are supposed to be here on 12/15, and they never are. But I sort of look at it like they're probably doing the absolute best that they can in Montpelier, and they probably run into problems that are unforeseen. So I hear a little bit of vague blaming the state. And I don't think I think it's counterproductive. I think they're probably working as hard as they possibly can to get it done, and it's not happening. But this is not just us, it's probably the whole state is like this. So, you know, a veiled comment that it's the state's fault, from my viewpoint, does nobody any good at all.
Well, regardless of whose fault it is, it's now second or third year, and it happens other years, and it comes right down to the wire, and maybe the whole thing the schedule needs to be adjusted. But you know, we have to work backwards from, as it stands right now, work backwards from our annual meeting date. So many days back in the morning, and all of a sudden you're back in December. And,
exactly.
It's a challenge.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point.
The AOE is understaffed in general, usually, and then they get these issues that was just mentioned, and it's a challenge. And I certainly didn't mean to implicate that there are people up there that are just sitting around on their hands, not doing anything. But
well, no, I certainly wasn't.
It does get kind of frustrating after now 2 or 3 years in a row.
Well, I think it also prohibits us from doing our due diligence and thoroughly going through it, and the initial view of the budget, and then the final numbers to put it through as well.
Yeah. Well, what you just said I find really interesting. If the AOE is understaffed, then it's probably the responsibility of legislators and the governor to make sure, I mean, in order for us to do our job, we need those numbers, like you said. And if we don't get them, then maybe they need more help.
But we have, clearly, as I said, we have thoroughly gone through and vetted the expense side of the equation, which is is really the heavy lifting in terms of time involved.
So it's the revenue side,
that would only change
equalize students.
Again, if we get a wildly different or a significantly different number, that we have to work with revenue-wise and trying to maintain the tax base.
Yep.
And I also would like to make it clear that it's not like we've got a little pot somewhere of money that we can just say, okay, well, if that goes bad with the equalized students, we'll pull some out of there. We will have to take a look at programs and expenditures a little bit.
No, and historically, that's exactly what happened last year.
Exactly what happened.
And that was not a good, couple of meetings and.
It was a rush decision, is what happened.
It
was a rush decision, and some people felt slighted.
Yeah, it was really bad, so.
So part of my report out, Southeast superintendents met with legislators, Wyndham County legislators on Friday, and it was reported out at that meeting that there are 22 openings at the Agency of Ed.
Wow.
So they are certainly understaffed.
Any other questions, thoughts related to the budget for tonight? Okay, seeing none. Why don't we move to the clerk's report and approval of the minutes of December 3rd. They were distributed, I know that. Is there a motion? Okay, let's get it moved and seconded, and then we'll do corrections.
I move that we approve the minutes of December 3rd, 2018.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, corrections, deletions, changes we need to make. Steve?
Under my report, it says members of the school community attended training for the Stop the Bleed presentation. They haven't attended that yet. That's upcoming in January.
Okay.
Oh, I'm correct.
Yeah.
And actually, I did send a couple items on to Barb, and I don't think she has put out the revised minutes yet. One of them was the statute that Lyle had given me on the student matter, and the other one was that Ian was here, but he's not listed, so I'll get those corrected.
Okay, any other additions, deletions, or corrections we need to make to the minutes? All in favor of approving the minutes as amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstentions? No. Okay, great. Do any board members have any communications to share this evening? Seeing none, we'll move on. And we'll move to the recognition of groups and individual visitors. And I know Franz is here, and you're just here related to budget stuff, or is there other things you'd like to tell us about today?
Just budgeting first.
Okay, well, you're welcome anytime, so please keep coming. And
I'm here, yes.
just,
Leslie Bond.
yeah, is there anything you want to talk about specifically?
No, I'm just here to listen.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So there's no other individuals, visitors, no other reports from them. So is there a motion to enter consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. So we'll start with finance, building, and transportation.
Well, I kind of wandered into that during the budget presentation.
Yeah.
The Finance Committee has not met since our last board meeting. And we don't have a meeting date definite right this moment, because obviously as soon as we have something to work with, we'll meet quickly.
Yep. Thank you to everybody. WSESU Finance Committee. I know Russ isn't here, but I was at the last WSESU board meeting, and the WSESU board approved the budget for the WSESU. So they did that at the last meeting, which was like 2 days after our last meeting. So the meeting for the supervisory union wide, that budget was approved by that board. So, and as far as I know, that's really all that the finance committee from the SU had to report on. Planning and policy.
Has not met.
Teacher curriculum committee.
Has not met.
BAMS committee.
Has not met.
Career center.
Has not met.
All right. So that was fast. All right, so let's move to administrative reports. And why don't we start the fire with the students?
All right. Well, we are halfway through our Feed the Thousands campaign.
The collections will be ending this week. It started off pretty well. We filled our display case in the social studies hallway, although if you look at it now, it will be empty because it has been collected by thousands. And so this year it's a competition between the grades to see who can raise the most food, and the winner gets a trophy and an hour DJing on WTSA. So the stakes are pretty high, and the freshmen are currently in the lead. So hopefully, seniors will pick it up a little bit, but we'll see. And so in our long block ACE, we're trying to get that to happen, and we have, our biggest problem was finding stuff for kids to do during this new time, and we have gone around to teachers and faculty and asked them, not officially, but just like person to person, if they are willing to run activities during this time, and a large portion of them have thought that was a great idea and are willing to, so that is looking on the upside for us.
Thank you. All right, we move to BAMS.
Hi everyone. I'm going to start with some holiday season things that are happening in the school. Team Draco, it's a 7th grade team this year. They do an annual, what they call geese giving, which is it's kind of termed after the way geese behave, that they're very loyal to their group, and if one kind of veers off, they try to get it back on pace. And so the theme of geese giving is kind of giving back, helping people out, and they spent a couple of days last week, and I think more time preparing, and they do things like cooked a bunch of stew and brought it to the local food shelf, did research projects on how to make their environment. They did research on climate change and studying the effects of plastics on animals, and then presented a really nice presentation to me around one way that we can help the environment at a local level in the school, which was essentially purchase a fountain that can be used with the bottles, with the filtered water, where people can put the bottles up to the fountain and get nice cold filtered water to help save plastic bottles. So they made a really compelling, they had research projects on display, and it was really great. Really proud of them. And then they capped the day off with a nice meal that they cooked together and served each other. So were any of you on Team Draco? You remember doing that?
Yeah, I remember geese giving.
Yeah.
I wrote a poem for it actually.
Yeah. So
it's lots of fun.
Yeah. So it's a great little annual thing that that team does. Also, along with the holiday theme, that we're also participating in Project Feed. We raised 230 pounds of food last week, and there's a little competition between teachers, and teachers are volunteering, and the losing teachers get to eat some crazy food combination. So that's been a lot of fun, and so Project Feed for the schools will end at the end of this week. And I reported last time we were working on a holiday shop, and that's been a huge success again. And our former BAM students probably remember the holiday shop too. It's essentially a place where there's a bunch of a bunch of items that are donated, and the kids purchase them with what we call BAMS bucks, and the kids were really excited. You know, a lot of kids leaving like, I got half my Christmas shopping done or holiday shopping done during this thing, and there's volunteers who wrap the gifts that they get. So it's really nice, and there were a ton of things given away. So those are some really nice things happening. We're also doing a little door decorating contest between all the advisories in the school. So, and that's themed around our social contract. So we're having a lot of fun with those things. Another really nice student recognition, a new thing we did this year, we've started this year, is to do an honors luncheon we varied honor roll recognition over the past, and student leadership came up with an idea to do a luncheon, get local businesses to donate some food items, and then recognize the kids with certificates, a VIP lunch, and we also, beyond honor roll, we recognize students who had received what we call HOW recognition, which is like habits of work. It's a new area that the Midland High School assess, and so we selected students who were making significant gains or progress in habits of work. So that was really great. There were 3 local businesses who donated food. Against the Grain, the Marina, Vermont Inn Pizza, and the Vermont Country Deli all donated pizza, salads, macaroni and cheese, and the kids, it seemed like they were really happy with the recognition. And I wanted to just recognize Jessica Montanieri, who did, along with some other staff members, but Jessica did an extraordinary amount of work getting it prepared, and I was really happy with it. Last but not least, we had a dance on Friday night, and we've been doing parent social events during the dances. We call it BAM's Community Connections, and Eric Johnson from the Brattleboro Police Department came and did a presentation on internet safety. And I would say there were 15 to 20 parents there, and it was really great information. So very thankful to the Brat PD and Mr. Johnson for coming, and for all the parents who attended. So that's all I have. Any questions? All right.
Great, thanks. Move down one to the high school.
Sure. Last week, we had our German club and our German students attended a pop concert at Conval High School in Peterborough with a German pop star named Vincent Weiss. And there were about 300 students there. And evidently, he is in the German top 40. I've never heard his music. He is doing a major North American tour, and one of his stops on his tour is Conval High School in Jaffrey, or Peterborough. So the students said he was great. Frau Sebastian loved him as well. And I'm not sure, I haven't heard him on the radio yet, but I look forward to hearing it at some point. Our music department, speaking of music, continues to do great work with our community. We've had 15 singers made the Connecticut Valley District Chorus and 12 selected for District Jazz Band. They earned that acceptance through auditions held last week in Chester. They will be performing at the District Winter Festival in Townsend in early February. Also, 7 musicians earned acceptance into the New England Music Festival Honors Ensemble following our auditions in Hartford, Connecticut. They'll rehearse and perform in that festival in Woodstock, Connecticut in March. Finally, members of our band played in the Green River Carol Sing in Guilford on Sunday. That will be broadcast on TSN Christmas Eve. That's always a great event. It's always great to hear our musicians accompanying the singers there. Tomorrow, we're doing our first coffee with the principal from 8 to 9 tomorrow morning. It's a chance for parents to come in and talk about their concerns at the school, what they want to see, what they like about the school. And hopefully we're going to use the agenda we developed tomorrow to set up more parent education throughout the year. So we'll be able to continue to do that on a monthly basis. So I'm looking forward to that. You may have noticed, if you were here in the daylight, that the practice field renovation has started. There's a whole lot of new dirt. There's a whole lot less trees, and they're doing a fine job getting that ready. Somebody reminded me that they could not plant grass in November. I said, you're right, we can't plant grass in November. That will start in the spring. Robert Clark also reports that he is doing the permitting process for the new maintenance garage. Hoping to break ground in the spring on that as well. We did find out that we do have to go through that 250 process again. We did that for the construction project. They are going to have us go through the 250 process to do the maintenance garage, but that's on track right now. I have a couple of staff changes to share. First, I would like to announce that mathematics teacher Kathleen Perry has put in her notice to resign at the end of the school year. She's been a longtime member of BOHS. She's been a longtime member living in the community and also working in the community. She's going to be sorely missed. We'll begin the replacement process in the new year, but I would ask the board to accept Ms. Perry's resignation effective at the end of June this year.
Is there a motion?
So moved. Accept the resignation of Kathleen Perry with regret.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And you may recall that Ben Lord is taking a leave of absence next semester. We've done some interviews. We've interviewed 3 candidates for this position, and we are recommending that Jacob Smith be hired as the long-term science teacher sub. Jacob currently works at BUHS as the science assistant, and he's going to take on this new challenge. He's thinking about this as a career change as well, so he wanted to try it out, see what it was like. So I would ask that the board accept Jacob Smith as a long-term science sub for the next semester.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Aye. We'll also begin looking for a replacement for Jacob for the balance of the school year as well. So that's all I have. Any questions? Thanks.
Excellent.
Just a comment. I was at the program at the church in Guilford and Green River, and those 3 students and Mr. Rice really did an excellent job. I mean, it was really cool. And you can hear it on WTSA on Christmas Eve. So.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, Career Center.
Sure. First of all, I'm happy to let you know that our newly developed LNA program received final approval last Tuesday, December 11th, from the Vermont Board of Nursing, so that we can run the program. A very lengthy process that has gone on, from purchasing equipment, working with area healthcare providers, getting clinical sites and instructors in place, and developing a small curriculum and things to start with, one of the binders involved. So they've been very busy. So special thanks to Kathleen Forrester, the new instructor of the program, and Paul Cohen that's done a lot of work also with that program. So that'll be starting this next semester as a double block program, blocks 1 and 2, that it will run. And also like to recognize 2 student Rotarians from the business department, Gavin Waite and Trevor Kipp, for assisting the Brattleboro Rotary Club and wrapping over 350 gifts that will be given out at elderly homes in our community. If you notice, they were on the front page of the Reformer last Monday, I believe, also.
Ray, if I could just interrupt, there's other student Rotarians that are BUHS students that were also there. They just didn't get.
They didn't get the wrap, I know.
They were in the paper, but there's other BUHS students that are student Rotarians that were there too, which was a wonderful thing. They all jumped in and helped.
Try to have a number of them attend the meetings, so that's great. And the Career Center's Project Feed the Thousands campaign went extremely well last week. The Career Center alone donated thousands of items to Fill the Bus campaign. That was on December 14th. There, and we collected from area schools. And we actually had 2 programs, electronics and engineering, that donated over 25 items per student within those programs. So the director gets to feed the thousands of them this week. It's a little competition that we had. So it went great. The kids really stepped up. In fact, 1 classroom in the math department, a smaller classroom of 7 students, donated 85 items per student for 1 class. So that's all I have.
I just have one question, if I could. You had been working on that nursing program you'd mentioned that a number of meetings ago.
Yes.
So that was quite a thing to.
It was an extremely long process, and last board meeting 2 weeks ago, I went over that they were coming down for the inspection of our site and the evaluation of our curriculum, and that we had all our contracts in place. So that happened between last meeting and December. It happened actually December 10th on Monday, and then they had their board meeting on December 11th, and they finally let us know that we received final approval. It was recommended to their board, so it's a lengthy process. In fact, Becky Steele at BTC has contacted us and asked about the process we went through, as they may be going through the process. So it's been a lot of work.
Fantastic. Excellent, thank you. Central office.
Sure.
So as I mentioned earlier, last Friday, Southeast Superintendents in Southeast goes from Hartford to the north to us in the south. Superintendents met with legislators. We talked about issues that are facing educators today. We talked quite a bit about pre-K, and we also talked quite a bit about career and technical ed and some of the issues that we hope legislators can help us with, which is right now there's such competition for students between a high school and a career and tech ed program, and trying to figure out a different funding method so that we're not feeling like we're taking students from each other or in competition. We're trying to do what's best for all students and not let funding be one of the driving forces. So that was one of the points of the conversation. Our human resource director, Peggy Lemna, is retiring at the end of the year. We're in middle of interviews for that position, and hopefully by next meeting I'll be able to announce to you whom we have hired. Had some excellent applicants and some really good interviews, so we're narrowing it down. And as I already reported, I had that data collection information for you. It is going to be great.
And I don't have a report for tonight, so we can move to unfinished business, which is an Act 46 discussion. It's listed as unfinished business. I don't know if there's anything really new to report at this point.
Since last meeting.
Since our last meeting.
I think we reported last time the organizational meeting has been warned for January 9th, 7 o'clock, UHS Gymnasium.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is BCTV cameraman Ian Keel. What was the organizational meeting? Is there a little more detail on that?
Sure. It's been warned. If you go to the State Board of Education or the Agency of Ed, you'll note that there are draft articles of agreement for Wyndham Southeast. Within those draft articles of agreement, there is a specific warning for an organizational meeting. It has to happen within 40 days, I believe, 90 days of November 30th. We wanted it as soon as we possibly could because at that organizational meeting, transitional board members are sworn in and they will begin the process of combining all the budgets that all the individual towns have been working on. Budgeting is a top priority because until we have dates set for elections and the annual meeting, we can't know when we're going to be passing budgets, and until budgets are passed, pretty much principals' hands are tied when it comes to any program development, any new hiring, that type of thing. So we got the earliest date we possibly could. We had to get permission from the Agency of Ed for our date, and other districts had already booked January 2, January 3, so we did January 9, which actually our thought process with that is that there is no other board meeting scheduled for that night, so we won't be bumping any other local board. So January 9.
And Mr. Chair, I just had one other question. And maybe Lyle will answer it. Will this board be putting forward its budget, or will a unified board be putting forward a unified budget?
The transitional board, which is made up of 2 members from each board, including this board, so Guilford, Brattleboro, Dummerston, Putney, BU6, each have 2 members in what's called a transitional board. They review the budget and present that budget to the newly elected merged board. It'll be the newly elected merged board that actually presents the full budget to the electorate, but it is the main job of the transitional board to put that budget together and then present it to the new board members.
If you can indulge me one more question, that's still aiming for presenting a school budget at the general town meeting time for most towns?
That will again depend upon elections because there are very specific dates that are set out in the Articles of Agreement about how long between the organizational meeting, when that election is set, and then that meeting, the annual meeting date is set. All of those things are laid out in the Articles of Agreement.
And one last question. So, is it a true statement that perhaps school budgets for Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union are just a little bit different this year because of that?
There will not be individual school budgets. There will be a merged district budget.
So essentially, the way that we understand it is that the transitional board, one of the things that it will be doing is taking the 5 budgets from those 5 boards, merging all of them together into one unified budget, and then presenting that to the newly elected unified board when those elections happen, and then they will present that at an annual meeting, very similar probably to the BUHS annual meeting that used to happen in February, that will still happen in February this year, that happens in February, but that will be a separate meeting. So on top of the budget process slowing down some things for the principals and hires or program planning or those contracts and things like that, it also has the potential of slowing down town budgets, because until the school budgets are done, the towns can't figure out their budgets, because in so many ways the school budget is such a large portion. So whatever percentage for that town is that it will be. So it's a bigger job.
Thanks for answering my questions. I don't usually talk from behind the camera. I just assume there may be people watching who would like a little more detail. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you for asking the clarifying questions. Rick?
Yeah, Rick or Lyle, how is the slate of candidates for the final board created, and when would that be finalized so that people could approach them, or, open forum, that kind of?
So on January 9th, at that organizational meeting, one of the jobs of at that meeting is to set the date of the elections. I'm hoping that will be on town meeting day. After a meeting with town clerks from each of the towns, they really would appreciate not having a separate election some other time, but it is one of the jobs of that first transitional board meeting to set that date. Once that date is set, then there are specific 6 Mondays, and petitions have to be due. And when we were looking at that, it looked like there would be a very, very short turnaround between setting the date on January 9th and probably petitions being due January 28th. But we have petitions ready to go and sent to the town clerk's offices as soon as the organizational meeting happens and that date is set.
So and then it'll be dependent on who decides to take out a petition and run for election, and then there'll be an election hopefully on town meeting day, and that's what will decide who this new merged board is.
Is the makeup of the merged board and the transition board the same though? Is there going to be 2, or is
it's going to be 2, but it's only 2 from each town as opposed to 2 from each board. So the transitional board will actually be 10 people, where the merged board will only be 8 people, because it'll be 2 people from Dummerston, Guilford, Putney, and Brattleboro. Whereas the transitional board will have 2 members from each one of the town boards and 2 of us. And in the way that the statute reads, it's the chair and the clerk of each board is the transitional board. So Sean and I will serve on this transitional board. Whether we choose to run or not for the merged board is a whole other conversation and question that we individually, everybody will have to add and do what they want to do. And then my understanding on the elections is that for the merged board, the 8-member merged board, is that everybody in all 4 towns will vote for no more than 2 from each town. So as a person from Dummerston, if Bob and I were both running from Brattleboro, you would have a say on whether or not we got elected, because you would vote for us also. And it's the way that they can do it with the numbers, as far as the population numbers and the number of representatives, is that everybody in all 4 towns gets to vote on all 8 candidates. So it'll be, don't vote for no more from 2 from Brattleboro, no more than 2 from Putney and Dummerston and Guilford, and everybody will vote. And it'll be the top 2 vote getters in each town that will be the new merged board.
So just to be clear,
Yeah.
you got a slate, say you got 5 people in Brattleboro, I'm up at town meeting, I'll vote for 2 of them.
Yep.
Same in Putney, they'll make these 7 people,
And then running
I'll
for
vote
Putney,
for 2 of them.
and the 2 top vote getters from each town. So, and it could be in, for instance, somebody from Brattleboro could have the 3rd highest number of votes from all 4 towns,
They're out.
but they're out because it's only the top 2 vote getters from Brattleboro that'll be on the new merged board. Or it could be that 4 people in Dummerston got the 4 highest number of votes, but
So 2.
it's only the top 2 from each town.
But there will be 2 from each town.
There'll be 2 from each town. Yeah.
Just a clarification regarding the BUHS annual meeting. In that business at that meeting has always been totally related to the ensuing year, would that not become a moot?
Right. It is not, at this point, legal for any board to make any determination on anything that happens after July 1st. Your job is to finish out this year.
Right.
So we'll still have an annual meeting in February as planned, BUHS annual meeting, but all we'll be doing is reviewing what happened this past year and what's happening up until June 30th. So, but there'll be no decisions or no budget discussion for after June 30th. Okay. It'll just be sort of it'll be the review part of what happened.
Which we
So
have
residents
not
can't make
generally
any
done.
motions from the floor either then?
No.
There's nothing to...
There's nothing to make a decision about. It's just we by statute have to have a meeting to inform the electorate what we did. So that's what we'll be doing in February. As part of our annual meeting, there'll just be no planning beyond that. Shasha.
I have the warning of that January 9th meeting in front of me, and I can't find in all the 12 items of the warning when the date will be set for the election.
That's because the transitional board has to make that decision. The transitional board decides that at the January 9th meeting.
How come it's not on the warning?
I don't know. I haven't seen the warning, to be honest with you.
Because they have everything else, you know, whether it's going to be Australian ballots, the compensation to the officers, and it's actually a little bit confusing. But it doesn't mention anything about setting an election date on the 9th. And I actually called my town clerk today, and they said there was going to be a meeting on the 9th and also on the 10th. And at the 10th, on the 10th, which is a Thursday, it would be the setting of the election date.
Mm-hmm. So it says to determine a date and location for the first annual meeting. All subsequent annual meetings which shall not be earlier than February 1st and not later than June 1st. Australian ballot. To determine whether to elect members of the new Union District Board by ballot. You're right, I do not see it somewhere though. I have read that, so I'll continue to look for that.
Because hopefully everything can be done on the 9th.
Yeah, that was one of the clarifying.
Wouldn't have to have a meeting on the 10th.
Yeah. I mean, my assumption would be, because we'll be meeting in the evening on the 9th, that the 10th would be when the town clerks would be made aware of that and have petitions available on the 10th.
And
that would be my.
There was a question, if I may, from my town clerk, and she was asking whether they had to be at the meeting on the 9th because there was some discussion that a checklist had to be presented at that meeting. And does it? They didn't know whether it had to be done in person or.
We had met with the town clerks. I thought we had cleared that up, but it sounds like we need to meet with them again.
Well, our town clerk wasn't there, so it was the assistant town clerk.
Oh, okay.
But she said, you know, do we have to be there on the 9th with the checklist?
Yes.
In hand.
Yes.
So, yeah. So maybe our town clerk is aware of that.
Yep.
Any other questions that we can try to clarify related to that? Related to Act 46 and the plan going forward?
if I could,
Yeah.
it's a little bit of a redundant question, but does it seem as if the election for the directors will happen on town meeting day?
It will be determined at that January 9th meeting. That would be my recommendation after meeting with the town clerks. The town clerks would prefer to do both elections because there will be the election for board members to finish out till June 30th and elections of new board members at the same time.
Did you have a question, Bob?
Board members to finish out, they have to be re-elected to finish out?
Yeah, some people's terms are gonna expire in March, and they'd have to,
okay.
those seats have to be filled until the end.
Okay, just the ones whose terms is.
Yeah, yeah. If your term's not up in March, then it's not an issue, but if your term is up in March, then somebody has to run for that seat and be in that seat until June 30th. On top of,
So I'll ask one more question. At the WSAS, the meeting that we had here on Thursday, Vernon was here. So what's going to happen to Vernon in the new transitional board? They won't have a representative.
So at this time, we are still, we will be the merged board, WSCSU, and Vernon. The State Board of Ed did not make any determination on our status as a supervisory union. So therefore, we needed to pass that supervisory union budget. Vernon will have board members. Until the statute is changed, Vernon would have 3 board members from their board, and the merged board would have 3 board members as well.
So the WSCSU board?
Yes. So there'll be a 6-member board, 3 representing Vernon's 200 plus, and 3 representing the other 2,200 kids. I suspect that we're going to need to take that up because that doesn't seem
proportionate.
Right, yeah. Well, and I think you said too also at the last SU meeting that at any, or maybe it was somebody from Vernon that said it, that at any point in time, because Vernon's status is still, nothing's changed, but the State Board of Education could make a determination about Vernon at any point in time. And if they make a determination to put them into a unified district someplace, then that would change and potentially dissolve the SU. That if Vernon is placed someplace else, if the State Board of Education decides to do that. There's a lot of what ifs out there about Vernon's status still, in a lot of ways. And from talking to them that night, they're not feeling real confident either because nobody knows, because no final decisions have been made. But the State Board of Education has reserved the right to make the decision at some point.
Is the SU budget finalized, locked tight, or something could come down the road and just turn it upside down and need to be reevaluated?
It shouldn't. Nothing should change. It's done. It's passed, and so it's all set. And then so there's nothing to change unless something dramatically changed. Like, i.e., if say the State Board of Education decided to move Vernon out of it, then that would dramatically change it, and we'd have to redo the SU what the SU portion of that budget to signify the Vernon piece.
But when you come and put all these budgets together and stuff, and you don't know how they're all going to go together yet, you could find yourself with an extremely unbudgeted number.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say, and you need to look at everything. You can just say, well, this is what we voted on, so right. This is the line in the sand on this one. You're gonna have to look at everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that transitional board that passes it on to the merged board is going to have to stand up and say, we need to relook at everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not necessarily locked tight.
No, but it's as tight as it can be.
It's at least got the most fixed numbers right now that you can work with.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Mr. Chair, can I ask you one more question?
Sure.
This is Ian with BCTV. The Wyndham Southeast Supervisory Union is an entity that Vernon is a part of.
Yes.
The Wyndham Southeast Supervisory District? Is
Will-
that the
will
term?
be- will- Well, that's still to be determined, the name, but we can go
Okay.
with that for right now.
That is a different entity.
That's a different,
That
that's that
currently does
merged
not
board.
contain Guilford.
No, it does not contain Vernon.
Vernon.
Does
I
not contain
apologize.
Vernon.
Yeah.
That's the merged board that we're talking about.
And that board would be responsible for the budgets of the elementary schools within Brattleboro, Guilford, Putney,
And
Dummerston, and this
And-
high school board,
and-
and the WRCC board?
And the middle.
Is there any other entity that's part of that,
And EES.
which is Early Education Services?
Yeah.
Yep, and that's still to be determined because EES budget goes from February or March 1st to March 1st. They're on a totally different structure than anybody else anywhere. So we've been working with the regional office of Head Start. They would have to pay approximately a third of the year's budget up front to get Head Start into our budget system, which is, of course, July 1 to June 30. So that's still to be determined, but yes, EES as well.
If I think I might be able to clarify for you, Ian, this warning for this January 9th meeting says the Wyndham Southeast Unified Union School District. So that is the entity. But it's still, we still have the WSESU Supervisory Union also as an entity. So it's two entities. That's why you can have what Ricky just referred to, the lopsided participation of Vernon and the SU. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep. So, Sean, when I look at number 2, to swear in the members of the transitional board created in Article 9, who shall immediately assume office and serve until the voters of the new union district elect the initial members of the board of directors, and those members are sworn in and assume their duties. I assume that's where the transitional board sets the date for that election.
Okay, thank you.
Do you, the question begets questions. Could you, or is it public knowledge right now that the makeup of that traditional board, a transitional board?
Yeah,
it has what, 8 names right now?
The transitional board is 10 names. It's the chair and the clerk of the Brattleboro Town School Board, the Guilford Town School Board, the Dummerston Town School Board, the Putney Town School Board, and the BUHS number 6 board. So those 10 names.
Except that the Putney Town School Board's clerk decided she did not wish to do that, so it's Putney's chair and vice chair.
Okay. And that there is a provision that if the chair and the clerk both can't do it or whatever, then that individual board can elect another person to take that one of those people's spots. But those 10 people are the transitional board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have that conversation at this board level? If we are, when? The January 7th meeting?
I mean, in theory, in theory, we could have that conversation right now. It's part of Act 46 discussion, so is there something you want to say in relation to that?
No.
Okay. Because right now it's you and me, and I don't see any of our peers. Oh, and Ann's going to be there from Putney, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Ann will be on from Putney, but I don't see, Sean, I don't see any of our peers wanting to take that spot. And if I'm wrong by that, please tell me that I'm wrong by that on that transitional board.
We love you too. We want you.
Thank you.
Right, everybody else?
You guys will do a great job. Well, I can't because of my involvement with the EES, so there's my excuse.
All right. Okay, so anything else related to Act 46, the plan moving forward? I think just as a recap, we'll At our January 7th meeting, we hopefully will know more related to numbers for budgets, and we may know more related to Act 46 merger consolidation and any of some of those outstanding things we may know in preparation for the meeting on the 9th. And that meeting to the 9th is open to the public. The start time on that is?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock in the BUHS gym. Is that what I heard? Yes. So the public is welcome to come to that meeting as well, while those 10 folks make some decisions about what happens next. So, yes?
Question on that. For the adoption of the Articles of Agreement at the meeting on the 9th, does that require a vote of the public, or is that strictly an affair of the transitional committee?
So I'm going to have to find out, because I was not under the impression that we adopted the articles. The articles have been given to us because we did not merge voluntarily. So we have some leeway, there can be some amendments, but there are some that cannot be amended at all. So it's not an adoption of these. There are things laid out in these that, for instance, the grades operated or tuitioned in academic years, it tells us exactly what we have to do with that.
My understanding for the Articles of Agreement is that when we did not merge voluntarily, we lost all opportunity to have a voice in what the Articles of Agreement were. The Articles of Agreements were given to us by the Board of Education, and we have to live within those. Like Lyle said, there's some leeway in them, some places to make amendments for certain things, but for the most part, they're given to us. These are our marching orders, and we need to do it.
Okay, but I still wonder if there's any point during that meeting where there might be a vote of the people from the towns. You say the public's invited,
right, but
does the public actually participate in any aspect of that meeting on a voting basis?
The wording doesn't.
Not yet, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
I mean, but it is a public meeting, and I think as we saw tonight here, there's a lot of questions from some folks that know a lot of this stuff, that have been to a lot of the previous meetings and are aware of a lot of things, and we still have questions. So I wanted to extend the public's coming to that meeting just so that as things move forward with elections and other things, there's hopefully less and less questions, and we're answering those questions.
You know, Frank did make that comment at one of the Finance Committee meetings, I think, about if something did or didn't happen at that meeting, it would be, in his words, a humdinger.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, is the humdinger a likely scenario or not? But it doesn't have to be answered right now. It's just what I'm wondering about.
Let me just read number 4. To elect the following officers of the district from among the qualified voters of the district.
Oh, so there is a piece, I'm sorry.
Which officers shall assume office upon election and serve for a term of 1 year or until their successors are elected and qualified. And then that's going to be a moderator, a clerk, and a treasurer.
So, I picture that happening much like we do with the BU6 meeting. Yep.
Yep. Oh, I see. So that isn't the body at large that came to the meeting.
Well, it does say all votes conducted from the floor, if you read up above in the very first paragraph. So that one that you just read, I do believe, is voters and votes. Anyone that's attending that meeting that's a registered voter can vote on that.
Which is similar to the way we do the BHS meetings for those warnings as well. It's, we do it by a voice vote. We've always done by a voice vote at our meetings because it's pretty straightforward. There's really one candidate for each thing. So.
Mr. Chair, a question that arises. Is there a representative of the Agency of Education scheduled to be at this meeting?
No. I've been appointed the designee of the Secretary of Education for that meeting.
So, January 9th will be a busy evening. And hopefully, Franz, to answer your question, hopefully there will be no humdingers. But
I'm always on the lookout for them.
There's no guarantee. All right. Anything else related to Act 46? Questions related to all that? All right. Seeing none, is there a motion?
You mean to adjourn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a quick new business thing? Just
Oh, sure.
Quick question.
Yeah.
It's a procedural question, and it concerns executive session. Are we privy to any follow-up pertaining to whatever business took place there when it occurred?
At the executive session, not typically.
No.
Unless there's
Any progress, any outcome, or is it just we sit in there and then make a decision?
we make the decision, and that's typically how it happens. We could, because I think that there's my experience tells me that there's usually limited things that can be shared even in an executive session with us, just in case something has to come back before us, so that we don't, something.
There's a process that has to go through even to go into executive session again.
Right. And if we had to do it, if we had to do a similar matter with the same people, it would be. We need to know as little as possible until we walk in.
Right. It's difficult to talk specifics, and I get that. I'm trying to be sensitive to it, but one and done, and okay.
It's hard. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I do understand. Yeah, it is definitely hard, but it's what we have to do usually.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Anything else for us tonight? New business, old business? No? Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
There being no further business before this board, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. See you. Everybody have a nice holiday. See you on
Welcome to this version of River Valley's Unified Union School District. And I actually have an agenda. And again, I've probably lost it. Thank you, buddy. Okay, call the meeting to order. Additions or deletions to the agenda. The only thing I just told Anita is that we're gonna move her communications report down to right after we discuss and set up the budget meeting summary content, which should not be all that long into the meeting. There it is. Thank you. Okay, so members of the public, you're here first.
Been here since 5 o'clock.
For what? Oh, these are the same old people that come to every meeting.
The same old.
Same old.
Who's got the name tags?
Yeah, I don't have that.
He knows who we are. He wants to know who the audience
This is the first meeting I didn't have them. The last
Okay.
4 meetings I had them.
Folks in the audience, please raise your hand and wave at Peter and tell him your name.
Okay.
Marco Tonini.
He's our treasurer.
Why don't they tell me?
No, we're doing,
Oh,
we're just the
public.
audience.
Oh, the public.
Go ahead,
Me?
please.
Teneale, Teanille, Cutler.
Thank you for coming to a meeting. Have you ever been to one before?
I have, it's been a while though.
Oh.
It's been over a month.
I'm busy with transportation meetings.
Oh. Sir?
2 months maybe.
Me?
Yeah.
Mark Schauber.
Anita?
Anita Raphael.
Good, thanks.
Raphael. Wasn't that one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Yes.
Yeah.
Leonardo, Michelangelo, Raphael, Donatello.
Go ahead.
Peter, do you need me? It's Lauren
I got you.
Hartwood.
Okay, and that's Rich, the guy that's not allowed to talk, but if we get him to talk, it puts a smile on my face.
The field producer.
Our producer, our award-winning producer.
Field producer.
Where's that award?
Where is that award?
It's on my calendar.
Keep forgetting to bring it.
Do you have, I'm sorry, do you have anything from members of the public?
Do I?
Yeah.
No.
Do you? That's anybody? Marco, you're here for the warning stuff, right? Thank you. Review and approve the minutes of the December 3rd, 2018 meeting, which you all should be. Anybody like to make a motion? I would love to entertain one. Okay, Barry moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion's made second to approve the minutes of the December 3rd, 2018 meeting. Who did those? Did Peter do those, or did you, Matt? No.
Peter was back. Probably me.
Yes. You guys all ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Anita's communications report got moved under discuss and set up budget, so I'm gonna ask you guys on the board to take a seat out there, because we're gonna do a quick presentation. So this is important. This is a River Valley School District tax talk. So I gotta pull this down.
A little bit like at the movies, that are a little close.
No popcorn?
No popcorn. So, what usually winds up happening is Rick and I will meet with Bill before a meeting to just discuss what's on the agenda, make sure we have everything that we need for our meeting, and to make sure that any questions that we think may come up that we have the answers to. If we don't have, we try to get them from Bill. So we've been working on the budget. So last meeting we approved the budget. It was $5 million and some odd dollars and some odd cents. Budgets, those of you that ever saw my old budget presentation, budgets have a lot of factors that create numbers for us that bring us somewhere. So there's all these different numbers that get kind of melded together to give us a tax rate. And this is something that, like you said, Lori at the business office kind of put together for us to kind of explain how this all works. So it's the River Valley School District Tax Talk. So Lori said she would come tonight, but I said, I think I can handle this, and we gave her an extra night off just before the holidays. So she was very appreciative. She's been working hard, and she should get a lot of credit for this. We did make we asked for a few changes in how this got put together, but I think it's really good, and I hope everybody will enjoy it. Yes.
Do you want us to ask questions while you're going through it?
No, can we just, if we could have questions to rock and roll through this, and then maybe we can come back. That may be easier.
Okay.
So first page is get into a cost per student. So one of the factors that determines how much your property taxes are is how much your per pupil expenses are. And there's a lot of talk about per pupil expenses when the legislature talks about tax rates and education, and educators talk about education. So it's a real simple procedure. You take your budget that you voted, that's the budget we approved at the last meeting, $5,346,131. There's things called offsetting revenues, and we used to call it revenues other than taxes. And these are things like the school gets a little bit of money for the windmill. The windmill costs us a lot of money. The school gets a little bit of money for the solar array. We get a rent check. There may be, some schools have income from, they rent out their gym, or they rent out their playground, or they have other sources of income. There's also some grants we get that are called categorical grants from the state. They fall under this offsetting revenues. So we have projected $358,256 for offsetting revenues. It's not guaranteed that we're going to make that, but that's our best educated guess at this time. So that gives us the total amount, the amount of tax money that we need, as $4,987,875. Did I talk too long? Is that my clue?
I think it's giving you time to make your phone stop making that noise.
Can I kill my phone?
Well, because it's going to elevate my blood pressure.
It's elevated my blood pressure. So anyways. No signal.
Please stay fine. Sleep doesn't want to wake up. So.
We have a cutoff now, so you can turn it back on.
Okay.
Is
that Bill, or Matt, is it not?
No, it's nothing you've done or anything.
You got it.
You're up. You're up. There it is. Good job.
Okay, so equalized pupils, cost driving factor.
Yay!
Good job.
So our best educated guess right now is there's 282.15 equalized pupils. So I always joked at town meeting in Dover that 0.15 student is going to cost us more to educate than all the other students together, and it always depended on what part of that student you got. If you got the head, it may not be as hard as if you got a leg. But it's just a number made up by the state. And what they do is the state takes all your pupils and they put them into a big pot and they weigh them. And when they say they weigh them, they say, oh, if you have English as a second language, you require a little bit more, so we're going to weigh you at 1.2. And they used to give a big weighting for high school students, so they do all that. And then they divide that big number by 100,000 because they never wanted more than 100,000 students in the state. And they come out with this membership number here. It's a number that the State Department of Ed comes up and gives us. They're supposed to give it to us by December 15th. It's now December 17th. Yeah. They haven't given it to us. It doesn't look like we're going to get that till sometime in the middle of January. There's been some problems with the numbers. So we feel that this is a very conservative number, that it shouldn't be any lower than this. It may be a little bit higher. So you divide the number of students into that education spending, which is your total budget less offsetting revenues, and you come up with $17,678 per pupil. Next slide. So then we have to see if we're in the penalty box. So a few years ago, I think it was under Governor Douglas, they wanted to make sure that we didn't spend too much money. So what they did was, he said they had a threshold, and if you spent over that amount of money per pupil, then what they would do is they would tax you at twice whatever that amount over that per pupil spending was. Luckily, the number is 18,311, we're at 17,678, so easy elementary math says we're under the number, so there is no penalty, so that's our cost per student, 17,678. It's kind of a useless slide, but just in case you hear that, because there's a lot of districts that wind up going over that and go into the penalty box. It's kind of like a luxury tax like baseball has. And pardon? Okay. So anyways, that's that. So we're still good. Next slide. So our cost per student translates into a unified tax rate. And what we show is the cost per student is 17,678. That's our cost. The state has an average yield, and that was set on, it was recommended by the tax commissioner, I believe, at $10,666. That number is not set in stone either. That has to be voted on by the legislature. So you take the 10,000 and then you come up with the unified tax rate per pupil divided by the yield, which is $1.66. So that would be the tax rate if nothing else factored into your tax rate. However, because we voluntarily voted yes to join forces, we get an 8-cent buy down for this year. Next year it'll be 6 cents, 4 cents, then 2 cents. Other districts that didn't voluntarily merge, they don't get that 8 cents. So that's kind of one of the reasons why the merger maybe didn't look as bad as it may have been or could have been. So that gives us a unified tax rate of $1.58. But that's not what you're going to pay for taxes, because we have another number we got to go to. Next page. Who does this tax rate affect and how? So this tax rate affects every person who either is a homeowner, a renter, a retiree, parents, guardians, grandparents, and others from the town of Dover and Wardsboro. Homestead property tax is based on a house and 2 acres, but there is income sensitivity percentages, and not to totally confuse you, but there's a whole nother formula that deals with income sensitivity. The legislature sets an income sensitivity just like they set a homestead tax rate, and then depending on the budget you vote over the $10,000, that per pupil amount, the base amount, then that percentage goes up. Some years in Dover it's been as high as 2.5. Rick, do you know what your income sensitivity number runs at?
No, it's usually been a little over 1. I mean, it's vacillated anywhere from I think it got down to 0.87 at one time, and it's gone up to 1.25. So it's been somewhere in that range.
So that number varies, and that's the number that if you multiply that by your income, is you should never pay more than that amount of money towards your house and 2 acres. But then there's other factors too, because it's everybody in your household. So if you have your child as a high school student, but he has a really good job and made $5,000 that year, that counts towards your income. If you have your parents living at home with you because it's your parents had whatever reason, their income counts. It's everybody's income in your house. And renters paid either through income sensitivity or technically, the rent, the landlord probably figures in his taxes into the rent. Next slide. So we have a unified tax rate of $1.58. Then it's multiplied by your CLA, and the CLA is commonly known as the common level of appraisal. So what happens is every year your listers send to the state of Vermont a grand list. They say, this is what we think all the property in the town of Dover and all the property in the town of Wardsboro is valued at. The Wardsboro listers do Wardsboro. Dover has a tax assessor, and that person submits this list. The state looks at the numbers and says, this is where we think you should be, this is where you're at, and you come up with a common level of appraisal. So right now, they say that in Dover, we're at 103.84%, which basically says that everything in Dover is valued 3.84% higher than it should be. If you were at 100, it's 1 for 1, it would be even. Wardsboro's even a little higher, they're at 109.33. Again, we'll get these numbers from the tax department, and they'll come out usually in the middle of January. So these are last year's numbers. They usually don't vary that much, 1 or 2 points either way, unless you have a major reappraisal. There are some towns that we've seen that are down at like 50 and 60%. So they have their unified tax rate may be $1.58. theirs is gonna go up, because if they're at 50%, you double that number. Because we're all higher, our number's gonna go down. Next slide. So here is in Wardsboro, and this goes back, FY19, the yellow and the blue, that's currently what you're paying for a tax rate in Wardsboro. Wardsboro, you're at $1.37. If you go back to FY15 on the bottom, you can see you were 47, 48, 48, 41, 43. This tax rate that we're showing you is with the CLA should be around $1.43. But there are two contributing factors to have that real low number there, that $1.37. But I'm not going to tell you what it is because we got to go to the next slide. And we're going to do Dover. And same thing if you look at Dover. You know, back we're $1.49, $1.50, $1.50, 48. Last year $1.46. This rate projects to be at $1.52. Those of you that don't have the pleasure of coming to the Dover town meeting, school district meeting, we kind of shoot for a tax rate because we've used our reserve funds pretty fluidly over the last 20 years. So we tell the voters this is a tax rate we're going to shoot for. So you can see we've tried to shoot for around that $1.50 for the last few years. But last year went to $1.46. But there was two contributing factors. We're going to tell you about them next. Dun, dun, dun. Suspense. Contributing factor number one, in Dover, we moved, we went from $1.62 to $1.51 because we used because we used some reserve fund money to lower our prices. And in Wardsboro, you reduce your tax rate from $1.49 to $1.42 because, next slide, Dover moved $191,177 from reserve funds into our operating budget, brought the rate down, and in Wardsboro, they used $81,000 of reserve money to bring the tax rate down. But Dover, again, we were shooting for the $1.50. The second big thing that happened, and this happened after we had to submit our budgets to the state, so in Dover, we probably would have been at that $1.50 if this hadn't happened after the filing had to go in. So there was I don't know if you guys all remember, and Laura probably does because she lived it. The legislature had a big fight with the governor, and they were arguing over taxes and rates. So the governor proposal found $58 million in one-time money to avoid an increase in property taxes. So that changed the yield from $9,842 per pupil to $10,160, driving down the tax rate, but it was one-time money. And I don't remember where the money was from. Was it tobacco money?
No, it was from the federal tax cuts and reshoring of dollars from overseas.
So that happened. So there was two factors last year that brought the rate down. Remember, last year's rate was the lowest since 2015. So if you go to the next slide, what that did was that brought the Dover rate from $1.51 to $1.46, and it brought Wardsboro down from $1.42 to $1.37. So if there happens to be $50-some odd million floating around Montpelier come book time, you never know. So if you go to the next slide, so the potential unified tax rates would be $1.58 before reserve funds applied. If we were to take $180,000 out of our reserves, and if you look at the bottom, the projected reserves between Dover and Wardsboro are $1,082,000. We can bring that tax rate down to $1.52, and then using the CLA, which is that next slide, it would make the tax rate in Dover at $1.46 and $1.37 in Wardsboro, which would keep the rate at what it was last year, which was artificially lower because of the governor bringing that $58 million in. So again, this is one of the frustrating things about Act 60 and Act 68. Don't skip forward, because you could double your budget. You could take your $5 million and go to $10 million. And if the governor found a whole bunch of money and there was a bunch of reserves and we had a bunch of income coming in, some really rich person in Wardsboro died and left the River Valley School District $5 million to be spent in 1 year, the amount you budget doesn't really have an effect on the tax. It has an effect on the tax rate, but the big things are how much do you bring in other income, what are the CLAs, and what other factors are contributing at the state level, which includes the yield and any type one-time money, and what they actually set the residential tax rate at. So if you go to the next slide, it talks about variables. Yield can go up and down. You know, the yield is recommended, but it's not set. That's set by legislature. The per pupil threshold is currently set at 18,311. That usually doesn't move. And that's usually, there's a formula they use, they base it on percentages. So I don't think I've seen that move much. I don't know if Laura remembers it moving at all, or Matt. The equalized pupil count at 282. If that were to go down, that would change our rates a little bit. If that goes up, it changes them. Again, we won't know that till sometime in January. And the common level of appraisal, we should know early on, but you know, Wardsboro was at 108%. If you drop to 106, but you guys haven't had a reappraisal this year, did you?
No, I don't think they're doing one until next year.
Yeah, so usually, like I said, it's usually at reappraisal time when you see the biggest move. I don't know, Martha, since you've been treasurer, we've been at 102, 103, 104-ish.
Yep, in that
Maybe
range.
a penny up or down. And then the governor and the legislature, you know, what do they vote on? You know, if they all of a sudden decide that every school should, you know, install, I don't know, a bicycle for every kid or a car for every student or something.
Childcare on premise.
Childcare on premise, there you go. There's all sorts of things that can change that. One of the big things that the legislature is going to discuss this year is a statewide insurance, health insurance for all staff, all teachers. You know, that could make some changes. You know, that could either up or down. That could save us money or it could cost us money depending on what they decide. A few years ago, the legislature voted to have a one-time payment made every time you hire a new teacher towards a retirement fund. So there are different variables that are all beyond our control. And actually, when you look at our budget, and we discussed this at budget time, a lot of that's beyond our control also, because we can't set the secondary rate. We just pay what they tell us to pay for most of the schools. Special ed, we don't really, a plan's written, budget's put together based on that plan, and the SU divvies it up. So there's a lot of things that are beyond our control. And when you get down to what we actually control, and we had that graph on the budget stuff last meeting, you know, out of the whole budget, it's like less than 20% or 25% we actually control. So, are there any questions on any of these slides? And I have copies for everybody, but they're in black and white. But does that make sense? Did it confuse anybody? Did it help anybody?
It was excellent.
It was good? Okay. Are there any questions about it? Go ahead, Laura.
I got no question.
Anybody? Did we do good? Okay, excellent. Yes.
The 282.15, is that?
The equalized pupils?
Yes. Is that every student in Dover?
No, what it is it used to be called a weighted average daily membership. So you submit every day. Well, things are changing a lot. That's one of the things we're way ahead of the curve. That's that conversation you and I and Lori had. Lori's using the new systems, the new business management systems that the state has decided that everybody should be on, so we're all going to be on the same system now. So what that's doing, though, is that's creating some additional work because we can't use the old codes, and there's different categories and stuff. If you guys remember when we were looking at the budget, there were some numbers that didn't make sense to us, or there were some descriptions that didn't make sense. It was Board of Ed service, it was like board members or something, but it was really for the treasurer and for the clerk because they didn't have a category for them. So Lori's on this new system. And part of that system is supposed to, every day, they tally up the total number of students. They send a census up to the state. And I think what's happened is with them changing over in some schools on the new program and some on the old program, it's getting really confusing up there. So they haven't settled that number, but it's based on the total number of students in a building. Then there's weighting factors, you know.
Okay. Like you said before.
Yep, and then they take all those numbers, they divide it by another number to come up with a weighted average daily membership for each building. And that's why I say, because you know, we're at 282.15. Again, we don't have a 0.15 student in here anywhere. So it's, you know, it's a made up number, but they use it to figure out their budgets. So I think at one time when they first went to Act 60, there was like 100,000 students in the state. So they used that as kind of the benchmark, and they always wanted to come up with that number, because that was the only way they could really compare tax rates and expenditures year to year with the schools.
So the small school grants that we were.
Those are.
That the other income?
Yeah, that's that income other than taxes.
That which is not called small school grant.
No, it's a merger support
Merger
grant.
grant.
But that's, again, all those schools that were forced to merge, don't carry that forward. We carried that forward. We both had them, both Wardsboro and Dover. And I think Wardsboro's was like $70,000 or $80,000, which is a teacher.
Right.
You know, so we get to keep that. And Dover's had been down like 20 or 30. Yeah. But then also you folks, Wardsboro had some phantom students. Your population had been declining. Ours had been growing, so that's why we were losing our small. But we also, that helped bring us up in our numbers, so. Okay. Any questions on this? Okay, I have made 9 copies of it. So if you want to take these, if they're not the greatest copies, but I've got one for each board member. And I got 3 to pass out.
Electronically?
Matt, do you have this electronically? Matt can email it to the
Sure,
board.
one way.
Do you like that?
I would like it only electronic.
Okay, so there's some paper copies, and Matt will email it to everybody. Yes?
Do you want me to attach it to the blog site?
Yes. You guys okay if we put that on the blog site? Okay, so let's get back up to the table.
I don't understand.
So the reason we did that was.
Here's my plan. Yes, thank you. Here's my plan. Every day the school bus stops at a different person's house. And that day, that person has to run out and take $100 bills to the back of every kid, and then they can get back on the bus and go. And every day it stops at a different person's house, and you never know it's going to be your house.
Have your money ready.
It's $100 a day per kid.
So the next thing we had, and I thought Andy was going to be here, so I don't know if something's happening. I've got the warning for our meeting. It's 3 pages.
Read this.
Okay, there's I think 3 or 4 comments left. So this would be the warning for the 2019 River Valley Unified School District. Legal voters of the town of Dover and Wardsboro, Vermont are notified and warned that pursuant to Title 17, Section 2655, they're to meet at the Wardsboro Town Hall in Wardsboro, Vermont on Tuesday, February 12, 2019 at 7 p.m. to act upon the following articles, to wit, and Articles 9, 10, 11, and 12 to be voted by Australian ballot at town meeting in Dover and Wardsboro on March 5th, 2019. The polls will open for Australian ballot at 10 a.m. and remain open until 7 p.m. on town meeting day, March 5th, 2019 in Dover and Wardsboro. So Article 1, these will be voted from the floor. So elect the moderators to serve for the fiscal year July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2020. And the second part of that is to set a stipend of $200 for the moderator. Any questions on that article? To elect a clerk to serve for the fiscal year July 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2020, and to set a stipend of $2,400 for the clerk. Any questions on that? Andy asked for a bigger stipend for the first year because of the voting and because we're voting the ballot by voting the budget by Australian ballot. So he said we would definitely revisit, we could revisit that next year. To elect a treasurer to serve for fiscal year July 1, 2019 to June 30, 2020, and to set a stipend of $2,400 for the treasurer. Marco is currently our treasurer and would be willing to serve again. One of the things is this treasurer does require a little bit of work because twice a month he has to review financials and approve payments. And we checked around and $200 a month seemed to be a pretty fair stipend, and Marco was willing to serve again if nobody else wants to at that stipend. So, any questions on that article? So if it goes this well in Wardsboro, we'll be golden. Article 4, to elect 3 auditors to serve for the fiscal year July 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2020, and to set a stipend of $200 per auditor. So when we were meeting with Bill and Lori, Bill said that somewhere in statute it says we have to have auditors. And there's not a lot for them to do, but they can audit the books if they want. So that would also be from the floor. That's a position we can elect from the floor. So I put it in there, so if anybody knows anybody that wants to play auditor, please make sure they come to the meeting. Any questions on Article 4? Article 5, so the voters of the River Valley Unified School District set the annual stipend for school directors at $2,000, the chair at $2,500. And those are the numbers that we've been currently using at Dover, and we budgeted a little bit short in the budget for that, but it's only $500. Article 6, so the voters of the River Valley School District set the annual tuition rate to approved independent schools at $17,540 for the 2019-20 school year. So schools are not required to submit their tuition rates until the middle of January. So what we did was we put in this number the most accurate number we could get from Burton. Because this is being voted from the floor, if we get a different number from Burton, we can ask for a friendly amendment on this article. So if it comes out less, we can drop that down a little bit. If it comes out more and we want to do that, we can ask for an amendment to increase it.
When does Burton come out with their numbers?
I think they're required by law by the 15th of January.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
And do they tend to be higher? Is that why?
No, it's funny. Most of the time they're lower than Twin Valley in Dover. For Twin Valley and Leland and Gray tend to be higher or about the same rate. Brattleboro seems to be a little bit lower. But there's a time when Brattleboro was the highest one tuition for Dover. But for public schools, for public high schools, we have to pay the amount no matter what it is. So if a child wants to go to Burlington High School and the tuition is $29,800 per student, we have to pay it.
Gotcha.
The law says that the electorate shall annually determine the rate for private and independent schools.
I see.
The state sets a rate, and that's the average of all the public high schools in the state. And we used to pay that in Dover a few years ago. We had a petition to pay the Burton rate, and that allows all students from Dover to attend Burton. And then last year, Wardsboro did the same thing. So that's why we put it in again, because it's not something out of the ordinary. It's what we're both doing now.
Okay.
But the voters can change at the annual meeting. And this
can be changed from before.
Right, and that can be changed because it's not voted on by ballot. Article 7 is shall the voters approve mileage reimbursement, the federal reimbursement rate for the month in which mileage occurred. So board members, if they go like to Leland and Gray, or if there's a trip to go somewhere to see what the Wardsboro focus may be, and a couple board members go and they take their own car, they can be reimbursed for their mileage. And the federal government sets a monthly rate based on the average cost of fuel and how many miles. And so we found that was just easier than just to set an unrealistic number that we're just guessing at. We good? Article 8, shall the voters authorize the school directors to withdraw money from the capital reserve fund to offset the homestead tax rate, but not more than $200,000. So if you remember back to our slides, we said 180,000 should get us the same tax rate as both schools currently have for this year. We put it at 200,000 in the warning, just in case something changes. Remember, we talked about the number, the student number, that 282.15 could change, the yield could change. It just gives us a little bit of a wiggle room. In Dover, we've been doing this every year where we make a recommendation, but we've never recommended more than a third of the reserve money, because there are some diminishing returns. If we took that whole $1 million and offset the budget, you wouldn't go down in half the price. You may go down to $1.20. But then you don't have the ability, if next year we feel that there's going to be X number of students in the high school. Well, if a family moves in with 22 high school students at $17,000 each, we're gonna be over budget by a couple $100,000. Having a reserve fund allows us not to get into trouble, not having to borrow, not having to pay interest. And believe it or not, in Wyndham Central, there's only 2 schools with reserves. And it's both Wardsboro and Dover, so congratulations to Wardsboro and Dover for, putting some money aside so we have the ability to do something. Or if all of a sudden the roof needs emergency repairs because the wind takes it off, there's money there that we don't have to raise everything in taxes. So then the next 4 articles are going to be voted by ballot, and we've kind of hashed these out a lot. We've been discussing these for almost a year. So Article 9 will be, shall the voters amend Article 13 of the Articles of Agreement, striking the last 2 sentences of the first paragraph, which will allow the unified district to vote its annual budget from the floor at their annual meeting. So we both discussed this at the Dover and the Wardsboro School District meetings. We discussed it at our annual meeting last year, and pretty overwhelmingly, I think everybody wanted to see that. So this is how we do it formally to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's. Any questions on that? Article 10, voters change the method of voting for board members in Wardsboro by amending Article 13 of the Articles of Agreement, replacing the last paragraph with the following language. Elections of unified district board members shall be conducted by Australian ballot in Dover and from the floor in Wardsboro, with each town electorate choosing the board member from their town. Any questions on that? So there probably wouldn't be a school district meeting the night before. This would probably have to be done in Wardsboro at your town meeting, the following, on town meeting day. Everybody good with that? Article 11, shall the voters approve the school board to expend $5,346,131, which is the amount the school board is determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,678 per equalized pupil. So those 2 numbers should look real familiar. You should have just seen them somewhere. Everybody good with that? And lastly, to choose unified school district officers for the following positions: as school director in Wardsboro for 3 years in Dover. So this year, Rick is up in Wardsboro and Laura's up in Dover. They're all 3-year terms now. In Dover, we have a 3-year terms, 2-year terms, 3 3-year, 2 3-year, 3 2-year. But because there's 3 members from each town, and each town is specific to only vote for their members. That district that got formed in Brattleboro, there's at-large members that the whole district gets to vote for. But when we did the articles, Committee Dwight and I and Laura were on, we thought that was not fair, because then a town with greater voters could, actually have the entire board. We wanted to make sure that we try to keep things as fair and equal as possible. So those 4 will be voted on at town meeting, so we won't know the results of them until sometime in March. And then any other business that may legally be addressed, so we thought we would review our work and location, review the work done by the board to this date, review the work calendar of the board of directors through September 2020, and review of the Wardsboro school focus. So Bill hopefully will be there. Now I know Bill met in Wardsboro last weekend. Were you there for that?
I was.
Just a couple.
For the review.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were just
4 of us. Lauren, me, Danielle, and Tammy.
So I thought,
and Laura Smith.
I thought it was at 7. So I showed up late. So for the next night, there was 2 of us for Bill's presentation.
Okay.
So anyways, he's going to do that. And then any other concerns that may legally be discussed. And then so the voters adjourn and reconvene at Dover and Wardsboro for Australian ballot voting on town meeting day. So what we need to do, if everybody's in agreement with these articles, we would need to make a motion to approve the articles as presented. And then I have a signature page that we need to fill out. So is there any questions on that? Anything anybody would like to see different?
Can't believe it's.
Do we have to set a meeting for the following year? Do we have to set a meeting date for the following year?
We voted at our annual meeting to have the meetings be the second Tuesday.
We already did, okay.
So that, I believe that takes care of us from here on out unless we want to change it. Because we specified odd years are in Dover and even years are in Wardsboro. No, odd years are opposite.
Yep. This is excellent.
So you want to make a motion, Dwight?
Sure. A motion to approve the warning of the 2019 River Valley Unified School District Annual Meeting.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Or seconds it, is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? So I'm gonna pass around a pen and one copy for everybody to sign. Carrie, I'm gonna move you back a little bit so we can get Anita out of here. So the next thing we need to do is we need to warn this. So one of the reasons why I wanted to, hopefully that we could get through this tonight, was I think the next 2 months or the next 4 meetings, 5 meetings, we need to really start selling this and getting people to understand how the budget works. Because the budget, if you do just look at the bottom number, the budget is up, how many thousand? Yeah, what's 300 and something $1,000. But that, you know, we believe the tax rate can be the same. I think that's gonna, again, a lot of people don't understand that it doesn't really matter how much it's up or down, because it could have been cut $300,000 and it wouldn't have changed, it wouldn't have brought the tax rate down necessarily. So one of the things we need to do is get the warning stuff out. And it seems to be the Buckettville News is very important to the Wardsboro, to getting the word out in Wardsboro. But unfortunately, we have to be like over a month ahead of time because of the way they publish stuff. So with this, Anita, that's why I wanted to wait, because now you've got a warning we can get in at the next.
Right, the next date I send in material that was January 10th for printing on February 1st.
So it'll be out before any of the meetings.
2 weeks, 12 days before.
Yeah. So the other thing is, Leland and Gray does a form like this, send out, and it's used, this one's just a 4-sheeter. So it's got a cover sheet, it's got some stuff on the inside, and it's got a back page. So what I was gonna do was.
Their school
Pardon?
is preparing for town meeting.
Well, it's preparing for their annual meeting.
Yes.
So what I've got is I've got these to hand out, so take one and pass them out. So we thought that this would be a good start for our notification thing. So we would start with this, and we'd have a cover, and I put Matt and Tammy on the front. So we're gonna get a picture of Matt and Tammy, and then the touchy-feely things I said, like the pictures of students or whatever we want. So I thought, because Anita's always done great for us by media, we'll call it the Anita page. She can pick whatever she wants in the front and go from there. Then
She looks nervous, actually.
Well, here's the thing. I got a 4-word email from Bill Anton on this and did not have a chance to discuss it with him.
No,
And then
'cause
he
you need to
emailed me
discuss it with the
this. So I am a little first hearing things for the first time, so I'm trying to pay close attention.
Yes, so anyways, we're gonna go slow, but, so we'll have some kind of cover page on it. If you look at what I did was on that thing, and if we could pass them around, on the back page is where they use for the mailer. So what we would do is the front page and the back page would look similar, except the pictures would be different. It wouldn't say Leland and Gray, it'd say River Valley Unified School, and we'll have to set it up however we wanna see it. So then inside, there's several things I thought we could, some things we need to put in there and some things I thought. So if you look at the agenda, I had a list. I thought it'd be good to have a 1-page board letter, letter from the board, here's your budget, this is the first go around, this is what composes the budget, everything stays pretty much status quo with the addition of the half-time person in Wardsboro, Superintendent would do a letter like he does. This one actually does have a report of the school, board chair and superintendent together. So we could do that if we wanted to, but I figured we'd see how long it is. So I counted a page for the board, a page for the superintendent, and then I thought the River Valley administrators, Matt and Tammy, could come up with a letter to, welcoming to our new school district. We would do a budget summary, so we're not required to post the whole budget, so we can do a budget summary. So This is a summary we've been working off of, so I thought this would be a good summary that we can pass around. So at the last meeting, we looked at this, and Laura had asked for a little bit more explanation. So Lori did some explanations on it, and
So this is the more explanations.
right, this was the one that, this is specifically what Laura had asked for. So we can put this in there because it gives you the overall budget and the budget numbers, and this would suffice. But what it would also have is where you could find the entire budget. So if you want to see the entire budget, go to
RVUSD.net.
There you go. So we would do that. There would be the warning for the annual meeting, so there would have to be, 2.5 pages unless we shrink that down. There's a thing called a 3-year comparison. So we're required to do this 3-year comparison sheet in the town reports, and it shows how much we spent last year, how much we're spending this year, and how much we propose to spend, or this budget is. There is no 3-year comparison because there is no River Valley Unified School District yet. So we're not sure what the state's going to require to put us in there, but we got to dedicate a page to something similar to this. So this is kind of where you take your budget, take your offsetting revenues, come up with education spending, take your equalized pupils, come up with your spending per pupil, see where you stand with the threshold, and then come up with a tax rate. So this does not have, this tax rate doesn't have us taking the $180,000 from the capital reserve in. So we would want to do some kind of explanation about that. So what I kind of thought is maybe what we could do is the last page would be what I call page 13 of the of that presentation we just did. So, which basically is the screen where it showed the estimated CLAs and moving $180,000, and here's what your tax rate is. So that would be the last page, and then the back cover, would be your mailing stuff, and then again more pictures of Matt and Tammy. Maybe we can have portraits on the front and action shots on the back of them.
So the note I got from Bill said y'all are gonna have everything to me by January 10th. I have a week to work on it and get it to the printers by January 17th. We have to choose a printer. Susan Haskins at L&D says she works with Springfield, printers in Springfield. I would have to get it back from the printers by the 20th of January, and you all want it out February 1st to the public. Sue Haskins says they don't mail it, actually. They just sort of pass it out around the schools and hand it out in public places, and they put the mailer on there, but I don't know why, because she emailed me today that they do not actually mail it out. So whether they're going to change their plan this year now that they have more towns and more.
Well, yeah, because Leland Gray won't need to do one this year. It'll be
right. It'll be the. So anyway, so I thought that was.
So let's start off with what do we need for a deadline?
So Bill informs me that I need everything from y'all by January 10th. Okay. But let me just back up just a teeny bit. So they're printing this on 11 by 17 paper, 2-sided. Only one side will be the color, and the rest of the insides and everything will be black and white. So the questions are, everything has to be a multiple of 4. So you can do 8 pages, 12 pages, or 16 pages without having any blank pages. So if we could organize our thoughts in terms of 8, 12, or 16, that is helpful. Then it would be folded, and then it would be stapled so that the pages don't fall apart, because you're going to have a whole bunch of pages. And then if you get that much paper, the printers would probably fold it in half. So it would come out looking more like the Bucketville with a half mailer, because it'd be kind of hard to fold that many pages in thirds. So that's just what I know so far.
Okay.
And I am happy to do the layout and organizing.
So let's start. Let's do the first thing first. How important do you folks think, board and public would love to hear from, to mail this to all the possible voters for the first year?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
There are two questions to that, and
Yeah.
one is, do you mail to the voter checklist or do you mail to the grand list? Since the grand list people may
Okay,
not
so
be
let's-
voters, but
let's
they
just-
are
Let's figure out
taxpayers.
if we're gonna do mailing first.
Okay.
And then we'll determine who we mail it to.
That's a pretty big difference.
Okay,
Exactly.
Well, however you guys wanna deal with it, how do you guys, I don't see sending it to the grand list, because in Dover, the grand list, I'm gonna get 6 of them, 7 of them.
Right.
I bet you I don't even need 1. So, voters may be more important because they're the ones that can weigh in on this.
It'll be available
But
electronically
again,
too.
pardon?
It'll be available electronically too.
Right, but how do you get it to people? I think one of the things that came up in all our discussions this fall was there's a lot of concern because this is really new for people. Okay, everybody's used to going to Wardsboro Town Hall Monday night, so Dr. Backus and Carolyn can give you, a chocolate bar if you get the right answer. And, Tuesday morning in Dover for voting on the budget. And they're gonna get there and people are gonna show up in Wardsboro on Monday night and there's not gonna be anybody there and they're gonna be like, oh my God, what happened? So we discussed it was really important to get the word out. So one of the things is if you mail it to all the voters, or the voter checklist, you should get everybody who could possibly vote, and I think it would get the word out. I understand it's gonna be a little costly, but that's why we got that startup money too, was to get people used to the thing in the beginning. But again, I'm not a board of 1, we're a board of 6, so that's why I'd like to get everybody's input.
If you're gonna mail it, I would probably back up that February 1st date considerably, which means I need everything
Next
like
week.
tomorrow.
Which, we have a lot of stuff here, that's why, but let's get to that. How many people on the board feel it's important? Or is there any comments from the board on mailing or not?
I feel like it's very important the first year.
Yeah.
I think so too. People get it in their mailbox and they look at it. It's like the town report. I mean, people go through it.
And if it's gonna be as thick as it is, I think it's the bucket bill coming in anyway.
So are they gonna just throw it out or read it?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I think we should be sending it out, especially the first year, and to distinguish it, to explain it's gonna look different, and this is why. And then they can be asking questions ahead of time.
We hope.
Right, go into the informational section. Yeah.
Because we would have the dates in there too. Anybody from the audience think it's not a good idea? Would like to argue against it?
I think it's a good idea to create it. I think it's a good idea to circulate it directly to people within the school system. I think it's a better idea to promote that it's available online and people can go online and look at the whole schmear, because I go to the post office almost every day and I can't tell you how much stuff comes out of the little boxes and goes straight in the bin. People don't take it home. I mean, even copies of the bucket bill end up in there like immediately. And so sometimes I think, geez, why are we printing all this stuff? So I think to stack it up at the library, stack it up at the country stores, stack it up in places where people are gonna go around town where they can see it and grab it makes sense. But I don't know, I just see how much mail goes in the garbage and it freaks me out a little sometimes.
So my comment is yeah, I throw that stupid circular that comes in the mailbox, because I have 15 mailboxes I pick up every day. And they drive me up a wall, because once I see one of them, and all I want is a WW sheet to see what tools I should go buy. But I would not go online to read something, but if you send me something, I will take the time to look through, and I always do, because I always want to look for the pictures and see if there's anybody I know. Hey.
My cousin's on.
Huh?
Yes, my cousin's on.
Oh. So, I'll say, hey, there's Rick Thorpe, wonder what he's doing. So, I don't know if it's something, Dover stopped mailing out the town reports and made them available several years ago, because a bunch of them would go in the garbage.
Yeah.
However, I really think for the first time around, I think even if 50% of them get thrown out, that means 50% of them got to somebody that you may not have gotten any other way. I don't know if I would advocate for this forever, but I think for the first time, I would really like to see it.
I agree. I hear Anita's point. I can go with that maybe in year 2 where we're stacking it up, but for this first year.
Yeah, we need to be proactive in the first year. I hear what you're saying, but we gotta get it out there, get it in their mailbox, show we're up in front, and then maybe in a year or two, we can scale it back when people are used to it.
And then if somebody says, well, I didn't know anything, I'm like, you get mad? Yeah, well then, it's not my fault you threw it out.
Yeah.
But you know, in future years, you could simplify the process by mailing out a postcard
Yeah.
to everybody, expand the mailing and say, hey, everybody, it's there, go for the looking. And or it's at the library, and or it's available at town hall, and or it's available.
Well, here's all the places we
We can go pick one up.
But Carrie just made a really good point too, and that's something we can talk about at the meetings this year. Both at, the River Valley annual meeting and at the informational meetings, that we mailed this, but it's a one-time thing, we believe, or maybe people say they really like it and it's something we want to keep, but that may be a good thing under other business to discuss.
What about putting it under article, although we just signed it?
Well, that's okay, because we just need to bring it up.
There's a catch-all at the bottom.
My feeling is if people can waste an hour or two on Facebook every day, they can waste 10 minutes going to the website and reading this stuff, so.
But I don't waste any time on Facebook.
Me either. So I have a communications report to give you when you're done with all that.
Yeah, let's
All
get
right.
this settled first.
Okay.
And then that's why I want you here for
Yeah,
this
okay,
input.
I get it.
So you guys, what do you guys all think? That's for the,
Mail it.
mail it,
I
okay.
agree, man.
So we're gonna shoot for mailing. So what I'd like to do then is there's nothing here that this group needs to approve. If you guys approve the outline I've done, then we just have to say to Matt and Bill and everybody that by January 2nd, you have to have the letters to Anita. And Anita, most of the other stuff is already here. We'll get you copies
Just
of it.
getting to it. And do you have a preferred printer that you choose to do business with? or
Whoever
you
can
like-
print it quick enough and it's gonna give you the least amount headache.
Yeah.
I noticed these have a
You may have
postage
an
paid from Westchester.
Right, and I questioned that, and I will get back to Sue Haskins on that, because I thought, what?
So let me go back, because everybody who has their agenda, and Matt, do we have extra agendas or?
I can make some for you.
No. So we have the cover, the board letter, the superintendent, the River Valley administrators, the budget summary, one sheet, where to find it, the warning for the annual meeting, which is 3 sheets, really 2.5, 3-year comparison or whatever Lori supplies us with, and then that slide 13 of the tax talk. So that comes out to 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8.
We're at 11. So, looks like it's 12.
I've got 8.
I said 3 pages on it.
Oh, 8, 9, 10. 10, so that's
So
an even
12.
number.
You gotta do
Yeah,
8,
yeah,
12, or
12.
16.
Oh,
Those are your
so-
choices.
So why don't we go 12?
We have to have a blank so you can mail, right? So
Well,
you can
that's only a
dress up.
half page.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the other half of the page can be,
Pictures.
yeah, we'll ask both administrators to get us some pictures.
Okay.
Richard,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
there's one thing that I care, well, I should say, there's a lot of things that I care about, but I think they're all outlined in there. The one thing that when we're picking pictures, Matt and Anita, trying to have some things that are iconic or people that are easily recognizable in both towns, I think.
You have to have parental permission too to use them,
Doesn't have to be kids.
What about,
right? If it's kids, we need parental permission to use them.
But I think both schools will have some forms where, but that's why, having Matt and Tammy is great, because a lot of people will recognize them.
Yeah, so what's gonna happen is tomorrow morning I promised Bill a phone call, so this is what we need, Bill, and he's gotta make sure it happens.
Yeah.
what about a picture from, not last summer, but the summer before with Governor Scott?
Yeah, I don't know who's
Swearing
got
in the
any,
board.
but you may have,
Meeting.
would there be some of the
there.
paper? Randy was there, though.
I'm sure we have parents that have some.
I'll ask her.
Yeah, if anybody can think of, you know what? Anybody, and please show it in minutes, if anybody's got a good picture or knows of somebody that has a good picture, why don't they scan it and send it to the
WCSU address.
River Valleys?
Yeah, or just, you all have my personal email.
Okay, so we'll send it to Anita. That's a good idea, though. I think the picture of the governor there with the kids maybe up front would be kind of cool. Or the presentation, I'd love to see the cake in there. Very going, yay, cake.
Do we have the ability to put other meetings coming up for the next couple of.
Yeah, we ought to actually put in the informational meetings in the,
Right,
Sure.
we have some
And,
paper to spare.
yeah.
Put that in the other
Here's some
half
Yeah.
of the mailing.
because that's right out in the
Yeah,
face.
once I have all the content, I'll know how to
How to do
organize it.
Yeah, that's why we wanted an expert. Okay, so
Okay.
is everybody good with that?
So I guess there's a,
Yes.
one question or concern with it. So the sheet that's kind of explaining that we're kind of, we're trying to get to a 0% increase. This will be included as well, this?
Yeah.
Obviously, we need to vote, well, two things need to happen. The 200,000 has to be approved in the warning for us to be allowed to move it, and then we have to vote as a board to move the 180.
No, we don't have to vote as a board.
We don't have to vote.
The voters give us permission, then we can do it.
Well, to move it at that point, do we have to vote as a board to move it? No.
No, we voted to do it when we voted on the agenda, on the annual meeting warning.
On the warning.
Right, we voted to request it. If they give it to us,
They
we're
give
all
us,
done.
they give us the authority to
Right.
move it.
It's just like the budget. We vote the budget,
Right.
we vote to approve the budget to submit. If they vote that budget, then we don't vote on it again. It's a done deal. We just use that as our budget. So again, Dwight, too, this will need some explanation.
Yeah,
But that's why we're hoping that people maybe get this, look at it. If they have a question, they can, again, we're gonna give them the website where they can go ask questions, and there'll be the meetings to come to, and we can explain this.
And they can go online and see the whole presentation.
Yeah. So that should be a note on this too. so.
Well, it does say potential tax rate at the top, so.
Right.
Okay.
Are you good with that, sir? Hang on a second. I'm sorry, are you all set?
Yeah, I think so. I just, obviously, this is our goal for a 0% increase, and that's what we're trying to accomplish, so, yeah.
Sure.
I thought you mentioned a deadline date for materials to be sent to Ms. Raphael.
January 2nd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else on this little? So I think we agreed to it. I don't think we need a motion. I don't think we need to do anything else. Any last chance? Okay, hopefully now your communications should be easy.
So, posters, front porch posters are sent out to schools and places as usual. Front porch is always updated with meeting dates and all that. And that's all going on as usual. There's been no incoming questions to the email on anything that we've posted or publicized. So the website is totally updated as usual. Nothing is behind on there. Added to the website at Bill Anton's request was the full WCSU package budget number thing. So that whole thing is on there. The approved River Valley's budget is on there. There's links on the front page and on other pages as well. The charts from the Wardsboro Focus Survey are on the website, but the public comments are not, because Bill Anton said he wanted to discuss those with the board. So on the page that has the two charts, underneath that is a press release that I sent out announcing that their results were in and that they were available, and I gave you all a copy of that some time ago. So I've asked Matt to send me the slides for the wonderful tax talk presentation, which I totally never get, even though I've heard versions of it before. I still don't get it, but that's okay. So I will post that. So I need stuff for the February Bucketville by January 10th. And that would be what you want in the February Bucketville as pertaining to anything. It'll come out on or about February 1st, so I can do a final push of stuff. So we don't meet in the beginning part of January, so maybe y'all could email me. I have a copy of that thing, and tell me what you think ought to be in the February Bucketville. We certainly can say, watch for the thing in the mail, you should get it, or if you didn't get it, go get one someplace. The other thing I need to post the warning online as well.
No, Bill should do that,
Bill's good, but do you want it on the website?
please.
I'll get that from Bill.
And I would love to see in the Bucketville News. I mean, I think that's why I was hoping to get this through tonight, so that you should be covered for the Bucketville News for,
Right, the Bucketville News shies away from printing warnings of anything, but I will certainly ask if they will
'cause
do
if
that.
not, then I think the big articles, the ones that aren't gonna be, that you don't have the ability to discuss, I think the one about voting in the future and voting for board members in the future should be in there, because I think those are things that we don't get a chance to, if people don't come to a meeting, we don't get a chance to influence them.
And the other thing I'll be looking for soon is a work timeline that y'all are planning from.
That's gonna be, we're gonna start doing that in January.
Right, because people will be looking for a work plan from you from January to July 1 as to where you're gonna be for the first.
It's gonna be from March. It'll be
March
from
to January?
It'll be from March to, yeah, pretty much January, February next year.
To July?
2 years. No, it'll be from this March of 2019 till January, February of 2020.
Oh, you're gonna go all the way around the calendar?
We've done a year kind of schedule block.
Right, because I'm always carrying that July 1st date in my head, that's the official date of, that's when the other board becomes
Operational. Well, it's when the school becomes operational.
Exactly.
This board doesn't oversee an operating school
until that date.
until July 1st.
Right, but you're gonna carry your work plan all the way around.
Right.
All right, so,
Well, we're gonna discuss it tonight.
all right, more stuff from you guys, questions, thoughts, comments, answers? So the important thing is what you want in the February bucket bill for me, and that is due January 10th.
So again, I think the most important thing in the Bucketville News in February is that we're having these votes, both at town meeting and we're having the meeting and explain whatever you can get in there to explain.
Okay.
Just drive to the website maybe.
Yeah.
I just sent you 3 pictures.
Huh?
I just sent you 3 pictures.
Yeah.
3 pictures.
Cool.
They're all of Laura.
Oh, I got them. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? Anita, you all set then?
Yeah, oh, the other thing is, we're done in March unless you want to renew me. So you have to ask me for a proposal if you want one?
I think what we will do is, so under new business, I was gonna just talk about calendar for next year so that we can start doing that next, because now we've done all the nuts and bolts stuff we need to do. So my thought is, let's come up, because we're gonna have a report on transportation soon that's gonna give us some more work. We're gonna have a report on focus in January that's gonna give us some more work. But I wanna start thinking about the schedule, because I think if you look at the calendar we did last year, a couple months previous to this, we kind of followed that through and we pretty much hit it head on. So I'd like to have that again so that people that don't want to come to every meeting but they're interested in something, they'll know, hey, okay, I don't have to really start paying attention until June when they have the next transportation discussion or whatever.
And I've been submitting my invoices and I have been paid, so, and the checks don't bounce.
Mark?
RVUSD.net expires February 20th.
$15, $20,
in that neighborhood. I don't know with an operating district whether you want to take over ownership of it.
Can you
versus
just
mine,
renew
or-
it for us and submit me a bill and I'll get you paid?
Absolutely.
Does anybody have a problem? Let's keep that for another year. Everybody
Yeah,
okay
I
with
think
that?
that's fine. I think the question Mark is asking is, do we want to transfer
No,
ownership?
let's let you, however you've done it, let's just do it now, that way.
I have no problem with that.
We'll cover you, and then that will be something we need to figure out if we're gonna continue on with.
Okay. You got it.
Right, because I kind of got the impression that when the WCSU revamped their website and homepage and all that, they kind of wanted everything.
Right, so we should be able to take that website though,
The
and
address.
redirect people to where we want to go. So without knowing exactly what's going on for the short bucks, for the $20 or $30 or whatever, I think let's just, people are used to going to it for now. I don't want to lose anybody.
Correct.
I really want to get to this first last year we did have an annual meeting, but there wasn't a lot of substance other than setting a meeting date. This is the first time we're going to have a lot of substance, and we've made a lot of great progress because of things like that.
Then one of the things to discuss after the annual meeting will be to review the content of that website and determine how much of it you want to archive and clean up some of those pages, because they've gotten full of stuff because we just keep adding without ever archiving anything. So we could take, I don't know, probably at this point half to 3/4 of that and just put it in an archive, and it's there but not there. Okay.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Mark.
Thank
So
you.
just drop it in my office or something, and I'll get it over to Bill to get you paid.
Okay, no rush.
Okay. Everybody good? Thank you, Anita.
Okay. And,
Congratulations on your play too.
oh, we were a hit.
Good. As long as nobody hits you.
No, there were only like, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 empty seats, and we got through it fine, and everybody clapped and nobody booed, so.
No rotten tomatoes.
No rotten tomatoes, so.
Okay, thank you very much.
No,
So
thank
we'll
you.
be in contact. Rick is gonna come work on the board letter, he said.
Yeah, anything you send me, I'll start forwarding.
He actually, we discussed it tonight, he paid attention in English class. He had a better relationship with the teacher. Absolutely. I think we could both work on it. Matt, so you need to talk with Tammy. We thought a combination letter would be really
I
cool.
think that's a good idea. Some kind of cool pose on the front.
No, portraits.
Yes.
We wanted yours and.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Maybe you're holding like a paintbrush and a pencil or something.
I'm gonna go backwards because Carrie had a transportation meeting.
I'm gonna
Carrie?
scoot then, if you don't need me anymore.
No, I think we're good. Unless you
Okay.
want to hear about transportation.
Not really.
No. Thank you. Excellent job. Happy holidays.
Okay, great.
And we'll get something to you in the mail the next few days. And then anything, like if Matt doesn't send you stuff, let us know and we'll go harass them.
All right, and if you need to, like, have me to run over to the office and sit with you with organizing it again, I'm happy to.
Okay.
No problem. Bye.
Carrie.
So the Transportation Committee, we've had 3 meetings. We met this evening at 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
We met the week before and 2 weeks before that.
Okay, how do I find it?
We had, we didn't have the Dover Road Commissioner, but we had our bus drivers for Dover, we had our bus drivers for Wardsboro. We had
Hey, Anita, are you all good with the dates? I noticed at the end of we have review dates and activities for budgeting and public meetings. You're all good, because that sheet you had was
Yeah, the only thing that wasn't on there was just like one regular board meeting, because I didn't think it was necessary to put in like a regular board meeting, but the info meetings, I didn't bring it. The info meetings are on there, and I think I put some more about meetings in the January bucket bill. I don't remember
Okay.
now, because I did it.
Can I do something real quick, Carrie? I'm sorry. January 21st, I was reminded as a holiday.
Right.
And so Dover Board is not meeting. We're required to have a public meeting so many days before, and the 21st doesn't work. I thought it did.
Okay.
So we're gonna move the Dover Board meeting to the 28th. Can the River Valleys people make a meeting here on the January 28th?
It's already, I can't pull it from the bucket bill.
No, I
because they've
understand
already
that.
gone to print, but,
But it can go in this newsletter thing we're sending, or
Right.
that thing we're sending out for dates.
well, no, because it won't be out.
It can go in this thing that we're just talking about printing and sending out, right?
If we get it out, I mean,
Oh, yeah, because you know.
it probably won't go out until that week,
Okay.
that exact week. If I get it back from the printers by the 20th,
Okay, we'll see what we can do.
and then we have to discuss, where we're getting labels and who's doing the grunt work of who's
Yeah.
sticking and all of that, and whose bulk permit we're using.
Well, that's why I wanted to check with those people, because I didn't know if they did the printing and they had their own bulk rate, because some places will print and mail it for you.
Right.
And all you gotta do is get the labels from the town clerk, and they specify how they want it. And we get it for the fire department as a PDF.
Right.
And then on a thumb drive, and they just plug it in. I would imagine Wardsboro's gotta have the same thing.
I think they might have done it by hand, but Minuteman Press and Brattleboro will do a print and mail.
Yeah, I've done Minuteman, I've used Lotus, we've used somebody up in Manchester, but I like the Minuteman guys.
Okay, well, let's work on that.
Right.
Okay, so I'll be in contact with you in the end of the week.
Yeah, I have no plans to travel, I'm
Okay.
around.
Thank you.
Cool.
Carrie, I'm really sorry.
Thank you.
Before she left.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the board has also had parent volunteers. Tennille has been in for 3 meetings. Member from Dover School,
What about kids?
our 2 principals, and West River Transportation. So I think what we've determined is that the transportation issue of what the board has charged the committee to look at where we can add either 10% on or 25% cut of what were the operating costs right now. It was really too difficult to figure that out because, quite frankly, we have an average of numbers, we have an estimate, or I should say we have the budget from this year of what the budget is for Dover for elementary and secondary transportation and what Wardsboro is using. But there were some other questions about, does that include, gas, and what does that include for field trips? So we weren't really it was difficult to compare with actual numbers and budgets. So we kind of looked to that aside and said, all right, is there a way of making things more efficient, right? Because that's probably the bigger question that we're looking for. And right now, it seems that Wardsboro is at the most efficient as it could possibly be because they really combined with the supervisory union, with Newbrook and Jamaica and Leland and Gray to get a bus route that best serves that population, and Wardsboro is part of that and pays based on how many students are using the buses. So they already have a pretty streamlined system of getting their students to Wardsboro and back and getting their second elementary school kids from Wardsboro to the transportation center in Brattleboro. And then through secondary for Wardsboro, how they're using the mover to get students to Twin Valley. So it was hard to figure out how to make...
Leland and Gray, sorry.
Leland and Gray. Well,
They
how
go to Twin Valley.
Don't they go onto the mover?
Oh, they go on the mover, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the leased buses, sorry.
So it's hard to figure out how to make that system more efficient by adding Dover kids in the mix, because Wardsboro is really streamlined through the supervisory union to serve that population, that broader population. So you almost need a person looking at all of the schools and the supervisory union to figure out, okay, do we try to add on to that efficiency, or do we break Wardsboro out of that and try to serve just Wardsboro and Dover because we're a new school district? Those are our 2 schools. Those are the population we should be concerned about. It's it's more than a 3 median plan. So this really needs to be, I think, a year study with someone at the supervisory union level taking a look at it.
So let me just speak to that
Sure.
real quick. So Johnny's not here. Is there anybody here at the, did you go, Dwight, to the Wyndham Central meeting? So we just voted Wyndham Central's budget last week. You were there, that's right. One of the things we've kind of bounced around is at the SUs to have a facilities and transportation manager. And that's one of the things Bill's been keeping on the front burner for us is a Wyndham Central. So we agreed that right now the transportation buildings facilities person is a committee of 1. It's from Marlboro, like Celine Romo from Marlboro. It's kind of agreed to do that. So usually they give me permission as chair to appoint people. So anybody that doesn't show up, I make sure they get on the committee. That's why Laura will be on it. But anyways, so they want to have that discussion in March. So I think that would play right into that too, and maybe some members from our committee can also participate in that to see where that goes. And
You mean
how,
be part of that committee?
well, still, I think Wardsboro Dover still needs to look at their own thing, but also see how it plays into Wyndham Central also. And again, just so that people know, the reason Dover doesn't participate is because West River said they couldn't, well, not just because we do our own, because West River said they couldn't take us on. They had no more capacity to, and that every year we have to send a letter to the Secretary of Education saying that we're doing our own thing, we're not through the SU, and here's why to get a waiver. And the waivers aren't just rubber stamped, because Pownell had a waiver for a couple of years, and then like 2 or 3 years ago, they got turned down. And there's been several schools that have been turned down. There's not like there's 6 transportation companies in the area that it's not something the mover can take on, because if there's somebody, and as long as there's a person, even if they can't do it, who does that kind of work, they can't bid on it because they got public funds. That's why we don't pay them a fee, we just pay them, we make a donation. It's not, they don't submit us a bill for what we do with them to get kids to Brattleboro. So I think that's a really excellent thought, that maybe what we should do is get all the, the committee, your committee can work on getting the history and get all that stuff together, and then participate with Wyndham Central and see if there's places that we can be more efficient. Or
there's another issue raised. I mean, I think our committee was looking to say, we need someone that's looking at this for a year long. It's not necessarily us. It's not necessarily, a board member and the bus drivers and the principals, but a larger group at the supervisory meeting, meaning the superintendent, meaning the treasurer, meaning the principals. It's not really this group meeting each month that's going to come up with this larger capacity issue. That's, we are not working with actual numbers in a budget, and then the issue about asking for West River of, okay, what would it cost if you took over the Dover elementary and secondary, what would that look like? I was cautious about that because I didn't want that to be like a bid, so we're just basing it on mileage and what Wardsboro has, what they pay for West River. So I feel like it's not really this transportation committee, ad hoc committee that came up to do this work. You need really a larger capacity of the superintendent, the treasurer, the principal, the person who might be considering doing the transportation, overall for all of the schools. Those are the people that should be really
okay, so
looking at this.
that has to come through Wyndham Central. So if your committee thinks that that's what should happen,
Yes.
then why don't you come up with a request?
A letter?
Yep, and we can submit that to Wyndham Central when we reorganize in March.
Because part of it is also looking at, we were thinking about the logistics of, okay, well, if we have, our students meeting at a stop where Newbrook then picks up, there are a lot of logistics also, different times that the school starts. And it was much broader than what this committee has access to, really. So,
There were too many variables.
because we were looking at, okay, let's try to make this a more efficient system, and how can we do that? What's the system we have now?
If your committee wants to look at that, we can get you that information.
Yeah, this is something that I think is more of a person that actually their job to do this, rather than some volunteers that are meeting each month. It seemed like a larger, much more difficult question.
Let's come up with maybe the committee can come up with a letter.
Okay, we could do
That
that.
would, so we won't need it till March when we reorganize.
Okay.
Perfect. Any questions for Carrie on her transportation peoples? Any comments from a transportation person? Oh.
So, as far as the recommendation of what you were looking for, I think the ultimate recommendation is to keep it the same as what we were
For this
doing.
year.
Yes, because the idea of where can we save money or where we can spend money, it became very difficult to figure out how can we build in more efficiencies. I guess the easy part would be just cut, and would be cut secondary, almost seemed like, an easy way to cut, but that didn't seem necessarily a great idea, so.
It's a good way to get people to come to a meeting though.
Yes, it surely is.
It was not a knowledgeable
Yeah.
way of where we can save money, or, put money to add efficient, or make it more efficient, or add more services. I think that was the question. How can we
Yes.
add more services?
Yes, thank you.
And I think more services would be added through enlarging and incorporating the supervisor.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah. Rich?
Well, one could have
we
heard
had
about these.
two possible ideas of savings, and one was the question about the stipend that we send to the mover for the secondary of the cost that we use for, I guess, pay to the mover for the students that are using that to get to Brattleboro. So that was one area the members were talking about. Maybe that's an area where we don't have to spend that money and save that money. And then also potentially in the AM, if I have this right, using the Newbrook Elementary bus route to bring our secondary students to a kind of central spot in Newbrook, that they would then take an express bus down to Brattleboro instead of 2 buses going down to Brattleboro.
No. We run our bus directly to Brattleboro from here.
Okay, well, a few years ago, we used to meet
you?
the West River bus at like the old quilt barn log cabin thing.
Yeah.
And they used to ride down from there.
Handoff.
Yeah, we don't do that anymore?
No, so we're trying to think of some efficiencies of, you know, if the bus is going there that's serving, you know, Leland and Gray and Wardsboro and the supervisory, why not?
So instead of
try
two
to use
66 passenger buses transporting 20 kids, it could be one.
Maybe we can have one central spot where we can get the Dover kids over to, and then have all those kids go once down into
Maybe we can even,
Brattleboro.
I mean, that's a logistic thing that you can work on now. Maybe.
Right. I just talked to Bernadine after our meeting tonight, and she's going away with ideas, so.
Oh, that's Todd's
Yeah.
operations
Yeah.
lady, right? Good.
So the board really was, I mean, we were trying to break down what's happening now, and it was very clear Wardsboro is a tightly run machine with the supervisory union to make it as most efficient as possible. So,
Did you?
I was just gonna add to that, saying that we were, if I'm remembering correctly, we are like 95% staying as is. Matt was saying that they may have to do some reworking because they're stretched to their limit with the 2 buses. So that may look different. I don't know if that makes a difference, but that was one thing that may potentially change to give some wiggle room for the drivers here in town so that they're not up, they're all the way at their max right now with no room for anybody to get sick or take a vacation or breathe.
we definitely need to figure out a better system for future. You know, maybe we can make things work for next year, but Matt talking about that, you know, feeling kind of strapped where you're having 2 buses, 2 routes, 2 bus drivers alone. If something breaks down with a bus driver sick or a bus broke, we don't have a backup, and that's a problem. So we need to think about either looking at a different system, meaning that we're investing in a new bus, investing in an employee that drives a bus, maybe that's someone that can be shared in Wardsboro, or we're looking to have someone contract out the transportation for Dover, like they do at Wardsboro. And does that make sense to get involved in the system through the supervisory union that Wardsboro does, or do something separate with just Wardsboro and Dover? I don't know. Those are the larger questions that involves like numbers and logistics. But that's what I'm saying. For a volunteer board, this really exceeds, I think, the scope and really what we can do. So we will write a letter.
Laura has been chomping at the bit.
No, it's, well, one thing I wonder is about maybe doing an RFP at some point, or just to request for proposals. You know, does anybody have any great ideas? I know we're not overrun with transportation companies. And then the other, I hear you and I remember this discussion, and I know we frequently talk about looking for efficiencies. And I think that's appropriate when we are merging 2 entities, but also when we are merging 2 rural, small schools, I think often what we are going to find are ways to be more effective than, you know, maybe not efficient, but maybe to bring more to our students.
Yeah,
So,
and one of the ideas that the board was talking about is, you know, having a survey from parents and secondary busing, secondary transportation. Maybe we look at Dover provides secondary to one particular school and Wardsboro provides secondary transportation to another school and maximize based on the population. You know, where do we send our students, majority of the students to what school? You know, we don't have a bus going to Burton. Is that something that Dover and Wardsboro campus schools want to have? Yeah, we can do that. Maybe that's worth the money to do that, to provide that opportunity for students. people use Brattleboro, how many people use Lynn and Gray. So there were ideas of using additional opportunities.
Would urge caution on busing to private schools.
With this, I don't, if I may, that kept getting shot down. You know, we had a lot of parents asking for that. And parents made, you know, education decisions based on transportation. And it got shot down. So for now, if I were to see that come up now, that would get a lot of people upset.
People send I don't know how many different schools, but Matt's got it calculated that we send kids to, so, I mean,
We
there's.
were told it's a private school, you want to get your kid there.
Well, that's not really
Things are
what
never
happened
changing.
either. So, you know, again, we can take little bits and pieces of different stories, but kind of when we agreed to give the extra money to do Burton, the parents that brought that forth also said no. When the question was asked, are you guys gonna now come back to us next year and ask us for a
Right,
bus?
but that was
And
like-
it was assured that no, they would never do that.
That was a different generation
Right.
of parents.
It wasn't that different a generation of parents, because we haven't done it quite yet for a generation, Marco, just because you came in late. But,
Yeah.
I mean, just, the thing is, you know, there's more than, doesn't matter, because you know what, it's nothing
We
that
can
we're
always
gonna
have the
change.
conversation again, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
no, we should
I
have.
was just, my point
I
was
think things should be
caution.
brought up every so often anyways, even if it was overwhelmingly turned down before, because things change. There was a time when we didn't ship a bus to Brattleboro because we had one student who would have ridden it, and we were spending $60,000 to get that bus down there.
So I think that there's a lot of opportunities in the board. We're really interested in trying to break them down, but there were just too many variables to really say, here's one idea, this is going to be the efficiency, or to add more services. There's just too many variables that we didn't have access to the information. So.
Thank you.
So one question. So the Dover has the bus going to, the additional bus going to Brattleboro. This is the first year that you had done that. Was there, is that right?
Yes.
So is it,
Well,
was there?
no, this is the first year of a new plan. We used to run a
Right.
bus to Brattleboro.
So another, if I understand correctly, there's a mover that goes there in addition to the bus. So is that a bus, a private bus or a company, or is that a bus that you own?
No, it's a bus we
One
own.
of the Dover buses. Have you had a chance to review that a year in and how that is going?
Yeah, that's been reviewed by the Dover board, and we do ask that numbers be kept. But numbers vary too, because if there's no sports going on, you have a higher ridership.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious how that was going the first year.
About 20, right?
20 max, between 12 and 20,
Right.
pretty regularly.
And again, there was a time when I was on the board that, you know, we were all concerned because if every student who was going to Leland and Gray got on the bus wasn't big enough. The 66 passenger bus wasn't big
Well, I'm
enough.
just curious what the.
And now
riders-
we don't send 6 students to Leland and Gray, do we?
About 6.
So it's definitely something we looked at, and that was one of the things that was sort of like wobbly at the edges, was like, what does our population look like? We sort of looked at the four biggest high schools near us: Twin Valley, Brattleboro, Leland and Gray, BBA. Like, those are sort of, you know, we know that there's kids going to other schools too, but those are the 4 most talked about. And that was one of the questions, and we didn't really have good numbers about, like, you know, and this year, how many kids are sort of going to each corner, and then, but what does that look like next year? Kids graduating, the new kids coming in. And I just wanted to add with the BBA thing, because I was the one who really brought it up, and my kids doesn't even go there, but just thinking like, okay, we have sort of a Wardsboro campus and 2 schools that sort of are popular off of there, and then we have a Dover campus and 2 schools that sort of go south off of there. So we were talking about effectiveness and like, as these 2 campuses and how can we best, you know, this is new territory all around, so who knows what's gonna happen down the road. It did feel a little, like, I felt like we kept sort of talking in circles around the table, like, we all were kind of like, we don't know how to guide this differently.
Well, it must be tough because, you know, obviously, you know, well, I guess kids get older in secondary, they start driving too, so they don't even get on the bus, you know, and so.
Well, that's what happened too, is
I don't envy you guys
a
trying
lot
to figure
of
this
the
out.
students, you know, were driving. And one of the points Marco made, or was making, is too, people have made decisions where their children go based on available transportation.
And I'm a parent who did that.
Yeah, you know, we did the same thing, you know, my son wanted to go to Brattleboro, then Leland and Gray, but
we made them go to Wilmington because that was the easiest for us to get them there. You know, and Brattleboro would have been great, but you know, you can't play sports because we're not driving to Brattleboro, we don't work in Brattleboro, you know, but then if, you know, like Carrie works in Brattleboro, so it may be really easy for her kids because they can get out of school, walk to meet her after work and go home with her if they want to play sports. There was one parent last year on the discussion, you know, wanted a second Brattleboro bus to do a late bus like Twin Valley on it. So, and again, one of the points I think Marco makes really well too is it's all secular, and it's sort of like there's one student that everybody gravitates towards, and if that student decided to go to Burlington High School, you'd have half the class going to Burlington High School, and then we...
To kind of finish my point earlier, even with a bus, I think Burton for us probably was on the far reaches because it is just far.
Sure.
It's a long trip.
Yeah, bus or a car. And honestly, the mover to Brattleboro has been working out really, really well. Like that's what we do.
You do the mover to Brattleboro, not the express bus?
We do the mover from the saloon.
Okay.
And then they even added a late bus for kids that are doing sports.
For Brattleboro?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because parents went to the mover and asked, and they did it. So
and you know, there was, like you said, at one time, Brattleboro was one of the big schools. We had a contract with Peoples or Laidlaw, and they would go to Brattleboro, but then there was like one student going to Brattleboro, and you know, and then
For a long time. I mean, we had a...
right, because we had that one student, so we committed to when that student graduated, but we told every parent that this bus is going to end. So yeah, you have the bus this year, next year, but don't plan it because, you know, there's not enough students, and then again, things change, and we get, what do we got going to Brattleboro now? Is that?
We got about 40 students attending.
So that's
Brattleboro.
one of our bigger.
Yeah.
Right
now, Burton used to
Right
have 40 students.
Not very long ago.
Yeah.
Now what do they have?
Around 15.
From Dover.
Historically,
From Dover,
historically, over time, we go about a quarter to 3 public schools and a quarter to all private schools. Historically, over time.
What's
We
Wardsboro's
smooth it out.
numbers look like? Do you have?
I don't know, I know we have my daughter and Barry's daughter are now attending BVA, and they have a pretty large freshman class. We have seven kids from Wardsboro going to BVA right now. And she only graduated with 6, so.
Right, gained a kid.
Right, we gained a kid. But, you know, I don't know if I would be in favor of a bus going to BVA. It's certainly not coming home. They're all coming home at different times, you know. So maybe getting there, although my daughter just joined the hockey team, and she has to be there an hour before school starts, so.
That's exciting.
That's exciting. So, but anyway.
Good job, Dwight.
Yeah, I know, right? Opportunities, right? So, but it's tough, so, you know, and again, the kids start driving and everything else, so
You can't wait for your kid to get his license, and you're
Right,
worried
can't
about
wait.
going up and down that mountain in a snowstorm.
Yeah, but we have a strong carpool, and that seems to work, so.
Okay, so let's get off of this, because I think basically, Carrie, the overall point is that, right.
Conversation.
Yes, it needs a bigger conversation. You're gonna send a letter to Wyndham Central on behalf of River Valleys.
Okay, I'll share that with you to take a look at.
Yeah, because we got time, so we'll bring it at the next meeting.
Okay.
And maybe just run it by your committee.
Sure.
And then, so what's gonna probably happen is, at Wyndham Central, we're gonna form a committee. So if anybody from your group would like to be on that committee too, just maybe have them, maybe that can go in the letter.
Do you know when or where that meeting is?
Well, we're gonna talk, it'll be talked about at the reorganizational meeting. It's set up to be on the agenda.
Okay.
And that's usually like the week after town meeting, because we gotta wait till elections to reorganize. And then we'll wind up having to reorganize again after July 1st. So we may even see if there's enough of the officers left. We may even just see if people just allow the officers to continue serving till July 1st, and then we'll have to figure out what we're going to do in between March and July for what the new Wyndham Central Board is going to look like. Okay, we killed that, I think. But that's a good conversation. And Marco, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have jumped on it.
You didn't jump on it.
Update on the Wardsboro Focus. So we went to it. It was about a 10-minute, for us, it was a 5-minute presentation.
Ours was about 30 minutes, but people asked questions.
Yeah.
And you had a lot of questions.
So basically, I guess, there was like 66 respondents. There was a good mix, a majority of respondents were from Wardsboro. There was a good mix of parents and non-parents. And Dover had less, but there was a mix of parents and non-parents. And I think over 50% picked a STEM or STEAM. STEM.
Oh, yes, it was 38 out of 69 surveys.
Okay. So I had it, I thought, but I don't have it with me. So anyways, it appears as though that may be the path that they want to go. So what we have set up is in January to talk to Bill about it, so it can be presented at the meeting in February in Wardsboro. And then we will have to make a decision on how we're going to do it. You know, what's going to, remember that when Dover went to IB, we had school visits, we had staff getting training. We did put money aside in the budget for additional professional development. We'll have to see what strengths we have, so there'll be a whole list of things. So I think, I was gonna try to do it tonight, but I may put it off till next meeting, to have a kind of the map of where we're going, and then for the calendar, and part of that's gonna be, you know, working on the Wardsboro focus. Remembering too that from the time it was presented, the idea was presented to the Dover board to when we actually got to be an IB school was 5 years.
Right.
So it's not something that's going to be able to happen overnight, but this is, there's STEM and STEAM seems to be a little bit, there seems to be more schools like that around. And there was a really good video that went with the program. You're shaking your head no?
Bill said we would be the first in the state of Vermont to be solely STEM or STEAM.
Right, but there's more, I think, STEM and STEAM than IB schools around the country to choose from,
Sure.
or to look at, and there's a lot more information about it. So hopefully it's not going to be, maybe not as difficult a night. And it's also not a certification. It's not like you're going to IB to get their blessing, you know, it's kind of, we can set.
Well, there's also not a program to follow.
Well, that's what I'm saying, yeah, that's where I was trying to go. So hopefully it'll be something that won't be quite as long, but again, it's not going to be starting September 1st. So, review dates and activities for budgeting and public meetings. So I just grabbed the calendar to make sure I'm on the same page as everybody. So what we have is January 7th is our next board meeting, and that'll be in Wardsboro. And then we have we're talking about January 21st, but if everybody's okay, we'll move it to January 28th, and that'll be in Dover, and we'll use that as our public meeting, annual meeting, to move forward. And then February 12th, pardon?
That means we don't have a meeting on the 21st.
No, there'll be no meeting on the 21st. It'll be the 28th. February 12th is the annual meeting. Do we want to try to meet that first Monday in February in Wardsboro? Or do we want to just go to the annual meeting? Huh? You won't be here?
The first Monday.
What is the first Monday?
Of what?
February.
Oh.
February 4th?
Oh, I shouldn't say that.
Do we want to meet February 4th? If we're gonna, the only reason I might suggest that we do it is if we're gonna meet the 28th in Dover to discuss the warning, if something comes up at that meeting that we want to, maybe we just do it as an, you know, we'll advise people, but keep it open if we need it for something that comes up.
Well, and sorry, if you meet on the 4th, which is the first Monday, the third Monday is the 18th, which is President's Week.
Another holiday.
Yeah, so just FYI.
So why don't we plan on meeting on the 4th? Is President's Week your vacation week?
It is.
I got nothing to say this time.
Would that February 4th meeting be in Wards?
Yes. Okay, so why don't we just, we know we're going to meet on the 4th, on the 7th. We'll pencil in the 28th, or we'll definitely meet the 28th because we have to have that meeting for the annual meeting. And then the February meetings we'll leave open for now. How's that?
Yeah.
we'll definitely, we'll leave the forecast penciled in, but we definitely won't meet on that February vacation one, because if there's no school, I'm sure Carrie's going south to warmer climates.
I won't be, but.
You won't. You disappoint me. I thought you were gonna take me with you.
No, it's nice not to have a meeting that week.
Oh. Okay, is that good with everybody? New business. I was gonna do the calendar, but I think if you guys are okay, let's put that off. And I'll try to rough it in with Rick. And we'll present it at the next meeting.
Yeah, sounds great.
Okay. So, if anybody, does anybody have any other new business? Okay, I do need an executive session for an update on contractual.
We'll be going to executive session for an update on contractual.
Do I have a second? Barry seconded, Laura made the motion, all those in favor say aye. Okay, just, so we won't be making a decision, so you have our next meetings and we'll probably just come out and be adjourning, but if people want to wait, they can, and we'll go next.
So I'm going to call the meeting to order at 6:36. We just completed a really very informative and encouraging and discouraging final report on the CC4G grant. I'd like to acknowledge Kathy Wilkins and Laura Lawson-Tucker here. And I have one addition to the agenda for this evening, which is the consideration of errors and omissions to the grand list. I'm asking if there are changes to the agenda order.
I have none.
No, for me.
Okay. I'm asking for a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of December 10th, 2018.
I will second.
Thank you.
Randa will second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm assuming, Peter, that you have a highway update for us?
Yep, pretty much. Dan was supposed to be here, so I'm not sure where he is unless they're, anyhow. As I'm sure most people are aware, they spent quite a bit of time, in fact, all night salting the other night. On last Thursday, they went out around 8 p.m. and didn't finish till 1 p.m. the next day.
My goodness.
So dealing with a bit of ice. They are still struggling with some equipment issues, a couple of trucks that are having issues, and then refilling the salt and sand shed. That's pretty much what they've been up to. They've been cleaning some culverts that got stuck with the rain that we had. That's about it.
Boy, those poor guys.
Thank you.
Yes.
Guilford Free Library Vision.
Yay, a vision.
How exciting. I'll be speaking, representing us, but Kathy's going to pipe in if I miss something. And so I'm the chair of the trustees, Guilford Free Library, and it's really pretty exciting what we have to say, which is that...
Laura, do you want to sort of move closer to Richard so that...
I was moved this way.
No, I'm just thinking about...
She's fine. This way.
Okay.
He asked you to move that way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just thought that our studio audience is waiting eagerly to hear what you have to say about the library.
I love it. So, we're here because we would like to expand our building. And the reason we would like to do that is very exciting, which is the library is bursting at the seams. Our programming has increased, our attendance for our various programs has increased. We had a survey we put out last town meeting day, and overwhelmingly responses were, the library needs more space, we want more programs. And we, during this past year, received 2 bequests, and in the strategic plan of the trustees, going back probably up to 10 years ago, has been a goal to, when we could, expand the building. So the fact that we did the survey and got that input, and that we have received these 2 bequests has really spurred us forward to, well, let's go the next step, which is to write a planning grant with Richard, what's it called?
The
Vermont Community Development Planning Grant is what we want to do. And that's really the next step, which is why we're here, because we'd like to ask the select board if you would be the sponsor of a planning grant with the Vermont Community Development Group. And we would like to find out about the feasibility of building onto our building. And this study will reveal cost estimates and give us a conceptual plan. And Isaac, who is just here, I think that's the same Isaac, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
We'd love to find out if he could help write it with consultation from Richard, trustee, treasurer, and John Shaw, who's a trustee. We're really excited. We're really excited that townsfolk are really using the library, and we've become a resource for books, for information, for technology, for programs, and this program's of all ages. We have a really full, vibrant book group for adults that Leah, our assistant librarian, leads, and I think average attendance is
8 to 10 people.
like consistently. So that's pretty cool. And it's been going on for a few years. And our story time is very popular, and our summer camps. And what we'd like the new space for is, of course, more space for meeting, but also we'd love to have a quiet space for study and research. It could also be a place where more and more people are doing online consultations, whether it's with doctors or that sort of thing.
It would have a door.
Yeah, so we'd actually have a room with a door so you could have privacy. But nothing like that exists. And there are people in town who don't have internet. There are people in town who don't have a computer. And so we provide a really important service in that way. We also really would like a place for the Vermont collection that we have. And this new space would provide that. The other thing is that the select board had their recent capital needs assessment, and definitely some building needs were identified in that capital needs assessment. Basically, as Kathy said today when we were talking about it, is we're squished. I thought that said it really well. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing that we are squished. It means that we're an active and vibrant part of the town. So that's all really good. So that's the great thing, and it seems to make sense because we do have these two bequests, so we do have some money. We'd have to also do some fundraising to move forward with something that's been in our strategic plan for a long time. Seems like the time is right. What we're pleased with is that we are very much a partner with Brattleboro Community Center. But again, what we provide is really different from what the community center will provide, in that we're very much a library. And so we're providing very much literacy-based, family-centered, as well as all ages-centered information.
We're a public building.
Plus we're a public building,
And the community center is a private space.
Right, with town partnership and others partnering with it. We love the fact that people come and sit in their cars and have internet access. Yeah. And it's like regular, because I walk by all the time. Yeah. And there's almost always a car there, even in the winter. And this summer we had this canopy out. And people, it was nice. People would come with their phones or computers, sit under the canopy and use the internet. So that's what libraries are for, is to provide information and access to information. So that's why we're here.
Sounds good.
So,
in a nutshell.
So two simple questions and one more complicated.
Sure.
Do you want to go first?
Yes.
Well, having just heard, I mean, I'm very supportive of it, both as a select board member and just a lover of libraries. Just listening to CC4G's citing predicament, I'm wondering, do you have any preliminary information about the land surrounding the library in terms of the expansion that you want?
Yes. A while ago, the Anthonys gave us a little bit of land that's directly behind us. So we definitely have owned, the town owns enough land that we wouldn't have to purchase anything. It's right there, going back.
And it's sort of perkable?
Yeah, I mean, we have our perkable, we all know about that.
Yeah. Perk.
Yes, I mean, we have our well is back there as well as the septic, but that doesn't matter. But yeah, yes,
wonderful.
I would think, yes.
Ellie, you went for the same kind of community development grant. Is that what CC4G just did? So okay, so we have good support from the state, and we have a good track record. When you talk about overwhelming support for expansion,
yes,
can you describe the size of the survey and the size of the response, so we get a sense of what is overwhelming 5 out of 7 or 57 out of 73?
What a great academic question. I put a survey on every seat of town meeting. Now that does not mean I received every survey. We probably have received a total of 70.
I was going to say 80, I thought.
80, okay, 80, which is, when I said overwhelming.
They've also been distributed. We have them at the library, and
Yeah.
They trickle in.
Distributed elsewhere.
So maybe like 90 a
Not
total.
just town meeting.
Right, but that was where it originated. And when I said overwhelming, what I meant was of those people who filled it out, it was a repeated response of, you need more space and it'd be great to have more programming. But no, it wasn't like, 500
That means if you, usually a 4% return rate is pretty remarkable, right?
I don't know how many.
Close to overwhelming.
I know. Which is distressing, So
it was informal, to
Yeah.
say, in that way.
So a couple of other questions. So you are part of the Guilford Village Center, which is coming up again for Village Center
Yes, the
designation.
designation, yes.
And that's very much a part involving the Planning Commission.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you are closely aligned with the Planning Commission on this?
Well, I am with Michelle. She and I talk all the time.
Yeah.
We should put that on the agenda.
It should
It's
be.
a good point
So
to
we
go
should
on the
talk
agenda.
about partnership in the village, because it will make the Village Designation Center applications,
Yes, that's good.
reapplications stronger, and it will make your community, the interconnectedness of the community and the community services that much more visible. And I think if you are aligned with the Historical Society and the Planning Commission and the Brattleboro Community Center and maybe CC4G.
And the school.
And the school, it's just like,
yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
That kind of partnership is going to go a long way towards, or just like working together. Will go a long way to getting you support and funding.
Good working relationships with.
Right. But I think, we got the town plan coming up again in 2020, by 2020. We've got the Village Designation Center coming up. So there are important things going on in this cultural center of Guilford that you're going to be very much a part of and supporting and encouraging and,
that's very good.
and making more possible. So
The commissioner pointed that out to us.
the commissioner? Okay.
But that's a very good
I think that, the select board, we probably need to take a vote to say whether we're going to support this or not, but I think it would be good to have the same support from the planning commission so that you can say to community development grants, not just the select board, but the planning commission support this.
Yes.
And so, in addition to the vote, will you need a letter of support from?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple.
It'll be the same process that was for CCTV.
Will you be the applicant?
The town.
The town
is
is
the applicant.
Right, and so that has to be, that has to be.
And when is this grant application due?
The next, I think it's, the next one, I think it's April.
Yeah, they do biannually. It's in April and October when they're due.
And it would be possible, with the help of a consultant, to get a proposal done by April. I think.
Ellie?
I was just going to throw out there that if you would like to have some help.
Yeah. Great.
Just because
Just
been
through it.
Thank you.
And Ellen, you have so much spare time. So I would entertain a motion that the select board apply for a community development grant on behalf of the library for a feasibility study to expand the library.
So
is that what we're looking for?
Now, if Richard is on the board of the library, would he need to recuse himself?
Would need to do so, and that would mean that you do not
We
have
don't
a
have a
quorum
vote
tonight.
So I would recuse myself.
Yeah.
So you don't have quorum, so.
So we can't vote tonight, we'd have to do it in the next meeting.
You table it for the next meeting.
Yeah, okay.
And so we can put that on the
So
agenda.
I will put that on there
Great.
for the next meeting.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, congratulations.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Now comes the work.
Yes, right. No, but thank you for your support. I appreciate that.
Well, we've been
Thank you
waiting for this.
A splendid presentation.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Sir.
This is BCTV cameraman Ian Keel, who's not supposed to talk at these meetings, but may I
Please go ahead, yeah.
I was just curious if Guilford, the folks involved with the Guilford Library might want to contact their friends up in Putney, because I believe Putney did a successful They actually made a new building.
Yes, they made it.
But they may have experience locally of the process they
Yeah,
went
that's
through.
good, that's good. Thank you.
Is that with Chuck Greenberg?
It was with
Yeah.
Chuck.
They have a beautiful library.
So did they use the same architect that you
Yeah,
folks
for
used
this-
for your?
The town office renovations, yeah.
Okay,
Thank you, Ian.
sure. Thank you for letting me speak.
So the next item on the agenda is drafting select board minutes. And I don't know whether you sent these to Peter?
I sent that.
And I read through them.
It was just
Oh, sorry, Richard.
my search for something that was formulaic and standardized.
Good night.
This is actually based on Robert's rules.
Yeah, I saw. There, so,
Or
Just to have as a-
Jurassic Parliament.
I know, I just, every time I read that, I was like, Jurassic what? I thought there were some good points in here. But I think the question for us is, first, what is it that we want our minutes to do? And,
If may I step in a moment? I think
Please.
before we do that, I think first we should look at what state statute says that are required in the minutes, and then after that is what the state gives permission over to the governing body.
right, so I did have some questions here about, is this allowed in Vermont, you know? So,
And also the background of our conversation was, what are we including as addenda to the minutes? That was what Gabby had introduced.
Gabby wanted things added to the minutes, right, I know. So I was gonna get to those things, but perhaps you want to start with, what does the state require?
So this, for meeting minutes of governing body, the state requirements are very minimal. And it is
Right.
who is in attendance, what decisions were made, and what the vote was on those decisions. That's all that is actually required by state statute. So they're very, very basic.
But, so I will say that I have gone back to minutes to try to learn something or remember how we acted or think about what the discussion was, did it focus on this or this? And I have found them to be, in general, not always frustratingly vague. And so then I return, I have, you know, if we've had it, since we've had BCTV, I'll go and look on BCTV and see if I can find it, and that is cumbersome. And I think it's, so I would propose that we continue summarizing discussions, the purpose of a discussion and what the results of the discussion were. If we're talking about minutes before we talk about addenda to minutes. And that we don't need to have a transcript. It doesn't need to be she said, he said.
No.
But it should be enough to give us a sense of the will of the board, the intent and the conclusions of the discussion. And that if we want to include documents or refer to them, we can do so by providing links online or by attaching them to the minutes. But I feel like every document we bring up in the meeting does not need to be attached.
So it could say something like, see the attached, see the supplement attached to this, to the minutes of this meeting. If you wanted if you wanted to refer to an addendum.
But I think we would agree during the meeting that this piece of, this material should be attached as an addendum to the minutes.
Right, or not.
Yeah, so.
And I did go back and looked at not every single meeting, but I went back and looked for how it had been done previously with other iterations of this board. And overall, the precedent in Guilford doesn't mean it can't or shouldn't change, but the precedent has been that any addenda that are part of the minutes were specifically noted by the select board as being important to include with that for the purposes of posterity. And so it wasn't that it was just wholesale, anything was included, but it was very specific decisions that were clearly made on the part of the select board to include those items.
I think that Sheila's point about that the minutes should be maybe clearer than they have been in the past about what action was taken or not taken, and then what the consequence of what the result of the conversation
So we do
was.
have.
I mean,
Peter does
saying
great
that the
action.
conversation resulted in, it's as easy to do
Yeah.
it, just to say that.
I mean, I
Peter
do
does
reflect
action.
action,
Yeah, but-
which is part of the state requirements.
So it also says, if the body wants to give reasons for its actions, use a resolution with whereas clauses, and that seemed tedious.
Yes, I
And not required.
felt
I mean,
that was.
So we're not going to get into the whereas.
I thought that was unnecessarily fussy. And I think that in the world of open meetings with video, that people are going to be relying on the video. And, you know, I guess Gabby's point about the supporting material is important because you can't get that on the video, you know.
Right.
And so including that will be important. But I think it's important that we not make the minutes process unnecessarily cumbersome.
But I wonder if we should have a what is it called?
A template?
A founding document that instructs us that we're basing our taking the minutes on, so that this could be edited to the way that we wanted it to be. And then we always have it on file as, this is the way we're taking minutes, this is the core document that we follow. I think that's a good idea.
Well, do you want to create that?
I can with input. I mean, you've done it? Good.
No, I've gone through this a lot. I'd be happy to work on
Great.
it with you.
Good.
To your point about the video recordings, I like the recommendation that there be timestamps, and when you post the recording, you post the start time of the discussion. BCTV does, so that it's easy enough to put that into the minutes.
Sure, I can add that in. It's not a problem. I mean, they put it up on their YouTube links, and each section begins.
Right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Nope, it's okay. So it's easy enough to transfer, you know, from what they record directly and add it to the minutes. And so, you know, if someone wants to look back at that, it's easier to find. I mean, I also find that this is a personal preference, but I find that their outline of the time frame on the video is quite easy to use.
I do too.
I use it, frankly, every other week when we have a meeting, to go back to refer to points that select board members specifically requested to be included.
And frankly, the people who have talked to me about watching the meetings have praised BCTV's table of contents for the meeting, and I feel as if that does take pressure off the written minutes. I mean, not that we want to be casual, but that we do have this this witness, you know, that people can go to.
So can I suggest that you and I edit this document?
Yeah, I'm going to make one more point and then we'll do that. One second, Ellie. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I think it is the way the Recreation Commission comes and gives a report, or the Planning Commission, they write it out, we talk about it, you know. I think that instead of you having to type down notes of what people are saying, that they submit their comments to you in writing, and that we can then put those into the record. Would be, as it's suggested here, if a body wishes to include reports of committees or other bodies in its minutes, the committee should be requested to provide the summary. And that way you're listening as opposed to trying to catch the salient points. And I think that would be
we can just do
very
that
helpful. We've got
the upcoming year.
Yeah, so I mean, I think so doing that and asking people to have visuals that we can project so that they can be seen on BCTV would be, I think, a really great thing to do.
As this is the last meeting of this year, I think it's a great way to start the new
year. New year.
PowerPoint.
And Madam Chair?
1 minute, Ellie.
Okay.
I was just going to say, I don't know how long the videos are available to watch.
Yeah.
If there's a
Indefinitely.
year's worth or whatever. But also to think about is the minutes, the written minutes are actually,
The official.
they are official and are permanent.
Yes.
That get recorded. So
Yeah.
there's things that you're going to need to have that are written and not on video.
It is, that's what they say here, and I agree, totally. We have to be careful, but we can refer to the video recording and refer to other documents that don't necessarily have to be attachments, which, you know, they can be located elsewhere.
I just hate to like see video.
Yeah, no, not good.
Yeah.
Ian Keel, BCTV, Brattleboro, you may.
I'll just a couple points on the technical side. First of all, it's Executive Director Court Trowbridge who got us field producers to start doing the time stamping. That was initiative from her, and it's, as you say, it's worked out very well. And just to reiterate Ellie's point is the ephemerality of video. All these files probably exist on hard drives at BCTV. They exist on Google's hard drives. No one knows.
Exactly.
You know, Google's a private corporation. Computer security. No one knows if these digital files will last. And the one thing I would also say technically, don't feel that you have to force people to use projectors or PowerPoint. We can do low-tech stuff if they just have a clear sheet of paper. As you know, we can hold it up, we can zoom in. So I don't want you to make anyone feel uncomfortable that they have to.
No, I'm just saying that we now have the facility, and I think we should use it so that everybody can see what we're looking at.
Sure.
And then it could also just be a piece of paper, but.
We can always, if you want, we can always zoom in on a piece of paper so that audiences at home can see.
You do.
And the other thing is just, as you know, Court Trowbridge, our executive director, and some members of the board have been going around talking about concerns about funding for BCTV in the future. And I think what's going to come out of that, regardless of what happens, is probably a more tighter relationship with BCTV and the municipalities it serves. And I'm honestly wondering with like the new machine software, if it might make sense to look into actually just having software try and create a transcription of these videos that are shot that could then exist on physical paper, you know, for whatever future when those digital files, you know, fade away. So I just think there's some possibilities.
A lot to contemplate. Thank you. So I think our action, Peter, is that Richard and I will get together before he leaves.
And before you leave?
Yeah, and we'll work on these things.
We will.
Okay.
For the purpose of creating a standard of which our
guidelines,
a standard of guidelines for which our minutes will be based on.
Fiscal audit review and approval.
Are you waiting for me?
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's okay, I knew you were typing.
I was, thank you for understanding. It's difficult to do both at the same time sometimes. As you all well know, I previously, as in about 2 months ago, shared the draft financial documents for our fiscal audit for the year. As you also noted, even from reading just the first 10 or 15 pages, there were several errors in it, as well as lots of grammatical and spelling problems. And so I went back to them, and make a long story short, what had happened is they wanted to get us a copy of their draft working document as soon as possible. And in so doing, it was before it had been
copy edited.
That's correct. Thank you, sir. So they expressed their sincere apologies for sending a poor quality document to us, and will not do that in the future. But over the past week, I shared with all of you the final edited copy. It was in the folder, but it was the holidays, so it's okay. Some people had surgery recently, so anyhow. So as I shared with Sheila in our meeting before the holiday, I read it word for word, and they fixed all of the errors that we had previously noted. And so with that, they
They gave us a good letter.
Yes, so they need.
Did you read it?
I read the letter.
So they need the select board to either approve or disapprove of their draft document, and if you so approve, it would be easiest if you also had a motion to approve your chair to sign on your behalf, because they only provide a space for one signature. So you can also approve me to sign it, which was done the first year I was in this role.
I wonder if we should go forward with this, or should we wait until we have a fuller select board?
Well,
I think we're
been
fine.
waiting
Yeah.
for 2 months for a decision from the board.
Well, I would motion
People
that
had
we
the-
accept the audit.
And authorize.
And authorize the chairwoman, our distinguished chair, to sign on our behalf.
Okay, I'll second that.
Is there any discussion? So I want to appreciate that Mudgett did fix all those things, and also
Appreciate Peter's diligence
Yes.
in doing the proofreading and the,
third time over.
yes.
And the good work of our town for achieving such fiscal responsibility.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, I'm going to sign that standing up later.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So, the next thing on the agenda is the flood and fluvial erosion hazard proposal for funding. And in very short, I think it was the Conservation Commission that met and talked about whether it would be possible for the town to set up a fund to cover
the engineering
and site surveys and engineering plans in the case of building needing to take place in a floodplain. And Peter and I spoke at length about this, and Peter did a great deal of research on this, and we learned some important things, which I am really pleased to share with everybody in town. One is that should a survey be required as a result of the permitting process, the cost of this would be covered by the Department of Environmental Conservation. So if you're in the flood zone and you need a survey because of the permitting process, and the permitting process itself is kind of a rare occurrence, you know, that you would, a property owner would not have to pay for that. An engineering plan, on the other hand, is something that would likely be part of any design construction plans and is not therefore an untoward expense in the case of building a new building or reconstructing a building. So it's not an extraordinary expense on the part of the homeowner, but Peter learned that depending on which watershed area a potential project that potentially required permitting is located in, that there might be funding available also for engineering plans. So those two things mean that potential costs to homeowners in floodplain and watershed areas are minimal to nothing, or part of the customary process. We learned that no town in Vermont has created such a fund or is contemplating creating such a fund, and that the challenges would include equity, like which homeowners qualify, which don't, how do we establish it, how do we fund it, how do we manage such a fund. So those challenges, I think, are complex and daunting.
Well, and also we don't need a fund because of
what we found out.
just previously told us.
But I think people need to understand that even if we were to say, I don't know, set aside $5,000, that just figuring out how to administer that fund could in itself instigate expensive legal costs for the town and just like not be fair to X or Y. So. Some towns have considered if they might be able to compensate for actual or possible negative impact on the sales value of a property because it's located in a floodplain area. most people have found that it's nearly impossible to predict the impact, and also that creating a special class of property owners is not a precedent that we would want to set. So
and that was also echoed by our
VLCT
as well as our listers.
Yeah. So it is far better to encourage grieving and assessment if necessary than to, again, set up something that protects a possible group of people and then leaves all others out, or all others claiming for some other protection. So again,
and avoiding the liability that someone would sue the town because they weren't included or something like that, right?
So I shared this information with the select board, with the Conservation Commission, with Michelle, the head of the Planning Commission, and the floodplain administrator. And people who originally raised the subject seemed comfortable with these findings, and I wanted to also share them with the town.
Thank you.
And I wanted to speak to that because I think it's really important that we share the good news that has resulted from this inquiry. I mean, the inquiry came from wanting to have a compassionate approach to people who were potentially negatively affected. And what we found is that there's substantial possible help available, and so we need to be very clear. And at our public forum, that will be a place to spread this information as simply and lucidly as we can.
I would suggest you also have something written out.
So that's
Yeah.
So on January 3rd, we have drafted materials that we are going to distribute to every person, every residence in town, every property owner. And on January 3rd, we are meeting to finalize those materials. They will be printed on the 7th and then mailed out in time for the community forum, which takes place on January 17th. So we had argued, there had been some argument for having a flyer or something that says, here's the situation, here are where the materials can be found, because all of the materials, all of our research, the flood and fluvial erosion hazard ordinance itself is on the town website. Not that we get that many people looking for it, but it is all there. And we've had now, is this our second year? Second year of talking about it in the select board, and we have some materials. We have done a mailing to the 450 or 61 property owners affected about a year ago, and now we're going to do a comprehensive mailing to every property owner in Guilford. And we would ask people to take the time. A lot of people have put their hearts and souls and energy into thinking about this, thinking about the good of the town and the possible burdens to property owners, and thinking about how to explain it to people in such a way that it makes sense and is accessible information. And so you get it, please read it. And then come to the forum on the 17th.
So the petition was filed, is that correct?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
So this might not all go forward if there's not a petition filed.
It may not, if we don't, but I don't know what's happening there.
So are your materials going to say some of what you and Miranda just said?
Yes.
And this is in response to blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And we're trying to compassionately look at all of this information and make sure everybody has it.
Right. Yes, thank you. I mean, we have a cover letter of FAQs and then some other piece of explanatory information. And so, yeah, I mean, we're doing what we can to make sure that everybody understands the scope of this.
And while this isn't, while we're talking about the flood and fluvial erosion hazard forum, I feel strongly that we need to reach out to somebody, some individual or group of people who, if they still have opposition to this, that we invite them to give a presentation at that forum about how they'd like to approach solving the problem that we're trying to do with FED.
So constructive criticism.
Well, I mean, just
counter-argument.
A counter-argument.
We've had a lot of counter-arguments, but it always stops with don't pass this, as opposed to how do we address the issues that the ordinance is trying to address.
Right. I mean, and I really want to, I don't know who's in charge of planning the forum, but I really feel strongly that I'd like to open this invitation to people who do feel strongly that this this ordinance is a problem for them to come and tell us how they'd like to deal with this. I mean, I think that we've heard some pretty passionate expression of what people find wrong with it, but we haven't had a chance to hear about how people want to do it differently, and I'd really like to reach out to people, and I don't know whose job it would be to solicit that, but I would be happy to help.
Thank you. We have the Planning Commission, the Select Board, and the Conservation Commission organizing this. On January 17th, with the Conservation Commission kind of taking the lead as they have been. But
so it sounds like it's kind of a turn the corner kind of conversation, and you know, you've had all that expression of what the issue is, but then how do you give the space for the creative problem solving?
Well, I mean, I think that it's being respectful to the people who have these concerns to have them come forward and distill their thoughts for us.
so there is no action at this point. We meet on January 3rd. The filing is between, well, anytime, right?
Anytime. The deadline to file is 2 weeks from today.
For town meeting, but
the deadline to file what?
For the petition, it's 44 days after it was passed. Thank you for the question, Ellie. So it's 44 days after the
ordinance is passed.
That's correct,
right.
Which puts it at the 9th of January.
Right, and we made that clear at the previous meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
Actually, you made that clear at the previous 2 meetings.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so our next thing is to get together on the third veranda. I think you're not there at that.
Well, the meeting is at what time?
5, and you're doing something.
I'm at the food pantry, but I'll be out, I could be out at 6.
Hopefully we'll see.
Well,
you'll stop
you know
by
what,
and
we'll
Take that up after our meeting.
Yeah.
So the
Please.
next thing on the agenda is I had asked Peter that just if we could review the articles that the select board is including on the town meeting warrant. And then we're going to do the errors and omissions.
Yes, the errors and omissions will do that. Aside from the standard ones that are on there, the big one that has been discussed, or one of the big ones that has been discussed, which you all are aware of, is whether or not the town should pay for the mowing of the playscape. Because it was voted by town residents that in brief, the creation of the playscape to happen, that the town would not incur any expenses for the creation and maintenance of that. And so the select board earlier this year decided that it is in the best interest of the town that residents get to make the decision as to whether or not the town spends the money to maintain that space instead of the select board.
We think the residents are obligated to make that decision, not the select board.
Sure.
We don't have the authority because we've been instructed by the town that we cannot incur any expenses. So we need to ask them about, we need to bring that.
So that's the only,
We
sort
talked
of,
about something else, didn't we?
That was the primary one.
well, there was the one that we are not going to, about the BBCC, which we understand we
Right.
have to do that.
I like that in the pre-town meeting and the,
Yeah, so that was one that was determined that was not necessary. And those were the two main ones that have been discussed, aside from the standard ones that will be included.
Good.
And I mean, I think one thing to point out is over the past year, because of the changes, that the library is no longer going to be viewed as a separate article on the warrant. It's going to be considered part of the general town warrant, because it is a municipal library, and so it should be considered part of the general budget.
Yeah.
So those are the three main items that I was able to find going back over the past, say, 6 months in the discussions that we've had, or a little bit longer actually. So
great.
Keep it simple.
Yes.
We have an issue that came up, the errors and omissions on the grand list, which needs to be resolved before our next meeting on January 14th. And this was brought to our attention by our assessor clerk, Lisa, who advised us that Peter Thorell's solar farm at Kirchheimer Drive has not been on our grand list because, although it has been in operation for over a year, he did not submit the PV system inventory form that enables Lisa to do the calculations for valuation. He's declined to submit this form, not yet having received the certificate for public good from the state of Vermont. Speaking with her DA, her district manager?
It's somebody at the state.
Assessor?
District assessor?
The district, yeah.
I don't know, I was making that up.
Yeah, me too.
I think it actually is true.
The town can tax him for his commercial array because it's being productive and generating income. So this change has to go, so doing so has to go through errors and omissions and be approved by the select board before December 30th. She calculated estimates based on figures provided in his original application. The average estimated value from these figures was $801,735.73. She put in the value at 70% of that, resulting in a grand list value of $561,220.
And the back page, just so you're aware, is the specific detail as to how Lisa calculated those expenses.
So,
how much would the tax come out to be approximately?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. Is I'm not the lister.
You're not the lister.
Or the assessor clerk.
I'm just gonna.
It's going to. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I might be able to do a really rough calculation, but nobody better hold me to this. What'd you say, 520,000?
561.
561 and 220.
Is there a standard percentage of?
There is. I'm not sure if this is calculated against residential or as
business.
It might be like $4,000. I'm just a.
Okay.
Maybe.
So first, Lisa needs to get this approved, and then she'll calculate.
Do we need a motion?
And the motion would be
That's
to
correct.
approve to include that property on the grand list
That's
at the value, at the approximate value of $561,220.
I would like to move that.
She gets to move this time.
Well, no, I feel very strongly about this, just about doing the right thing. I guess that will summarize.
Yep. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I need each of you to sign this, please.
Yes.
So there's a space for select board members there.
And
sign to the left of it.
do you mean that, do I write my name, like print it?
No, just sign it.
Because I've looked at
my good handwriting.
some of them. As a chair, I can make a recommendation, right? A motion.
You cannot.
Well, what do you want moved?
You can request a
Would you
specific
please
motion.
move on the warrants?
I move.
I checked them.
Sheila checked them, and I move that we approve the following warrants.
Thank you.
Payroll for the week ending 12/16/2018 in the amount of $5,718.73. Payroll for the week ending December 23rd, 2018 in the amount of $8,135.26. Expense warrant number 1912 for the total amount of $40,014.75, and expense warrant number FW12 in the amount of $23 for a total of $53,891.74.
And the outstanding expenses were primarily related to highway, gravel, sand, and equipment repairs.
Salt.
Salt.
Gravel, salt, and equipment.
Brenda, would you like to second that motion?
Oh, yes, I would love to.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there communications, Peter?
There are some very...
We have signing. Don't everybody leave without signing.
Yes. Sheila's the only one that can sign at the end. I want
I'm
everyone
going to
else
stand up and sign over there.
There's both the payroll and the regular warrants. So
Payroll, certainly. Yeah, I find it.
So which is this?
Yes, this is for later.
Okay.
Very, very brief communications. We got a very nice letter from the AIDS Project of Southern Vermont thanking the town and the select board for their appropriations in assisting people living with HIV within Guilford and the rest of Southern Vermont. We also got a letter from David Sitchell. He's the Director of Risk Management at BLCT Passive, and he is going to be retiring soon, and he wanted to thank Guilford for being one of the founding members of Passive. In 1987, so Guilford was one of the 27 charter members of Passive. And so now Passive has grown. So he just went on, I won't read the whole letter because it's quite lengthy, but he went on just to thank the town because it is now, Passive has now grown to cover over 90% of the towns in Vermont and is well respected in the industry as well. And so he feels that his career has been worthwhile thanks to the members who have helped create what Passive is today.
Excellent.
And I would encourage people to read the legislative, what is this called? The first weekly legislative report that came from BLCT at the end of
last week.
Signing.
So the VLCT legislative reports always begin in December and go through the legislative session. And so there will be, and I will share them with the select board as they start coming out now. And they go for the duration of the legislative session.
No, 2 expense.
Yeah, I know that, well, this isn't exactly related, that Sarah Coffey is going to be having periodic coffees with coffee, and that when we have her schedule for that, we should include that in our broadcast so that people can come and meet with her.
Did I hear you call for a motion?
You did not yet, because I'm still trying to figure out if you signed everything. Ellie?
I just want to, on camera, say thank you to the board for supporting our feasibility study grant from BCDP, and also that the annual report, which is in the middle of that table, will be here at the town office for anybody who would like to look at it.
Thank you so much, Ellie.
Thank you. And also, happy birthday to Gabby.
Yes.
Whose birthday
Yes,
is
happy
today.
birthday, Gabby.
Wherever you may be.
Miranda, would you like to move that we adjourn?
I should love to move that we adjourn.
Second.
So,
At 7:30.
everybody have
All in favor?
Wow.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye. Did you vote, Miranda?
Aye, yes.
Thank you.
Aye, aye, aye.
Have a lovely something.
Meeting adjourned at 7:30. Thank you.
Happy
Happy
New
New Year,
Year.
everybody.
Yes.
call the meeting to order at 5:30. And I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from, December 11th, 2018.
So moved. Second.
Is there any discussion on those? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 11th, 2018, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. I haven't have to vote, so I will vote in the affirmative.
You will vote in the affirmative, so that does pass.
There's only 3 of us, so I don't have to. Oh.
You can vote on
I know I
something. You
can, but it's hard. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting on December 13th, 2018.
Or you can put that one off.
So moved.
Next meeting.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from November 13th, 2018, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? I'll vote in the affirmative.
Okay.
Just get it done.
That meeting was fairly straightforward, and I wasn't here either. But I think you can look at the minutes and vote if Steve, the vice chair, says that it reflects what happened. It doesn't say anything, but if it reflects what happens, then I think that's fine. I don't think there's any controversy in your vote.
Are there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Hearing none, we're not really ready to do the,
I'd bypass the warrants, go right to correspondence or reports or something. Well,
can't really go to reports because he's busy doing that, so we can.
Yep, I go to, skip the warrants, skip reports, go to correspondence.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take the agenda out of order and move down to correspondence. We've gotten a letter of resignation from the Highway Department. It says, Dear Select Board, on 11/5/2018, I informed Select Board member, Public Works Supervisor Steve Frisk of my intention to vacate my position as a road crew member by the end of 2018. I now submit my formal resignation as a full-time employee to be effective 12/21/2018. I would like to thank the town for the past 6 years of employment. As I have informed Steve Frisk, I will assist the town of Townsend in its transition to an entirely new road crew and provide any information and advice I can. I will also be willing to work on the crew as an emergency backup and in fill-in if needed unless otherwise committed. I hope that the board recognizes that my prior co-workers and I, being a 3-man crew, were committed to providing the town's citizens with good and safe road conditions. This was accomplished despite a shrinking budget, poor support, regular criticism, shrinking benefits, lack of praise, and few pay increases from the Select Board. The board has now decided to add a 4th member to the crew, a decision I feel is overdue, and an increase in wages should help sustain morale. Blah, blah, blah. Cutting benefits is no way to attract or retain employees. I hope that moving forward, the board will communicate with these employees in a more considerate manner. Sincerely, Robert F. McCord. Alrighty, and the other piece.
You need a motion.
I do not.
You don't? Okay.
No, an employee resignation. The only time you need a motion to accept.
Elected official. Yeah, okay.
Okay, the other thing that we have received is the CLA and COD for the next fiscal year that we're going to be working on the budget for. Our CLA dropped, I believe, from 106 to 99.62%, which means that there will no longer be the offset with the tax rate.
Oh.
So your total value is going to pretty much be what is, there won't be a factor.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the COD, that's at 14, which...
I think it was at 18 or 19, that's dropped as well. Our
COD has?
I think it has also dropped.
Because 20 is where it's an automatic reappraisal.
Well, I'll look them both up. This just came Monday, so, or yesterday, I can't remember. I'll look them both up, see where we were last year. I know the CLA has dropped substantially.
Okay, so then let's move back up to the warrants. You want to read them to me, Bill, please?
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $12,249.44.
No, we have an issue.
176.35.
It's on the back.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No, it's the same number. 12,249.14.
Did I get it wrong?
No, somebody-
Yes. No, he's got that. Yeah, he's got a copy as well. Did I set it up?
Yeah,
wrong?
yeah,
okay. I may have.
so it's
Okay.
12,249.44.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $12,249.44.
Second.
Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $12,249.44 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
I move to pay payroll warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,811.94.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll withholding tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $4,811.94 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Move to pay general warrant number 3 in the amount of $15,209.25.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
This is insurances.
This is
This is the VLCT.
VLCT.
the only question I
It's
have
the $100 distributions. Yeah.
is, well, the distribution, but also the $100 fee for.
For the for the VLCT Employment Resource and Benefits Trust.
You know,
But it's
Unemployment
it's
insurance.
yeah.
insurance.
It's this $100,
Yeah.
the annual management fee. I don't remember ever seeing that before.
Yeah. Should we see if we can get some more information from them?
Well, that's early at this point in time. I would like to find out what this management fee is. Is it gonna show up quarterly? Is it gonna, it says annual.
It says
but-
it says quarterly
Yeah,
invoice.
but this says annual.
But it's the quarterly contribution to the annual management fee.
Maybe.
So
So it'd be $400 a year.
That's not already paid, is it?
I don't think so.
Can you check on the warrant there, just under VLCT, at the bottom of the warrant, first page?
Well, she hasn't filled in the blank.
Yeah, okay, then, fine. Okay.
So yeah, at this point in time, that hasn't been, I'd like to know if it's gonna be $100 per quarter.
That's how I read it.
So that wasn't when I was reading, it's an annual.
Hmm.
Okay, any further, that's not really the state. Any further discussion on that warrant?
No.
No.
All right, all those in favor of approving general fund warrant number 3 in the amount of $15,209.25 signify by saying aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Move to pay general warrant number 4, the general fund, in the amount of $6,188.89.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 4 in the amount of $6,188.89 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
I move to pay highway warrant number 5 in the amount of $12,779.08.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 5 in the amount of $12,779.08 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Move to pay check warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund, the amount of $5,092.65.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying warrant number 6 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $5,092.65 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Move to pay check warrant number 7 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,379.47.
Second.
Is there any discussion? I just have a question about the credit card bill and the fact that we purchased pre-stamped prepaid envelopes for the delinquent tax collector that appear to exceed her budgetary line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the amount charged was $308.50.
And according to the budget, there was only $300 in the budget. I'd like to figure out, that means there will be no ink supplies, paper supplies, or anything else this year. So I'm just kind of curious why we why we bought so many pre-stamped, pre-done envelopes for the delinquent tax collector. That's just my 2 cents worth, but.
Craig, could you get in touch with Becky and?
Well, I'll talk to Anita and find out what's going on.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of how many, whether that's 500 envelopes or not. It's probably close to 500 to a box.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know why she would be back, I guess, I don't know.
Right.
Anyway, I don't remember doing that before, but maybe
Well,
we did.
Last year, I think she only spent $150.
Yeah,
It's in the, I've got it in the budget sheet.
But
Maybe it's 3 years worth?
that could be.
Right.
But there again, I'd like to know because that's her entire budget
Right.
for supplies at this point in time. So yeah, I'd like to find that out.
But she's elected annually. You can't build up a 3-year supply.
But just on the outside time, that is already paid, so we can't do anything about it at this point in
Right.
time.
Except
But I
that
would
it's-
like to get the information if we could as
Okay.
to what the plan was. So hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 7 in the amount of $1,379.47 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Move to pay check warrant number 8 out of the highway fund in the amount of $10.59.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway warrant number 8 in the amount of $10.59 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Move to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $105.03.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying the equipment fund warrant number 9 in the amount of $105.03 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. All right. So, moving on, we move down to the highway reports. So,
We did a lot of culvert and ditch cleaning prior to last Friday's storm. We did as much as we could in the time that we had. It gave us firsthand look at the condition of the culverts on some of our low-lying and hill roads. During Friday's storm, we did lose roads on Simpson Brook, Jordan Hill, and Hazel Hill. We did have to do some emergency repairs on Saturday so people could get in and out, and then we went back on Monday and repaired Hazel Hill. Jordan Hill was done on Saturday, a temporary repair so one resident could get in and out. And today, we didn't know it until we went to clean culverts on Simpson Brook today, that a 200-yard stretch of Simpson Brook was washed out, and nobody had reported that. So we did those repairs after lunch today. We continued cleaning culverts on Plum Road and Taft earlier this week, and again, we're finding steel culverts with rotted bottoms. The ditches and the entrances have not been cleaned out. That's why we're able to dig, because there's so many leaves in the ditches, there's no frost in the ground. So we're able to clean them. But we're gonna have a lengthy list of culverts that we're gonna wanna replace this summer. I did call Foster's today to get an update on the Dodge truck. It is en route to Foster's, it's not received yet. Fairfield has been in contact with Foster's, they know the truck will be there in January. Our work is scheduled to be done in January, so hopefully end of the month we'll have that truck.
Good. And the old one we're trading?
Yes.
For that, right? Okay.
Yes.
any other questions? Other discussion?
One final comment, as I've driven these roads for 34 years, now I'm walking these roads. I'm just shocked at the amount of trash that people throw out of their vehicles driving our roads. It's really very disappointing. The amount of beer cans and soda cans and water bottles that we're picking up in these ditches, it's really unfortunate.
All right. Anything else then? No. All righty. Town clerk, I didn't see a
We didn't have one.
given the holidays,
No,
it's not
that's
surprising. And then the month isn't done yet. So, town treasurer.
In your sweep account, you have $972,137.63. your checking account, you have $29,710.02.
Any discussion?
No.
No? Any other questions? Then moving on to old business, the personnel policy. Just missed somewhere. I believe this is the policy that we asked to revisit after some corrections at the last meeting.
Yep.
And
there was discussion among members between meetings, I mean, not collectively, but individually, about the town meeting day, which was always the controversial holiday to consider. Just to reintroduce that into the conversation, but the changes were made at the last meeting that you wanted made, and I typed it up. So you should have a new policy with your name on it, or your initials at the top, and that reflects the changes at the last meeting.
And then the President's Day. Together. Three there. Four.
I mean, I would go on record and say that I've always been a supporter of keeping town meeting days a paid holiday so that people can go to their individual town meetings.
And that's why. Would you like to make a motion to?
Well, I can't vote.
Sure you can.
I can't vote.
Sure you can. I mean, legally you can. Politically may not, but legally you can.
Well, but you know, the one thing, again, the one thing that's gonna ask, you know, because they're not salaried, the only hourly employees that are full-time are just the highway department. Okay, so it only impacts them. It wouldn't impact the town clerk or Craig because they're salaried.
Right.
And it wouldn't involve the listers or any of the other hourly employees because they're not
elected.
full-time. They're not full-time either.
Right. Oh, right.
Okay, so.
Or Elaine, because she's not full-time.
Right. So, I mean, is that the will, is to go ahead and add back in, let's bring the paid holidays to New Year's, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, and Town Meeting Day.
I would move that.
Okay. Is there a second? You can second it.
Second.
You can vote it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So.
Move to reinstate
Town Meeting Day.
Town meeting day as a holiday.
As a paid holiday.
Yeah.
The, I was going to say something. I don't remember what it was.
You seconding that, Kevin?
No, Steve did.
Steve did? Okay.
I was going to say something. Oh, and there again, has there been any discussion or has there been any feedback on the compensation for, particularly for Christmas and Thanksgiving? Was that?
No.
That wasn't an issue?
It was holidays.
Numbers?
Correct.
Okay, is there going to be any problem with then those 7?
I can't remember which ones are removed.
Well, you had President's Day, you had
President's Day, Columbus Day.
Martin Luther King's birthday.
Veterans Day.
What's your sense?
Veterans Day would be the only one that I would be in favor of, in addition to town meeting day.
I would agree with that.
Veterans Day?
Yeah.
Okay. Now are we talking about the actual holiday or the
Monday holiday.
The Monday holiday, because we get into that as well.
Right. This year, I think it fell on a Thursday.
I'm
not sure.
I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it fell on a Thursday this year.
I mean, we're gonna have to, which of the two is it? The actual holiday, or is it the Monday holiday? Veterans Day is the Monday holiday. It's always the day.
Is it the always the day?
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Is it the day?
How's it defined?
It's a Friday on this one.
Also, they're doing it year by year by
This is
year.
a Tuesday on this one, so they're doing the 11th.
So they're doing
Right,
it like,
okay.
so
So day after
the
November
weekend
11th.
then.
So it's November 11th.
Yep.
Okay. It'll be officially then November 11th. So those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8?
Yep.
6, 8.
Good.
Good.
Do you want to modify your motion to include?
I would amend my motion to also include Veterans
Reinstate town
Day
meeting day and Veterans Day.
and Veterans Day,
11th.
November 11th.
Okay, so I'll say town meeting day, which is the first Tuesday in March, and Veterans Day, which is November 11th.
Second.
Okay, so let's just take care of the leaves right now then. So all those in favor of making that correction to the holiday leave schedule signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, motion passes. So that takes care of the holiday leave section.
Yep.
The one thing that where we got into some discussion was with the sick leave.
Mhm.
And that got broken out.
Yes. Yep.
It's now section 10. But did it get changed up here? So it was
I do believe. Yeah, go back to an old one, I think.
I have the previous one here.
Well, it talks about up higher, it talks about scheduled PTO and unscheduled PTO. And unscheduled PTO is essentially sick leave. But it really doesn't change what was added with the sick leave.
Right, it just breaks them out.
Right.
Sick leave is defined as for use for an illness or injury that prevents the employee from performing their duties, whereas unscheduled paid time off might be a family crisis.
Or okay.
Or
all right. So
something
that
other than
was
injury or sickness.
One of the changes that was made was the sick leave addition.
Mhm.
And there was another change. Do you remember?
Was it the definition of family for bereavement?
It was.
I feel like we talked about that, right?
It was changed to 3 days per year.
Hey, right.
You know, good.
Yeah.
Of the employee's immediate.
Immediate family.
Of the immediate family.
Yeah, I think immediate wasn't in there.
Right, I think you're right.
The last one. Yeah, that was the change.
Because I know nothing, I don't believe anything in the back changed.
Nothing beyond there, and I changed 1 or 2 typos, but mostly those are the germane parts of the last meeting. And
Still carpet's there, still, right?
That's good.
It's good along. I'm not ready to thumb wrestle with you yet.
So, if there's
I might have a chance now.
if there's no other changes, then do you want to vote on the motion to adopt it as written with the, or as corrected? With these changes?
I would move to adopt the personnel policy as corrected.
All right, so
Just
you made it
we
your
added
second?
Veterans Day and
town
meeting day back in as paid holidays.
Is there any further discussion then? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the personnel policy as amended or corrected, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Yes, yes.
all right, we will add those in there, and I'll get it up on board.
And this does have, or had, I don't know if it still does or not. Yeah, at the back, a signatory page. So we're going to want to get copies along with the rest of it up to everybody. No, I'm not sure where to put that. Okay, so then to the town hall use policy, there was a revision made
Yes.
to that.
So I had met last Thursday with Wade, whose last name escapes me.
Missouri.
From VLCT. Primarily about the CDL requirements for drivers, but he also works very closely with PASIF and the insurance riders and so forth. And in talking to him, I went back through the town hall use policy and made one addendum to the insurance requirement. That, let me just find it.
Second page.
Yeah. So it's second page, insurance and indemnification. What I added in is in bold italics. The gist of it is the VLCT has a program they call TULIP, which is an acronym, wherein people can buy event insurance for town venues at a reduced rate. I included the link in here and in the phone number. I think we might want to move that to the application page because I didn't have the application page electronically. But I also added that this requirement can be waived at the discretion of the board, and I specifically made it the board and not board or designee, so that we can avoid the concern of favoritism that I think we all shared around that, so that we would have to decide as a board if we wanted to waive the fee.
You had mentioned to me.
The fee or the
insurance? Sorry, the insurance requirement.
You had mentioned to me in discussion about this, because I didn't look up the TULIP program yet, but you had mentioned that if somebody wanted to get insurance for the common or get insurance for here, they could call VLCT, and you said it was relatively affordable.
It's relatively inexpensive. I did as a tester, I put in 25 people for a birthday party, no alcohol in the town hall. I think it was $50 to get the insurance right there. But again, if we have 10 people that want to have a bridge tournament and not serve alcohol, seems pretty low risk, we might want to waive the insurance for that.
Comes under the 10.
It could be, exactly. But I think that gives us the option to waive it, which will probably not be the norm, it'll probably be the exception. But it also, we can give people a resource to find the insurance. I also mentioned that it is available from most homeowners policies. You can find it online at most local and major insurance providers.
So basically.
Are we rolling in the middle of the, when did this meeting start?
5 o'clock.
5:15.
No.
No,
it's
No, I had it up 5 on
o'clock.
my calendar.
5?
Then it's on.
Okay. Quite tardy, apologies.
So basically, then you're talking about taking this italic statement. then-
Except for the last statement.
Except for the last, this requirement, and moving that on to the rental agreement then.
Yes. Yeah, I think it just makes more sense to, if we require the insurance, we can put on the agreement, give people some information about how to go about getting it if they do need to get it.
Town hall policy, do you have a copy, page 2?
Yeah.
Bottom of page 2. Sister after on it.
And I just think that it leaves us the ability to not require someone who wants to have a 4-year-old's birthday party for 10 people.
That gets dangerous.
So is there any further discussion? What would you like to do with that? Would you like to move it? What would you like to do with it?
It's not written in here anywhere where it states that we have the right to waive the insurance.
It does. It's the last line of the italicized portion.
Okay.
So what I think what he's suggesting is that we leave the waiver, requirement to waive it
In the policy.
policy, but
Yep.
take the rest of that
Yep.
bolded language and move that actually onto the rental agreement.
Application.
Yeah.
So the downstairs and the kitchen fee is 50, the downstairs and auditorium is 100, and the downstairs and auditorium food in the cold weather is $150. So I make a motion that we just accept the policy with that modification.
With the, just he's leaving the requirement to be waived.
The 3 sentences in bold that you added, move the first 2 over to the
application.
whatever page that's going to be.
Yeah.
And leave that last sentence, this requirement may be waived by, at the discretion of the select board in this paragraph.
Okay, so the motion's been made, so a second.
Second.
Is there any further discussion on that? The one thing I would ask was the rental agreement, which we all got a copy of the last time. With that change, is that okay to include with both the town hall and the town common policy?
Yep.
With that
I think so.
particular change?
Yep.
Okay. So all those in favor of approving the town hall use policy as, what do we want to call it, amended, corrected, adopt?
As amended.
As amended, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
If you can take that, you can take those 2 sentences, first 2 sentences out, leave the last sentence in, change the italic, and change it
Send it back to
bold, and get rid of the draft.
Yep.
Good, and I won't have to try to figure that out.
No problem.
Okay.
And you should already have an electronic copy of the rental agreement.
I
To
do.
be able to add that.
Yeah, no,
language in.
we have the rental agreement, we have the, yeah.
Okay, so there's the town report. Did you ever get a hold of,
Heard nothing. I did not talk to them.
what's your pleasure? Where would you like to go with the town report?
We haven't heard anything from last one.
Nope.
I would move that we go with Howard Printing for layout, design, and printing of the town report.
Second.
Yeah, I think if we wait,
You can't
it's not
wait.
in session until. well,
We're gonna
it's
miss the
another
window.
week or so, anyway.
Yeah, and if they, for whatever reason, they decide not to do it, then we have missed the window.
Have we spoken to Howard? Was there second, you seconded that,
Yes.
did you? Have we spoken to Howard about how they would like to do this layout? There has to be one-on-one FaceTime with the town to be able to get this correct.
Well, somebody has to decide on the weight of the paper, on the color of the cover, on the
Yeah.
photographs.
But
that are
that's the
going-
printing
no,
asset. I'm talking about the
The
layout.
layout, in my discussions with them, if we give them PDF files, they have a past year's report that they can use as a guide.
So they just would copy what they
Yeah.
have in the past.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need,
So if we
you
can,
need somebody to spearhead this.
I can take, if people can get me the information, I can be the go-between with Howard.
I said, there's gonna have to be some kind of a face.
Yeah.
Well, no, but somebody needs to do the clearinghouse because she's got a lot of information to put in. Somebody has to receive the PDFs and then forward them to Howard and coordinate all this. It can be me or it can be you, but if
I
it
can
wants
do
to
it.
be you, if you want to do
I
it,
can
that's
do it.
fine.
Yep.
But there's library reports,
Yep,
there's stuff coming in.
We're gonna find out what's going on with the school for this year as
Well,
well.
find
There
out
will
for the
be,
school, yeah.
there will be a warning for the school if nothing else.
All right.
Yeah, if we can get
Steve
me all the
seconded that.
files, I can sit with Howard and go through it with them.
Well, I'm adding you into the motion. You're going to be the liaison.
To Howard.
You're going to be the controller. All right. Yep.
All right, So then, is there any further discussion then on that? What's it gonna look like?
Is there a financial limitation within a, do you wanna, do you wanna just get that when you get that? Because you've already got.
We've got the quotes from it, yeah.
So, okay. All right, sorry.
All right, so all those in favor of contracting with Howard Printing to do both the layout and the printing of the town reports, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes. So rather than moving straight into the budget, okay, let's move down to number 9 for the new business. We have a request for a second-class liquor license from the 3J's, I guess, LLC, which is Harmonville Store. I would entertain a motion to approve a second-class liquor license for 3J's LLC.
Second.
So moved.
There we go. Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the second-class liquor license for 3J's LLC, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Just a reminder, there is a place to approve it, and there is a signature line for not approving it.
Stay on this side.
Stay on the side.
You have to do those.
Right, that's one.
Yeah. Okay, then, is there any need for an executive session? No? Any other business?
I have some.
Sure.
Have you thought about getting after these computer outfits that are supplying us and have them do something so you can get on the computer in the morning? If Elaine is here, Lissa's here, and I'm here, we're all having problems, every one of us.
I don't see as how, the only person that we can yell at, because this has been researched, is NIMRIC. And NIMRIC's answer is they're not willing to support their software that's installed on their machines as it stands. Even though we pay them to do that, their only suggestion is we can move to the new software that's in the cloud. That's the only solution we've been offered.
So it's gonna cost us and not them.
Basically.
So we should cut out paying them.
Well, we can certainly do that. We haven't paid them yet this year, as far as I know.
We've been paying them quite often.
There's like 3 or 4 different things we pay for. The support from NIMRIC is once a year.
Oh.
And I don't know if that has actually come through yet. We pay for CAMA, we pay for the backup, we pay for disaster recovery, but the actual support from NIMRIC is only one time a year. And that's what...
We gotta be careful what we don't pay for, if we don't.
Exactly.
Have to vet that out pretty carefully. I mean, we're reliant on NIMRIC to the extent that they can fix some of the software is just really, really old.
Yeah.
And they no longer support it the way they used to, apparently.
And I know it's frustrating, and there've been, the latest problem, I had to need to go back to our support people and find out if there was anything Europa could do to try to solve the issue. And they just keep coming back and saying it's a NIMRIC problem, and the only answer we get from NIMRIC is we're supposed to move it to the cloud. Yep.
Do we have a quote from them?
No, I have, nobody's asked. Because one of the things that has come through the back door that I've heard using the cloud software is that the print function doesn't work. That you can't seem to make it work with your printers. Which is going to leave us in a world of hurt when it comes to the financial office, because we can't pull reports if we can't print. So I have no idea.
Tax bills, all kinds of things, grand list, all kinds of things get printed off the reports.
Yes.
So I don't know. I mean, that's just the preliminary that I've heard.
Maybe we should talk to them and see what they have for a proposal. And say, I mean, we really need to do something, clearly. And my understanding is that getting out from under NIMRIC would be a monumental task.
Mm-hmm. At this point.
Absolutely. I mean, we can certainly talk to them, but every time we go down this road, we circle right back to where we were. But, you know, they're not going to tell you if they've got issues with the printing. For example,
No,
if we go talk to them and say what would it cost to upgrade, and then we upgrade and we find out we can no longer print reports or tax bills, there might be an issue there. I mean, we'll do whatever you want to do. Somebody make a decision.
I'll go online and do a little research.
Okay. Anything else? Other business?
I have one last item.
Sure.
I've been in contact with Nortrax in an effort to receive the paperwork required to register the payloader. I understand that Anita is now in receipt of that as of yesterday.
Their title?
Yes, so I need to know if someone's going to be handling that, or can I have the paperwork so I can handle it? And I need to get that registered.
I didn't know it came in.
I found out yesterday she's in receipt of it.
She was, excuse me, she received the title when she came back to work yesterday, after the holiday. So the title is in the offices in the vault. And I don't think she was aware of the fact that the registration hadn't gone on. So it would be a matter of letting her know that that needs to be followed through on this.
So she has it?
She does have the title, yes. Anything else? All right. Then the next regular meeting will be January 8th, 2019 at 6:15. And if there's nothing else, then I would entertain a discussion on the FY20 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Then, so I'm not sure how you're going to go about this. Sure. Gotta find it. Well, no, but we're gonna sooner or later. That's twice now. What is my problem all of a sudden? It's so I got it. I can't seem to keep hold of it.
Gravity always wins.
Budget is up here somewhere. Thank you. I believe that Craig has filled in anything that we already knew. We've received some information from certain entities as to what their fees are going to be for the next year. So I believe that's been filled in.
On general fund, I've plugged numbers in, a couple of highway fund numbers I've plugged in. We'll need, and subject to approval and verification, but just to make it a little easier to go down the line. Some of these will stay zero. But basically you're starting with select board. Page 1 is revenue on general fund. Basically you'd be starting with expenses, and that would start with 103,000 if you're going to do general fund. You already looked at a lot of that. Didn't settle on wages, but I can plug that number in if it's going to be the cost of living increase for me, and then I can go right through down the board, right through the board for the casual labor. It'll bring you right down to listers will be the next one, and then finance office and town clerk and all of that as you get there. But anyway, you had done most of the select board stuff. Wages for your administrative assistant is still open. Wages for bookkeeper, wages for various other personnel. I don't have anything from the listers by way of budget or from the town clerk. By way of a presentation. Some of the numbers I filled in with regard to health insurance and retirement, things like that. Just as a preliminary, those can be adjusted. They're minor adjustments if we adjust them. But the rest of this is still pretty open, and I didn't do very much of anything with highway other than some revenue stuff. A couple of expenses that I knew would be the same, and I haven't touched equipment yet.
So I guess the question would be, are we ready to actually go on record as accepting the 2.8 that the federal government is giving in the waiver of COLA for this coming year?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable to me.
That's a cost of living, not a performance.
Correct.
Annually down.
Right. So, actually, Steve, we did have an executive session. Come to think of it, we had to incorporate that next time around. Forgot about that. So, Craig, if we can use the 2.8 figure on the salaries.
I don't have one of these right now. But one now. Yeah, I can do that.
So that would be it. So it'd be a $961 increase then in the administrative assistant's wages.
$3,273. Okay. And I'll check the other numbers that are functional drivers off of that.
Right.
They're pretty close right now.
So if we go through and we just basically go through and add all that 2.8% to all the wages, except for the highway, we're gonna have to sit down and completely recalculate that.
Yeah. Right. Coming down the line, you're all set until you get to elections. I don't have numbers for that yet, so that'll have to come in, but I've got a big yellow mark on that one. Delinquent tax collector is set. I don't have anything, as I say, from the listers at this point. Finance office is still.
Do we know, Craig, not to interrupt,
Yep.
Year to date for this year, how the listers are performing to budget?
Oh, I can tell you if I find the
Same
yellow
level.
notebook. Yeah, it'll be pretty close. Not counting this payroll. I think I've got about this. As of 2 weeks ago, the wages were at 39%, budgeted 18, spent 7,100. As of early December, basically the whole budget, 28,100 for a budget for this year. I've spent 11 so far for the entire budget, and had gone over a little bit on maps by $100. Not too bad. Everything else is sort of way under budget.
Thank you.
Yep.
So is there any, I mean, if we applied the 2.8 to the salaries, it would be about roughly $500 additional to that.
Bring it about to 23 for the budget. You're saying?
No, I'm saying that if we were,
Oh, 500.
we would add $500.
So it'd be
applying that.
18.5
Yes.
going forward.
Well, that's what it would be if they're going to use it all, but they're going
Right.
we're going to have to get a feel for where we are going to be at the end of the year. And the rest of with the rest of the supplies, you've got the budget, we've got the actual for 12. Do you have the current year to date on any of the other expenses for the listers? Supplies, maps, computers, contractual.
I mean, you can look at spending as of the 30th, just as an easy one, supply line. The wages are on the other page, but I just said that. So.
Okay, so we have the maps, that was the new map this year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the total cost?
No, because I think there's still, I think there's another bill coming in, but I'm not positive on that, whether it's been fully paid. Elaine thinks it's been fully paid. I think the contract indicates that it hasn't been. I think there's more coming on those. But in any case, the maps are great, but I haven't seen a finalized. The ones that they have in there right now are still drafted, and Anita doesn't have a copy, and we don't have a PDF yet. So I think there's still work being done on the maps. That being said, they're well worth whatever we're paying for them. It's just I don't think it's finished up yet, but I don't know because I haven't asked that question specifically. So there may be more on the map side, but their other spending is considerably down, so they're not going to hurt their budget this year.
Okay, so even with the rest of them, computer expense is zero, but the request has been made to add a new computer in there.
Right.
So that was.
So we could probably leave that with 1,000 less for this year, right?
We could, but I'm just saying that the discussion also focused around using their state money, the money we receive from the state, to offset the cost of anything they need for the.
And there are two funds available. There's a Lister Education Fund, which can be used for almost anything as long as it pertains to the Lister's office and legitimate costs like travel and whatever, of which there's not a whole lot of money. It's a couple $1,000s, but there's also the reappraisal fund, and that can be used for anything that pertains to the grant list. So there's a lot of latitude and interpretation in that, but there's over $120,000 sitting in the bank for that. So you need to keep in mind that there are some funds available for things which support CAMA, NIMRIC, computer, whatever. We'd have to parse it out and make sure that it was a legitimate expense from a particular fund. But there is funding available for some of the stuff, like maps and whatnot.
I mean, when you get contractual services, they spend $128. Software licenses, they spend $350. Tech support, they spend $112.
Well, one of the things that's a little deceiving is that Helen, even though she's an employee and a contract employee, is coming in under Lister's wages. Her wages are going in under the wage line. So the 3 Listers actually have 4. I mean, even though they're not all working full time, as opposed to that coming in under hired services, so as a consultant or a contractor, which is okay. But I'm just saying I got put into the wage line as opposed to a contract service line.
So I don't know what your wishes are. They've spent $11,000. Most of it's been in wages of the $28,000 budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll throw to that in maps, but yeah, it's mostly where it is. And I don't know that I haven't talked to any, but I don't know of any big projects that are coming up. You just looked at the CLA and the COD, and
yeah,
they're fine for right now.
Okay, then moving on down to the finance office. Again, there was nothing in there for supplies or computer expense. I don't know how that got to be zero. Mm-hmm. So there were expenses there. Where are we here?
Are you looking at budget status?
No,
she's holding 2 sheets there. So,
the outside audit is fairly fixed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it has to go back out to bid.
It will go back out to bid.
It'll have to go out to bid this year.
What is other municipal bookkeeping?
Yeah, well, I had created that line to try to keep track of. It was a differentiation line, basically, and it happened when Chris Cook was the bookkeeper, and then when Terry Garland came in to take her place. But the bookkeeper is hired by the select board, works for the select board, works as a select board's employee to serve the select board, and in a broader sense, the municipality. But you do have other entities, such as the library and the cemetery commission, that use up many hours a month of bookkeeping services, and yet do not fund that. So the taxpayer contributes, obviously pays the bookkeeper through the select board to keep track of that, but it doesn't show up in their budgets. It's part of a municipal service. And to the extent that payroll is a big part of that, that's fine. But in terms of keeping track of taxpayer funds for the library, $50,000 worth of fund, that becomes, it has been complicated in the past. It's gotten a little simpler, a little more straightforward. And same is true with the cemetery. But there have been months in which 10, 11, 12 hours, 15 hours have been used for so-called other services that don't serve the select board, over which you have no authority.
Right.
Answerable to other boards of
Other
trustees.
entities.
Right, who aren't budgeting for any kind of
So it's really, it's a tracking
expense
line.
offset, right. So it was a tracking line, in part, and it did get used in order to offset some of the costs of back when we went away from having local auditors and hiring outside auditors and getting into needing consulting and going with the CPA in Brattleboro and other outside kinds of things.
Okay.
There was money set aside in part for that.
So you need that line item now, moving forward?
The finance office has become a catch-all for things that, like the select board, I'm sorry to say, for tax bill expense and things like that, that don't really, sovereign solar, that don't really belong in their particular account lines. Some of the things that were in finance office that we used for the last couple of years we've taken out. Some of the things are newly added in. But honestly, I don't think that you need other municipal bookkeeping expenses. Kathy's got a printout there of any costs to date. I think if you go back 2 years, I don't think you'll see any costs that have been applied to that line. It helps to bring the budget up, and the budget actually has needed to have some, well, to be blunt about it, it's needed to be over budgeted because we've had expenses with computer and with training and with having representatives from NIMRIC here to consult, and essentially a failed audit 1 year, a questionable audit the second year, a very good audit done this year, but it's been a lot of work and people have been hired to help out in that. So in any case, the budget has increased, and not knowing how tax collection and treasury were going to be handled. We have travel expense for treasurer now, which we haven't had in years past. So those little things have kind of found their way into this big block that do or don't need to be looked at. But the budget itself has grown over the last 4 or 5 years. I'd say it's at least doubled.
Well, see, one of the prime examples of what he's talking about is on the training bookkeeper line. I mean, the budget was $200. We spent $47.
Yeah. Why?
And there are actually 2 of them there.
To actually bring help in for Elaine to learn how to use the NIMRIC software.
So where is it?
And we have tech support also, which is in there.
$3,000 moving forward, or she's got that figured out now? We could are we trying to?
It's an ongoing. It shouldn't get.
What are we doing?
It's a support mechanism. So in other words, like during the audit, when he asks a question that she cannot answer, she doesn't know enough about the software and how it's reporting, that she has to call on somebody. Exactly.
Or whatever.
Exactly.
And there are always things that because the system is set up in such a way, the NIMRIC system is so particular. I mean, it's a good system, but it is very particular in how it gets. There are things that you only do like once a year. She's going to be doing W-2s. And in 2 weeks, Lori from NIMRIC will come down and spend 3 or 4 hours here helping her punch those out, just so that they come out right.
Right, yeah.
And it's worth whatever it costs to bring her in for a couple of hours, just to make sure that we end up with the right product. Because
so
it's
you know
not.
Where the finance office is year to date? Can I just interrupt you?
It's right here.
She has it as of the end of, right, and we haven't had any expenses in December that account for anything. But there's tech services, there's support. We've had a lot of computer expenses this year. We've just tried to find a line that'll cover it.
27%.
It would help us all if we had a year-to-date.
I'm going to do it
first 5 periods of this year.
Turning on the machine right now. We'll get a year-to-date on finance and whatever else you want.
It's easy to.
I guess my question is just if you've kind of balanced out the finance office and the bookkeeper's office and the treasurer, you know, if all of that is sort of beginning to not be quite such an expense, why wouldn't we trim that back just a little bit? Or do we not need to do that?
We'll see what we did. See, here was the budget. In 18, it was to 44. Was the actual.
But there were a lot of overages in the.
Oh, there definitely were.
So, you know, if we budgeted 54 and we've spent year to date 27% of that, would we not just trim that back a little bit, considering there's like, what's the fiscal year end, June 30?
Yes. Yeah, June.
So we're halfway through.
Well, but for example, right here, the outside audit, there's absolutely nothing in that line. And we paid that. We paid all $12,000 of that.
So why don't we just leave it flat and move on?
See, that,
I say we leave it flat and move on. And we have a little buffer in there.
I mean, you know, because you're never absolutely certain what's already in up to date, but I know for a fact that we paid that $12,000 and that's not good. That's
not showing on there.
It's going to take it to 27. So that's half. And again, we haven't gotten anything from the clerk as far as her expenses for the front office, or any needs or whatever. The only thing that we would be able to do would be to deal with the wages. That would be 35, 415 times. If we follow it, it would be 900. No.
Now, would that include the days that she doesn't come in that she should be open?
35, 415 times 2.8%. We'll be talking about 992 what that one would be. And what was your question?
Well, she's scheduled to work, be open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. There's plenty of times before Thanksgiving, before Christmas, before whatever time it is, and we take a day, we close the town hall or town office for that period of time. There's no, she's basically getting paid to be here, and she's not here for plenty of days. I mean, when it snows 3 inches, she can't come off the hill, the place is closed. Day before Thanksgiving, closed. Day before Christmas, closed. Day before birthday, closed. Day before Easter, we're closed. I mean, now we're not open anymore on Saturday. I mean, these are all things that when she started, they were open.
Well, at this point in time, the one thing I will say is that her salary is set by the voters, and by statute, she's entitled to that salary whether or not she ever walks in the door. I mean, that's just the way the statute is set up. So I don't know how you could figure days.
Well, I know how I figure days. When somebody works, they work, and when they don't work, they don't work. That's how I kind of figure a day. I mean, I guess a salary is a salary, but if you're not there the days that you're supposed to be open, then that's...
So what's your suggestion?
That's a larger conversation, though.
I mean, the remedy is election.
Yeah, I wonder if the voters, like, I wasn't aware of that until we talked about it just a few weeks ago. I had no idea that.
I mean, I guess storage. There's fringe benefits.
Yeah. So I don't know if that happens on the floor at town meeting day in front of the voters.
Salaries are the discussion.
The discussion.
The discussion.
Yeah. What does it mean to be a salaried employee of the town? Could somebody clarify what that means versus what Rob suggested? She said, what's the obligation?
I'm just pointing out the obvious. I'm not nitpicking it. It's just, this is what it is. If you're either open or you're closed.
Right.
You're not halfway. You're either here or you're not here.
Right.
Either somebody's coming in and can get their questions answered, pay a bill, do whatever it is in there, or you can't. Plain and simple.
But I don't know what recourse, if any, this board actually, it doesn't sound like there's anything
None.
we can really do about it because she's an elected official, elected by
Well,
the
then let's just
voters.
add 2.8% along and discuss it.
Well, like I said, you can certainly have that discussion at town meeting if you'd like, but I'm not sure where you're gonna go with it. And again, the rest of the budget, in the way of copper expenses, whatnot, we'll have to rely on her to provide.
Is there an uptick in town clerk expenses in an election year?
Yes.
Outside of the elections? Outside of the elections section?
Outside of the election, yes, because there's prep work that goes into the elections.
Right. Okay.
That falls into the wage category that wouldn't be part of the actual election,
Right.
for example.
Yeah, presidential year.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah, something to bear in mind.
All right, I'm falling apart here. Then the next one would be the planning. I thought we had.
We do.
It's all typed together. Yeah. I think it was level funded, as I recall.
They moved some stuff around, but I didn't actually do the math yet, but it looks like it's pretty close.
Oh, Steve, I don't know if you got that copy.
No.
Before we get there.
Oh, yes, I got this
You
at
got
the
that?
garage. Yep.
Okay. There's fire department. Must be the last one. Oh no, I don't seem to have, there it is.
It is exactly level funded.
Or was it, yeah, they moved the.
They moved some stuff around, but
It's still
the
the
numbers all.
44.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's actually an increase. What did?
No,
where did
4,400, I just added them up.
What did Craig change here? Because this is already filled in, 250.
Oh, is it?
750,
Mine says 3,900.
250, right. Yeah, but this year's budget is 44, and the
Right.
request is for 44.
Yeah.
So there's something different.
350,000, 1250. He left off 200 in notices.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yep.
Well, no, but
That's 41.
350, 750,
750.
350.
What about the clerical number?
12, 200.
Oh, yeah, 500.
And then another, okay, another 300 there.
Yep.
So there's your $500.
Yeah.
Be adding into the notice line 200 and 500 on the
On the travel
Travel.
meeting.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Crash, battery must.
Jesus.
Yeah, no, that's, anyway, we're back online here, and get you anything you want real quick.
Battery and Mike must die yesterday.
Anyway, that's this year.
Unless.
So
Okay. All right. So that was the request from the Planning Commission. Board of Civil Authority.
Did you change anything on that? I'm sorry, I'm not.
Yeah.
Just what they changed.
Oh, yeah, that should have been on your print, though.
The notices.
No, but it wasn't, because they changed the last two that you didn't put in.
Really?
Yeah, notices and travel and meetings.
Okay.
Board of Civil Authority usually stays about the same.
Is that supposed to be 500 in supplies? Is that because of election?
I don't know what that is.
Did that come down from the line above?
Maybe.
That could be the 500 from the line above.
Yeah.
Okay, so. As soon as you get your papers, huh?
Okay, where are you?
We're,
Board of Civil Authority.
well, let's go back to the Planning Commission.
Oh, right.
Okay.
And the the notice line, they requested 200,
Right.
and then they requested 500 for travel and meetings.
Okay.
But then, something happened really strange with the Board of Civil Authority, because they've got $500 supplies line for the BCA.
Yeah, okay, so this got shifted.
It got shifted.
Yep, that's
So,
what it
so
is.
my get, so that
That's-
needs to go
yep.
back to $75, not the 500.
BCA is 25.
25 and then-
75 total, you mean?
Yeah.
75
Right, 25 and 50.
Right.
Okay, I got it. Yeah. Now, let's see, how many other times did I do that? So when you go through this, you just keep hitting the next button and plug in the next number. Okay, so 200, 500, we're okay on that. With the Planning Commission, BCA, 25 and 50. Okay, good catch.
This is the Planning Commission. Okay, so the town hall, we see, what did you just hand us?
I just handed you finance office, believe it or not.
Okay, so you just got the
So
finance
let me take a
office.
look at budget.
I don't have
General
this.
fund. Okay, this is again, just one, I'll just give you this, I'll just give you the top page on that. Here's your budget status report for 11/30, and that'll give you the municipal town hall wages and.
Okay, so janitors, for example, we've got $1,800 in there so far. Years, that's actual.
Last year you used 661, I don't know what your year-to-date is.
Year to date so far is 332.
Okay.
Sounds like we could probably.
So if you doubled that, it'd be 661 again, or $700. I think 1,800 is almost twice too much, but again.
Yeah, I would say we strap it down to 800, 900.
800.
Okay, 800.
All right, the supplies line, budgeted 2,000, we've used just under 300.
Last year you used
Last year
1,000.
we used 1,000.
1,000.
Make it 1,000.
Okay, office expense.
That's a catch-all.
It is.
Yeah.
Budget was 15.
Last year we was
The actual was
31.
was
Almost.
31. We
What's
left it at
year-to-date?
15, year-to-date is 714, so 50%.
Go back to
15
1,500.
sounds probably about right.
Okay, insurance, isn't showing anything yet?
Last year spent 7,800, budgeted 8
No,
for
no,
this
no,
year.
no, wait a minute. And then
Oh,
I'm in
you
the wrong
missed
line.
computer expense.
I missed computer
I'm sorry,
expense.
yep, okay.
Because computer was 250, actual last year was 393, another 200 in this, 250 in this year, we haven't spent anything yet, or nothing's showing.
250.
Yeah.
Okay, then insurance,
I put in 8,000 already, I think that's probably about right.
okay.
Lawn care are left out, for obvious reasons, so, we're not gonna be tallying lawn care.
Right, we're not gonna be
against
separating.
the town
Right.
hall. And that was actually a combination of the common and the ball field and all that. That was basically Mike Finnegan's, she just kept putting it under lawn care town hall. In any case, if the highway.
That's
department-
gonna be DPW. right?
Well, if it's DPW, we pick that up, we may wanna have a line so we can keep track of that as a separate entity, but nonetheless, it's not gonna be here anymore.
Right.
Under town hall expense, like that anyway.
Okay, so the hawk contract, repair
Oh,
maintenance.
repair maintenance.
Okay, we have, this is actually this year, so last year we used 2,500 of that 10.
Yeah.
This year so far, we've used 2,364.
Both of which are,
That was probably part of the furnace, wouldn't it be?
I'm trying to think of where that came from, whether that was part of it.
That was, I thought that came out of the,
It came out of the, yeah, we took that out of the RDAG money. And there still is a substantial amount in the RDAG money, which I would, and I would hope that we would do some repairs on town hall, but I wouldn't budget for them out of taxpayer collected money. We do have the money set aside if we choose to use it for that. I would say start using that, and if you guys get really ambitious, then next year let's build in some budget and take some money from the taxpayer. But right now, you've got money in savings account for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree.
Repair?
If we had enough to
Not just under 24.
do whatever projects we can think
Well,
of. we should
I'd like
zero
to
it.
see a new furnace, but a new furnace down there is gonna cost, I mean, for the second furnace, a new furnace would cost 7,000, well, 7,000, maybe 6,000, 7,000. That's fine, that's not 5% of what you got, or 8% of what you got.
So do we
And they
want
still want
to,
to build an office.
do we want to take it to 2,500 instead of 10,000?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
put something there, go 2,500.
2500.
Yep.
Yeah. Clock contract is 125. It doesn't seem to be used, so. Fuel and propane, we've now changed.
I left it the same because I think it's gonna be more efficient than it was last year. Last year, we went over a little budget, but we did a lot of gas last year, it was a tough year. This year, I think
And it was
it's gonna,
super cold last year.
this year, I think, right, this year I'm hoping it's gonna be less with the oil and the efficiency and the new tank and all of that. Hopefully we won't heat the upstairs quite as much, but whatever it is, I don't anticipate it going over much over last year's budget, so I left it the same. But
So
that's-
communications in 18, we spent just almost right on the money, budgeted 15, and this year we did the refit of the town hall communications have spent 2,600. So I think that 15 is probably pretty close to being accurate.
Because the monthly cost of doing the fiber line wasn't that much more than the other line, was it?
Well, we had multiple other ones,
Right.
and we started adding them all together.
Yeah.
The alarm,
We've done some work on that. Hopefully we won't have to repeat that. Like we've got those issues straightened out, but there was an annual, I think it's $290 or something.
so the
Pay
300's correct.
3 is all right. And I'm buying the batteries. We're not getting them from Countryside.
And new equipment, we hit that line this time around. That's
Right, and we were
part of the,
part of the furnace.
yeah,
Thing.
for 34.
Oh.
So that's,
I'd leave that one and renovations at 0.
Yep.
leave 34 in the equipment?
I'm sorry, huh?
No, there's nothing in the equipment right now.
No, we hit the equipment, there was nothing in it, we hit it.
So the repair and maintenance line, the line item for 10 grand that we budgeted, we put the furnace under new equipment? Not
Yeah, the
repairs
furnace
and
should be
maintenance?
under new equipment. I'd have to find out what we've got in there for 2,500 and what we've got for 4,900. But the two of them add up to, and she may have split it for no particular reason, but the two of them add up to about what we have in the furnace and the tank. They came in at about 7,000 for the new furnace and the new tank. We don't have to replace the tank, obviously, again. There was some credit back. And I believe we're reimbursed for all of that from the RDAG fund, which would show up somewhere else on a revenue page under miscellaneous revenue reimbursement kind of thing. So I think all that cost is a wash ultimately, and taxpayer money really wasn't used. That said, I don't think I'd budget anything for next year, but we do have money in savings to use. And again, if you decide you want to replace a third of the windows in here, it's going to be expensive. The following year, you can begin to budget for those things so we don't use up all the
Last two
RDAG money.
zeros. So we're good there, right?
Yeah, so moving down to public safety, that's the new number for rescue, the 1%.
Yep.
Constable, supplies, 200. The bond, and the liability, so
Those
those
are
are
pretty
the
standard,
same,
yeah.
yeah.
Law enforcement's an article unless,
Yeah, what would you like to do with law enforcement this year?
I left that blank just because I assume it's gonna be an article and you're gonna see what the taxpayer wants to do for that, for funding for that. Historically, it's been in the 20-25 range, except for that 1 year, it was double that. But
Do we want to do that as a specially warned article, or do we want to build something into the budget?
And I'd be inclined to just build it
I
into
was
the
just gonna
budget.
say that very same thing. Well, given the
We
way it
had
went
it
last
last
year,
year.
and
I
it
guess,
just
yeah,
fell flat, I don't think we should just budget for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what kind of a number we want to put in there?
Can you just leave it
Leave it
flat?
at 20,000.
Leave it at 20?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Haven't gotten any information from Sherwood. I know he has some things he would like to spend some money on. I think most of those will come out of this year's $2,500 budget. He may need some of next year's money, so he'll get me some numbers, but I doubt that it'll be more than $2,500 for next year as well. So with regard to some radio communication stuff, I know he's talking to Steve. I don't know whether that's going to tie in with the highway department or not. And whatever's being coordinated with the hospital and the high school and the elementary school and all of that. I don't know where his budget's going to go, but I don't think it's going to be a lot larger than $2,500. And he still has 25 he hasn't touched this year.
So we could probably leave that level.
My guess is that he doesn't need more than 5,000 overall, but I'm going out on a limb with that. I haven't talked to him recently, and I don't know what his thinking is. But if he did need up to 5,000, he could.
Between this year and next year.
Yeah, he could pay half the bill in June and the other half in July, kind of thing.
Right.
And we make it work somehow. But I don't know. It's up to you, or I'll get you some information next time from him. That's specific.
The pound keeper at 300 is what we seem to spend every year for the contract. And the fire department, we actually got we did. We got a proposal from the fire department.
And they're basically.
They were also, a couple $100 somewhere, right?
They changed a few priorities, but they're basically level funding across the board.
They came in at 48.6 for the firehouse. So that's down just slightly.
Yeah.
And then they went up on vehicles. They went to 17.6, which is, I know it's the same. So they actually went, no, you plugged that in. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what we got from the fire department, their request. Let's see. Oops. Board of Health. No costs that we normally have unless we end up with some kind of a legal issue. So those totals will change there. The public safety piece. So now it's
if you put the 20,000 for law enforcement in there, it brings you up to where you were last year, kind of thing. There's some minor changes on top of that, but basically it brings it around to the same.
Good.
So then moving on to public works.
Municipal sidewalks, I put in at 0. Again, that's a function of the highway, and Steve and I will talk, or we'll talk with the board, see how they want to track that, if you want to keep it separate from, keep some of the DPW things separate from just highway function. But in any case, hopefully that crew will be able to manage
do the work.
And that's sidewalk plowing and sweeping.
Now, the municipal electric is where there's going to have to be a change. And that's going to be, part of that electric is going to be rebudgeted back to the library. We've been paying this last year, we've been paying the library's electric bill because they do get solar credit. But there's so little generation coming off of the field now that we've split our solar credits to the point where nobody's really seeing any benefit from the credits. Mm-hmm. So we need to pull it back in, start focusing on the garage and the town hall, and then letting the library within their own budget deal with their electrical costs. Because one of the things I did see last year, particularly in the summertime, was an excessive amount of cooling that was going on in the library when there was no one there.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's, rather than us absorbing that cost, that needs to go back and become a function.
Split it back out.
Become a function of the library.
It's cool. It's dehumidification too, and last year was a particularly wet year, but they do run a lot, and we're running out of credits already. It's only December. We're not banking them like we used to, and that's actually probably a good thing. But the distributions are different now.
At some point in time, we're going to need to get a total on what the library is, and that, because so far this year, which I don't have that function.
Last year there were 206, 16, 220, something like that.
262.
262, okay.
Where's the library?
This year's date? Should be page what, 4? 6? 6, page 6 of 7.
Overall, municipal.
Yeah,
In the
right,
30s,
right under firehouse. Electric.
Oh, well, this is really helpful. This is absolutely helpful. We've spent nothing on electricity.
Well, that's November, what we have spent in December.
Absolutely nothing. We spent streetlights.
Yeah. Streetlights are generally our own account.
And we paid for the firehouse. So we're gonna need to find out what the library's usage is and deduct that from the overall town hall piece. Okay, so what else is here? The garage electric. Okay, so those are all the zeros. Those will all stay in that big number, except for the library.
But if you look at
And the firehouse and electric is separate as well.
the budget in 2018 was for all that municipal electric and the sidewalks, forget about the sidewalks, but the budget was 10,003, call it, of which we spent on an actual basis 5,500. If you add into that the money that we spent with Sovereign Solar, which interestingly is under Select Board, you'll find another 5,000 there. So we're pretty much on target. You know, with the money. Kathy's right, we need to distribute it differently, we need to apply more here and more to the garage. But things have changed a little bit anyway. Last year's Sovereign Solar, wherever it is, $5,508. So that 10,003 is pretty accurate, depending. But as she says, so the field is generating less.
It's just broken up funny.
The field is generating less, and it's being attended less, and we're right on the line here. We're not, there's no safety margin built in on this. And it can get very expensive in a hurry.
No, but that number needs the library does need to come out of there.
Oh, I don't disagree. I'm just saying that overall, it's not like we budgeted 10.3 and we only spent 5.
Right.
There's another 5 hidden on another page, so.
Right.
All right.
So we definitely need to take care of that little piece. The, actual 0. Okay. So we've got the town barn and the town garage. So it was $1,000, $2,000 or $200 this year in FY 19, and we spent nothing yet for supplies. I understand we're going to have new cables.
They're installed.
Oh, we already have new cables. Okay, so there will be something in that line.
New cables.
Well, it depends on how it gets booked, and some of these do and don't get booked properly, but yeah.
Okay, the insurance seems to come, we've only paid half of it so far this year, and that was $2,400.
So let's bring that up to 5.
Bring it up
Probably
to
go up to
5.
5, yeah. It looks like that's where Mo was.
Yeah, that's been creeping.
But no, this is actually where it'll be, repair and maintenance, not supplies, repair and maintenance, that's where the cables will be.
What cables?
Garage door cables.
So we budgeted.
But the laborers didn't have to come down from up north to put them on.
So we saved $404.
$400 an hour.
So there was only 200 in the.
Well, you cut it down, because you only spent 50 last year, but I mean, that's the way it got booked. A lot of stuff got booked under all equipment and 300 funds.
And so far we've spent $526.25.
The building needs some work.
It needs paint, it needs a broom.
It needs some work.
Well, do we have a suggestion as what
Give
kind
me
of supplies?
$1,500.
15 in supplies?
And supplies are in maintenance.
Repair
Excuse
maintenance.
me, maintenance.
Repair and maintenance.
Is that going to include the well? Are you thinking about anything about water supply? Because that is where that would,
No.
if you're going to have it purged or fracked or, okay.
Okay. Fuel oil for the garage.
Which is actually propane.
Okay, so it was
Right,
change some of this.
57. Put 4,500 in this year and it's showing absolutely 0.
We just got the first load from Osterman in November, so that bill probably hadn't been paid until December 1st or something, and I think
So we don't.
Probably in pretty good shape with
We just
55.
filled it up last week too, so I haven't seen the bill yet in the warrants for propane.
No, not yet.
Okay. So then you've got the telephone for the garage.
I'm sorry, you're gonna run that at 55 for the fuel?
We got nothing to
propane?
base it, we have got nothing to base it on other than what we used last year.
So,
Right, but we probably want to increase it from 45.
well, also in the news, propane is going down, the price of propane in Vermont is going down.
Right.
Right now.
So do you want to leave it at 45 or?
45?
45.
Okay.
Okay.
Telephone for the garage, budgeted 600, it was 524. It's 234 so far.
That seems about right.
Yep.
Okay. Computer expense for the garage, there's 200 in there.
200 should be fine, I would assume.
So far this year's 132, so you should be good with your 200. Okay, now we get down to the trash.
How old is the laptop you're working on now?
Old. Same age as
Same as mine, 2014. So, 4 years.
Yeah, and there's some.
We should
But
probably.
they don't run on batteries, so I mean, if they're always plugged in.
There's
they're
really
a
no reason to
constant
think
source of
about it.
supply.
I mean, it's strictly, what do you use the laptop for, Steve?
Email, weather. Oh, laptop? I don't have a laptop.
No,
I just have the,
Chris is a laptop, isn't it?
Yeah, but, yeah, it's a laptop, it's plugged in at the desk.
well, it's plugged in at the desk.
Yeah, it's a laptop, and it's the same thing that I've got over here.
But just
Email and weather.
email
Okay.
and weather.
And
You're
if
not
I'm
doing
looking up a part,
Yeah, so that's probably fine. Okay.
yep. that's-
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we didn't run on like something from 2009 where none of the software is going to be supported.
Yeah, it's,
All right, so moving on to waste management. Did you plug the new number? You must-
that is a new number for WSW. We don't have an actual physical, we haven't gotten a letter yet, but according to Irv, it's a little under 8,800 or something for the assessment.
Okay, what time?
It's going down partly because the solar field is offsetting, and partly because they're not doing as much.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Okay, so the recycling contract, we budgeted 16. Last year we used 11. This year so far we put in at 26% or 42 halfway through the year.
Just leave it at 11?
Yeah, try to drop it down to 12.
Yeah, 11 or 12.
Put it at 12.
Put it at 12.
Okay. Wages for the attendant, do we want to apply the 2.8 to that? Lost you, where did it go, 12?
It'd be 336. So call it 12,400,
Now,
12,400.
somebody needs to make certain that that is acceptable.
Understood.
Yep.
Supplies for the compactor, been a whole $40 so far this year.
Well, it's the
Now, bear in
5,000
mind,
last year.
bear in mind that both of these costs, the recycling contract, actually your tipping fees are coming up here in a minute. Recycling contract, tipping fees, and wages for your attendant are all covered by the sale of trash bags to a degree. But they show up on a revenue page, so when you're looking at setting a tax rate, these costs are offset by money that purportedly is coming in or supposedly predictably is coming in. So don't be afraid of them too much. We're holding our own with that.
Okay, so the supplies, I don't know, there was batteries, there was.
There was the hydraulic line, right? Wasn't that a big one?
Oh, I think the compactor is gonna need some service. I don't know that it's ever had an oil change.
So,
I mean,
I took a line under equipment and added R1 in
it
one of those
should
slots.
it should be in general fund because it's a waste management thing, not a highway thing. But it's a technicality.
Did you get a number for it? So for just for the compactor itself?
2,500
2,500 for repairs?
for the truck repairs.
Okay, so that,
I mean, when parts come in for it, we generally bill them out on the general fund side. because they're basically part of the cost of doing waste management, and we try to cover that with the trash bag sales. We don't cover the labor anymore for driving it in and out of town. There used to be a 2-hour travel cost for a highway employee. We just throw that into the highway department. It's now DPW. A lot of these accounts are archaic and they can be shifted around to be more accurate. But compactor has always been on the general fund side and paid for by.
Because the town owns the truck as opposed to the highway department.
Well, however you want to parse it, it's all mixed up.
It's a little bit semantics.
So the insurance for the compactor seems to be about $175. We paid half of it so far this year.
But it also keeps this whole waste management thing out of the highway budget. The highway budget's big enough. This is huge, but it's not really part of highway.
Yeah,
it's part of a general fund, public service provision that.
Okay, so tipping fees.
I'm sorry, I can give this account a bill then for all our services for maintaining the truck.
Well, yeah, there just isn't a line in here for servicing the truck. I mean, the servicing of the truck has always been on the highway department. They've just never done a lot of servicing on it. Put tires on it once in a while. They put a couple batteries in it when we bought it.
Yeah, but the tires we pay for. They come
out of the supply line. Right, they come out of the supply line. But in terms
not out of the highway.
Right.
But you're talking about labor.
Right, in terms of labor, no, that should be charged, theoretically, it should be charged against the general fund because it's a cost of waste management, so to speak. And to have an accurate idea of how much does it cost to run a transfer station, that shouldn't be commingled with a highway department function, maintaining roads and all of that. It comes under your umbrella, DPW, though. Right. So the whole shoot match really belongs in your lap. We can rearrange anytime during the year. We can rearrange this. The money ends up in budget lines, but in the end, it's all coming out of a general fund. And as long as things end up not going too surplusy or too deficit, we can only hope for the best and try to keep the accounting. And this is the way it was set up, and it's the way it's been. But it doesn't mean that, for practical purposes going forward, it's the way you guys want to do it. So, but anyway, that's the way it is now. So I'd put 2,500 in for, you said supplies, compactor?
Right.
Well, as I go down the accounts, I see maintenance and repair compactor, so that's where the 2,500.
That's probably where I should go.
Okay, all right, yeah. All right, we'll put it down there. And what did you want for supplies? What am I thinking of supplies for compactor? What did we put in there for? I have to go see where those bills came from.
Yeah, is it?
Again, it just becomes as long as the bottom line is.
Gas, hydraulic fluid.
And they'll see we're not tracking the gas so much.
Right.
Anyway.
All right, well, so 2,500 goes one of those two lines.
I put it under maintenance and repair.
All right.
Supplies, you put in 250 again? 500?
Yeah, I don't know what's in there, so.
Okay, well, you and I will talk. I'll do a printout and we'll talk about it, figure it out.
Okay, so the insurance, like I said, that seems to be about right. Tipping fees paid, and again, there's an offset with this. So.
I put in 20 because that's what you spent last year, and that's fine. But we also, again, we raised the cost of bags last year because the price went up the year before. And now we're...
And the compost bags.
Right. Yeah. And although we're not doing those anymore. We should be on target to cover all those costs with the sale of bags.
Yeah, last year we sold 32,000, 32.2.
Huh.
Okay, so then moving into, this must be the common. I'm going to turn the page, so I don't know what it is. Is it common?
Yeah.
Then we had the mowing for that's now, that's
Zero.
part right. And supplies for the common, that would be paint.
Well, actually, you got gazebo on the bottom. You got gazebo maintenance is on the bottom there.
No, but you still have supplies for the common, you have mulch for the trees, you have.
Yeah, well, tree care is in there, lawn care is in there, fountain care is in there separately as separate items. I left supplies for the common at 0, and because I don't know whatever got really put in. If we fertilize the grass, comes under lawn care. We don't do anything with the little telephone booth anymore. Yeah, hopefully we generate a little revenue out of leasing the common out, right? Yeah.
Okay, so.
We haven't used that supply line for a long time, and the
We should
wages
probably
haven't
just
been
get rid of
applied
it.
for the mowing part of it, so that'll get absorbed in the highway labor, and we can break that out separately if they want to keep track of it. But it doesn't need to be part of the budget item on this side of it.
Did we ever add the insurance on the gazebo?
No, we're not insuring the gazebo.
All right, so is there any changes there on the,
Don't think so.
okay, then recreation would be the ball field. I'm assuming the ball field is,
Clay for the pitcher's mound or repairs to the fence.
okay, so it doesn't have, that's not mowing at all?
No,
Okay,
no.
okay. Right here, employer's expense for the town.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a FICA, that all has to be
That's all
calculated.
calculated.
Yeah, other expense, the long-term note, that would be the bond on the garage, the interest paid on the note. Wyndham County tax is 12, so what, you gave a paper, didn't you, in Wyndham County?
Yeah,
Is it Wyndham
you
County?
should have, I think both of them are posted by now, if there was one due in November, so. But they came in at about 12.
Okay. Memorial Day expense would be the flags, that seems to be about right. And I'm not sure what miscellaneous expense was, the actual.
It was miscellaneous,
Okay.
but it's offset by miscellaneous revenues, so.
Okay. So there's
You have
no-
373 in miscellaneous revenues.
To and from transfers, reappraisal to the CD, none of that.
No.
Shows up in the
Fine.
budget, so. it
And
would be
skip
a-
the bottom lines, because I don't mean it.
Right, be a matter of recalculating that, so that takes care of the general fund needs, at least as far with what we have.
Right.
Let's see what they did here. What else do we have? So that's Beamer's. That was the planning commission. So then in the highway fund and the first part of it is revenue. So about the middle of the page, get into expenses. And your wages is going to be a factor of your multiplier.
Well, plus you have another individual, so.
Well, that's it. I mean, somebody's going to have to sit down and.
And again, we can guess it out.
They did it on an annual basis.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did you come up
So
with?
the straight time labor is 190,000.
Okay.
And then if we wanted to plug in an overtime number on top of that,
Yep.
let's say $10,000, that would put it at 200,000.
200,000.
That's all I've got right here, is 200, just for working purposes.
That makes sense.
Three, yep.
And that-
Well, you divide the
you did
148 by.
You did factor the 2.8 into that. Okay. Okay.
Materials and supplies is sand and salt. And plus, but that's the lion's share of it.
Any projections? You haven't had much time to really look at that this year.
No, but we approved the same levels that we did the prior year.
There's no way knowing.
So it's going to be the same.
There's no way knowing. The salt is pink.
For this year, it's going to be the same.
The salt is pink in color.
It was also a little bit more expensive, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
Actually, no, I
Just
think it was
slightly, I thought.
yeah, well, maybe just a little bit. We
Yeah.
had paid 78 at one point, and it's come down to the 70, 72, 75, whatever it is.
Whatever it was.
It's a
So
little different color.
This year's budget was 100. You want to leave it at 100?
Leave it at 100.
Road signs, there was 1,000 in this year's.
So I put down 500 for road signs,
Okay. Have you got specific ones or just general?
just to have money in the account.
Okay.
I think we're in good shape, but to have money in the account.
And then hired service, which would be your flaggers and or your contracted services for trees that you guys can't take down.
10,000.
Okay. Well, that goes it's a far cry from zero.
Well, look at last year. Last year's budget was 70.
It is.
Yeah, last year's budget was 75, spent 15. I mean, it's always been heavy.
No, I was talking about the total, the zero bottom line.
Yeah.
So, okay, so then moving on to the retreatment. Any plans?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Crack sealant?
There's a little money left in reserve on retreatment.
Yeah, there would be.
How much is there?
I'll have to look, maybe 5 figures.
So
if it is, it's a light 5 figures.
Where does the library parking lot fall?
Yeah.
I don't know, that's a good question. It's gonna fall under,
It's going to fall under retreatment. It is. It's not a road technically, but it's a town parking lot.
So how much do we have left over in the account?
I'll go look at it in. I've probably got it here somewhere. See if I can find it here. Let's save from looking it up. I got a comparative. I got a comparative. I don't want a comparative. I want to drop out. Balance sheet, current. The general fund. General fund, highway fund. Yeah, take it back. Here's 0.
Thank you. All right, and I need to put in 25,000.
25,000, is that what your estimate is on that?
It's at 23, so we'll put in 25.
Thought line has been 2,700 forever, and it's still 61 in special things.
Really?
Special projects. But we need to vet that one out and see where we are with that.
Yep.
And see if everything's shifted the way it's supposed to be. Well, we've used up the retreatment, we've used up the gravel crushing partly because it's kind of already out. We used up the reserve account before we used up the actual budgeted money, so there's still money left in gravel crushing, but they're not done. So we'll see where we end up with that.
Okay, so crack sealant and retreatment to reserve, that wouldn't be in. So 45 would be just basically for the library.
Sure.
Retreatment. Okay, so gravel question, there's still 35 in there, evidently from this year, I don't know what.
Well, we paid out 2 invoices, correct? 14,000, 12,000, somewhere in that range.
That sounds right. Where are we? I'm sorry.
Gravel crushing.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we did. We paid out, budget status, we've paid out 26,000. We budgeted 35,000. So there's still another 11.
So I saw Mr. Fitzpatrick at the store Christmas morning.
Yep.
He is coming back to finish out the purchase order that he was given.
Okay.
So we will have that.
Okay.
But with the amount of culverts and road repairs that we have to do this summer, I need to keep
So you're not going to
resupplying.
have, at the end of this year, June 30th, you're not going to have anything in reserve, so you need to budget new money if you want. So you're going to want
another
35. Okay. Let's go back to retreatment. You said 25 for retreatment?
25 for retreatment.
Okay. And then how much for gravel?
35.
Okay.
Yeah, but I thought, or did that 25 not get applied to reserve?
It didn't last year at the end of the year.
It's showing on the form as it was. It's showing that FY18, 25,000 applied to reserve. Wasn't spent, which meant there should have been a total of 70,000 in there.
Okay, I need to see where you are. The budget for 2018 was 25. The actual for 2018 was 0. That money at the end of the year, we didn't quite get over to where it was supposed to be. We still have it as part of the surplus. We budgeted 35 for this year, which would have given us 60 altogether. And I think the Fitzpatrick contract was not to exceed 60 on that.
Right, but what did you say we've currently spent?
We currently spent 26.
So we've got another 25 sitting there. If we had a total of 60. Is that not correct? Or am I just not?
If the numbers are correct.
Numbers are correct.
If that 25 was left in surplus and it's listed in the line as applied gravel crushed to reserve, that would be 25,000 from 18, another 35 from this year, for a total of 60,000.
Yeah, and if we spent
only
26, we should have.
But we're gonna have to look into that. We're gonna have to look into it.
All right, so it's either 0 or 35,000.
So you go.
Can we just do that for all of them?
Okay, so here we are, back to the fog line reserves and all that other stuff. Those were all zeros.
No.
Irene is.
Let's put that with your note of things.
That we should.
Your note of things to do. Let's just put that with your note of things to do. And I'm gonna get this, so we can get this taken care of as well.
Okay. Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna look at we'll look at that one. We've got a mark on it, and you have a note. We'll look at it tomorrow.
We're far enough out now with Irene to be able to.
Oh, those can be those
can be taken out.
erased. They should be erased altogether off this sheet.
Okay, and then we had the reserves for the all special projects, which was the bridge, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, and the actual spent was 70, and we took that out of money that we had, I believe, and I'm gonna have to verify this too, that there's still over 60 left in there. Because much of that money came back by way of a grant, and we didn't spend all that we had. We budgeted more than we needed to budget, and not more than we needed to budget. We had a good chunk in there. The bridge came in at less than we thought it was going to.
So technically, we've got to start on 41.
41.
We have to start on 41. If
No,
we
we
get the
have to
grant,
start on 21. We have money set aside for 41.
right, we have some money set aside for 41, not enough to pay for it. We have some money set aside for 41. But if we're looking at an 80-20 split on the grant, we may have enough for that. But anyway, we have to check on the grant for the engineering. We've got to get the engineering done first, and that's hopefully this year.
Okay, then moving on to ancillary highway expense, liability, I take it that's a.
I put it in at 45 because that seems to be where it was. I guessed at uniforms, brought it up about a third, or a quarter rather, just because.
Yeah.
That seemed where it is. It's going to take a month or so to level out. The price seems to be okay so far. Although I know they haven't delivered everything quite yet. And we certainly have no pattern on the billing yet. CDL expense, I don't know what that is. It is there or it isn't. We've never budgeted anything for it, but it is a line item. Miscellaneous.
We talked about covering Steve's CDL. Is that where that would go?
But that wouldn't have been a new line, it wouldn't have been in here yet. This is something.
Right, no, but I'm just curious if that's where that would go.
Probably.
Okay.
And then the computer highway is where one of those two lines I'm having her take out because we've got it under the general fund and we've got it under highway fund here as one computer. So one was budgeted, one wasn't. Expenses go to one or the other depending, and we're going to consolidate that into one account. So I think that's why I left that 0. We put it in on the other one.
Anything else in the functional aspect of the highway, Steve? No? All right, then moving on to the equipment side.
Back one step under employer expenses, I just did a quick tally on those. We'll figure out the full insurance on the dental and IMED. I didn't get those in there, obviously. Workman's comp, we're going to have to look up and plug in. Retirement, I guessed at, but we'll get a better number for that. Unemployment, I need a number 4. Miscellaneous employer's expense was the boots, and brought that up a quarter, so. Okay.
Okay.
Can you just tell me quickly, Craig, what happened to the health insurance for the highway? Is that from
People started taking it.
Well,
the
yeah.
2013 or budget?
It was one person, it was one person taking it, now 4 people taking it.
Okay, thank you.
Right, then the equipment fund, about the middle of the page, direct equipment expenses. First one is the backhoe.
3,000.
Okay. The international, number 3.
4,000.
Okay. Are we spilling out anything for like outside repairs or things like that, or just straight?
Just combined.
Just combined. Okay. The Sterling's gone.
Yep. Well, that's right. Put the garbage truck.
Perfect.
Nice.
Sterling, actually,
It is a
Sterling. Actually, the Sterling shouldn't be showing up there, but it is obviously.
Okay, so the 2011, the international.
2011.
6,000.
The Freightliner.
6,000.
The Ford is being retired. Will be gone.
I already plugged the Dodge in that line.
We'll put the Dodge in that line, maybe a different number, but what do you want for the Dodge for?
1,000.
It's gonna cost you something to paint it, put radios in it and all of that, even though you're gonna take the radios out of the.
I do the radios.
Okay.
Yeah, they normally are lettered on the doors, so.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's only, do you know what that is, Joe, to have staffs put the name on the doors of a truck? Couple $100, $300?
Yeah, he was, last time he done one, it was under 200.
Okay. I mean, I'd say, you're gonna have little, you're gonna change the oil after a month and whatever. I'd say like 1,500 anyway. I mean, just, and if you've got $500 surplus, isn't gonna make a difference. But, I mean, it's up to you. Whatever you wanna do.
Does it have to be red?
Does it have to be?
Does the truck have to be red?
I don't know why it has to be red.
Okay, so we're not painting it. Put
No,
the
I
name
just
on
meant
it.
the name on the door.
Okay, that's what you meant.
Town of Townsend, just the.
Yeah. And diesel exhaust fluid and a service or 2.
Yep.
$1,000.
$1,000, okay.
Good.
And that'll change over to whatever the new truck is. The rake?
York rake, chainsaws, $1,000. We're going to be adding a chainsaw because we want one in each truck. We do not have that today.
Okay. The new Kubota?
500.
Okay. The loader?
500.
Okay. The grader?
5,000.
The load, 524 loader.
That's the 0.
That's the old one, right?
Oh, that's
It's
right.
there because it's in a holding pattern.
Okay, so all equipment.
Budgeted 2, spent 8. That's your catch-all for everything. I can get you a breakout on
So
that.
you know where we are year to date.
I don't have.
Yeah, I might. Hold on a second.
So that's a catch-all account.
It pretty much is. Things like all your fluids, all your.
You're in good shape right now. 866 out of a $2,000 bill. So you're roughly $900. You can have this.
Okay.
I'll get you a new one here, end of the month.
But you had 8,500 the year before.
Okay.
So the way it's charged out today, we're saying that of that $8,590 in 2018, that's 55-gallon drums of oil and hydraulic.
A lot of it was.
Okay, which in my buy equipment is the oil change, which includes the oil. So unless we've come up with a way of how we charge each account for an oil change, and if we receive it in one account and then charge it to another account so it balances out.
That's bookkeeping. That becomes
I know.
bookkeeping nightmare. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it can be done, but again, it depends on how much you want to micromanage it. And some of that can be done off book. I mean, it can be done in your own little notebooks up there where you keep a book in the truck.
All I'm saying is we're charging the oil to the parts and
Right.
supply account, but
Which is
I've
where
already
that-
put it in the truck account.
Right, which is where it belongs. So, okay, yep.
So filters,
So now I'm just looking at filters. So you don't have the year-to-date number?
I just gave you the budget
Should
status
take out
report
the
on the
oil.
all equipment.
So put 2,500 in that account.
Yeah, okay. That's the all equipment account, 20.
okay, we don't separate winter and
We don't
summer.
separate winter out, no.
So the diesel in 18 was way out of line.
Now, that's because we made it low purposely because it was over inflated from previous years. So I don't know if we're close to balancing out yet.
You have a status report there that I just gave you.
No, in the white.
This one?
Yeah.
That's as of November, end of November.
So we're at 43% for 5 months.
Yeah, that's all right.
So.
But you're in your heavier part of the year right now, but it depends. You're not using the grader as much right now as you would.
So you've got.
The grader's been out 4 times in the last 2 weeks. So.
So you had 20. We had 22,000 budget. You've used 11 roughly.
Yes.
So what?
We should just leave it at 22?
Maybe.
The fuel's at least going down a little.
Fuel's going down a little bit.
I mean, I think 22. We don't know what the winter's going to do to us yet.
So we'll do 25.
Okay. And the unleaded gas would be that'd be your chainsaws, that'd be your.
That's not going to be over a buck.